to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live when you deny. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live when you deny. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live when you deny. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. chance for the world. One hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black,
When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to another great day of the LCK. We've got T1 up against Gen G, the match of the week, as it is me, Valdez, with Wolf tonight, and this is going to be a good one. Of course, there are some
asterisks, perhaps?
Asterisks, yeah, you could say, about this matchup, Wolf.
Yeah, so we will have, of course, Doran not playing today, nor will Peanut be playing, and nor will Lehen. So we have 3 substitutions coming through, Youngjae of the main roster, and then of course on the bottom side of the map we have ㅅ returning. He played earlier this week. Now where Chovy is playing and who is playing in the top side is unknown, as the official roster submission is Quid, but he's been quite a flex player in the past. He's a mid player who's also subbed into support. Now he's saying he's playing top, but I think the man in the mid lane is going to the top side of the map tonight. Only time will tell.
Definitely an interesting thing to look at, the roster for later. We do have the points of the match for this one to see what we got here. Quid emergency call-up. Will Top V return after 2 years? Gen G with top, jungle, and support, 3 main players gone. How will they fight against the untouchable T1, who has not lost a single match yet?
You know, what's interesting about the 2 years, the last time Chovy played top was because Doran was suspended on DRX. So once again, he may actually take Doran's spot on the top side of the map. It would be kind of ironic that both times Doran is unable to play, Chovy will save the day. And then thoughts on Ryze versus Vex, because Faker and Chovy potentially in this matchup here should be really exciting. Chovy had a fantastic game on Vex, and Faker was the LCK's first Vex player. So maybe some priority here on the champion. I'm not really as focused on it myself, but maybe something that we see later on, especially with how prioritized LeBlanc is right now in this meta.
Good job, Alistair, is a quote from Ruler when he was playing with ㅅ. It almost seems as if he didn't know ㅅ's name, as ㅅ was a last-second call-up on the day. He had never even met the players that are on the main LCK roster, including Ruler. So definitely a funny story there, as the two of them barely even knew each other. How would they lane against Guma Kariusi, who right now is the best bottom lane in Korea? Yeah,
that is going to be the really exciting matchup. You know, because we don't know where Chovy is going, that's kind of my key player matchup is Ruler versus Gumayusi here in the bottom side of the map, because they are the 2 superstars, and there's no exchange happening there for Gen G. We know that's going to be the case. And here for the team stats, both these team stats are fantastic. Gen G has lost that one match against KT Rolster and has dropped a few odd games. Obviously, T1's still looking more dominant, so their stats are going to look a little bit better. They're first across all gold differences here in the LCK. This is the team that has no COVID crisis. This is the team that, sure, in some ways might be frustrated that the roster they play against tonight isn't the best of Gen G, so they could prove when they cross that 8-0 finish line that they beat the best of Gen G. But at the same time, you're happy as T1 that you're going to walk away with a W today, regardless of how you do it, as long as you can cross that finish line, because a win here for T1 would mean that they have defeated both Damwon Kia and Gen G in their undefeated run here in the first round robin, meaning that catching up to them, if nothing changes, seems impossible, and they are right now vying for first place here in regular season.
Yeah, and as it stands right now, they are the best team here in the LCK. I would say if there's anything to pick at all, maybe Zeus is still developing a little bit, and their drafts haven't been 100% pristine. So perhaps if they can focus on those 2 things, they would be good. Everything else is pretty much, I mean, as good as you can ask for, right? So T1 definitely, you know, benefiting from keeping the same roster, everything going smoothly here in spring. As you mentioned, nobody has to be subbed out. So things must be feeling really great on the T1 side at the moment in time. At this moment in time, as we do have Gen G over here.
Yeah, so notice Chovy is still in the mid position in terms of the walkout here and on stage. He is submitted in the official roster as the mid player, and Quid will officially be submitted in the top side of the map. One really exciting thing to think about in this series is that Quid is a mid player. He's been with this roster for over 2 years, so he's definitely had some experience scrimming with these players. I think that's part of why we see him instead of Zest, who's the standard top laner you would expect to replace Doran in a situation like this. We also may see, because it's not nerfed yet, something like Smite top Soraka for him, because he's good at enchanters. It would be a great role for him.
Yeah.
He's very flexible. But I do still think, even though Chovy wants to sit in the middle seat, which is what being mid will grant you in a physical sense, I think he will be the one to take the top lane tonight.
That is the expectation, and there's definitely a lot of sneaky stuff you could do amongst that expectation. But I think T1, in general, they are strong enough to, no matter what Gen G ends up doing, they should be able to handle it. But we'll have to wait and see exactly what they will throw at them, as this is the key player matchup. These two players might not be playing in the same lane tonight, but definitely against each other as, the leaders of their teams.
Yeah, ㅣ has such incredible stats here in the LCK despite being, currently the second place team. Like, he has outperformed in terms of laning what Faker has done so far, but it's only slightly. I mean, you look at some of these numbers. Yes, the gold difference at 15 is quite significant. CS difference, Faker's also had a rough time in the laning phase, but ㅣ is really, really performing very well while also playing very differently. As we've talked about all throughout this season, he's being more of a team player in this roster. It did feel like when we saw their previous match earlier this week that he did, to a certain extent, fall back to old habits, but I think that's more of a product of the roster because now he's playing in, once again, I'm the mid carry, I've got a veteran bot laner, just like it was him and Deft on Honor Life Esports last year. It feels very similar here.
It says ㅣ, and then it says, please don't get hurt. I suppose that's Doran, that they are mentioning to not get hurt as...
Don't be sick.
Yeah.
The word to be hurt and to be sick in Korean is the same, so it could be either.
Yeah.
This is going to be a good matchup, though. I think a lot of people are a little bit, their moods have been soured by the circumstances, but I think that it makes it really memorable, actually, this matchup more than anything else. Like, this might be a matchup that people remember for months to come because of it, especially if Gen G can upset. Because they were the underdogs with their full roster, but with this roster, if they somehow pull this off, it will be a best of 3 to remember.
Yeah, absolutely. She's cheering for the 8-win streak from the side of T1. I'm sure a lot of people are going to be hoping and praying that T1 can pull off the 9-0 in the first round. And, it's the biggest rival basically in Gen G and also the biggest hurdle that they did have to overcome on paper for T1 to get the 9-0. After this, they have to play up against KT, who it really depends on the day what kind of KT we're going to see in that matchup next week against T1, the telecom war for the last matchup of both of the telecom teams.
Yeah, it's really exciting how that's how we end out the round robin. Gen G, the main opponent for them throughout a lot of last year was Damwon Kia, but now Damwon Kia sits below even DRX in the standings in 4th place, and this might be the new big rivalry for spring here this time around. I mean, so far it absolutely is. Gen G really want to prove that with this mixed new roster, they are still able to figure it out. It's going to be a long, long and hard road as we jump into this draft here. The Akali already taken off the board, not a shocker.
Yeah, and we had some shenanigans over the last couple of days with the drafts. Some Corkis getting through, some Zeris getting through, some Caitlyn Lux lanes losing and winning. And it's going to be very interesting how these two top teams, where their eyes are set for the current meta.
Now, ㅣ is also a player who has played, things like the Jace and Renekton lane swap very well in the past, and that's something we could potentially see here too in a game like this where you want to get a big tempo lead. And right now, we're either going to have the Renekton or the Corki open here for T1 to take, but also Zeri.
Zeri, yeah.
So this is a really tough call. I think if I'm Gen G, yeah, you don't ban either the Corki or the Zeri. You want to get the one that's left open to you. And I think T1 actually might be able to decide right now where Quid goes. Because I think if they get left Corki open, maybe Quid plays mid, and maybe not in this case. As maybe now Gen G want to put ㅣ in a position to put the Corki down early. They could still, of course, make the choice on the Rift when it does, when we do get to that swapping phase, as it will be the Corki to T1.
Yeah, so for Game 2, I'm expecting that T1 with their No, I'm kidding. We'll have to wait and see how they do handle this Corki. Of course, especially at the mid to lower level of the LCK, which they still have fantastic teams. Teams have tried to punish the Corki and failed, and he's gotten a lot of wins on his back, and a lot of focus from us especially. Lee Sin is going to come through here.
The Lee Sin Azir is a very common response to Corki pre-Poppy rise, right? Where you see the rise of Poppy and how strong she is. Will be the Zeri to come in here with the Lee Sin second, so they're going to lock in the 80 carry. There's a very easy call for T1 here to grab the Poppy. But look at the Ezreal too. They're going for extreme late game, extreme range, because they're outranging the Zeri is so critical. And you get the Yuumi on top of this. It's a great lane into anything here as the Ezreal. Yeah. Zeri struggles in laning phase, and you deny the pick from the Zeri. So doing everything right here right now is T1.
Yeah, no Tom and Jerry lane this time. And that's good to see. I think that that's especially where Zeri has found a lot of success. But yeah, I mean, great. 80 carries have been able to pilot it really well anyway. We saw Deft kind of pop off yesterday. Obviously not the most difficult matchup for him, but he had to carry his team over the line with the Zeri, as it's going to be Zeri Leona in the bottom lane here for Gen G.
Leona's great, you know, into the Corki if you can find the angle to engage, but Corki's mobility makes it a challenge. But a lot of lockdown here so far with this Leona, the Lee Sin potentially, and you get the free Poppy ban with this because they did go all the way down the Ezreal Yuumi rabbit hole, so you at least know that your Lee Sin is going to have some extra freedom of mobility. Your Zeri as well. Zeri is really, really mobile, so the Poppy doesn't really feel like it countered to her, but it can make an impact. Also great, obviously, into the Leona. So we'll see the Yone ban. This is another common response to Corki in lane.
Are we going to see Yone Yasuo bans? I don't think so. Maybe just the Yone here. We did see Yasuo versus Corki yesterday. Corki did prevail by the end of it all.
Chase ban here.
Yep.
I mean, with T1's insane range already, and you definitely want to get rid of that. And you may even be considering here going for something like a Gwen. I'd love to see an Azir ban, because it is so strong, even into a Corki who can Valkyrie away. If you have Lee Sin and the Azir, you can really make the laning phase difficult for Faker. LeBlanc is the most common response, though, that we have seen just in terms of that isolated matchup. And they'll go down the Syndra path here instead. We still don't have yet the full picture, the full clue as to whether or not Quid will be playing the mid lane or not.
Yeah, still no idea. I mean, this could be a comfort pick for Quid. That could absolutely be them saving counter pick for Chovy here, which I think is a great idea. You know, as I was saying, if there's one of the small things that T1 might want to look at is the lack of experience for Zeus. So they put him on the Gragas, which is a fantastic front line for what they already have. I wouldn't even mind another, you know, tanky kind of jungle as well to go along with this, a frontliner, so that Corki and Ezreal can do all the damage.
Yeah. It looks like they're going to go for the Viego here instead. Well, I say that. The Viego is fantastic with this type of poke composition because you can really easily get those resets. You know, you hit a few of these Ezreal Qs and Corki hits a few of the rockets, and then even just one big one means he can go in straight away.
I feel like we know who's going to play Tryndamere if that gets locked in.
I think we do. Does feel like it is going to be a Quid Syndra game here. So it is locked in. This is all about the side laning right now. And Syndra top is something that we have seen, but I don't think into the Gragas it's something that you really want. You're not going to be able to get a lot of priority. It's not going to be a valuable pick. Because I wouldn't be shocked if Chovy played the Tryndamere into the Corki, because we've seen Faker do, in fact, the same thing with his own Tryndamere in the mid lane. And still the hovers here, but remember, just because it looks like Tryndamere is mid right now, it's very likely Chovy to be playing it on the top side of the map. And Quid, of course, will be walking to the mid lane. Everything else, you know, here for Gen G screams, okay, hard engage.
Did you see that drawing? That was so cool.
I didn't catch it.
I think that was a Chovy Galio, if I'm not mistaken. Super cool. Like, he even had, like, shading. Somehow he did it. Like, he brought his own pencils or something. Really, really cool stuff. Our fans are very talented.
They certainly are. So is T1, and they have what most would be consider a really strong draft, and definitely most would consider them to have won this draft pretty hard. They have an insane amount of range, engage, disengage. They also have reset potential with that poke damage they have. And what Gen G have on the other side here is side laning power in the late game, the ability to slow the game down with this Tryndamere, and hope that Zeri gets 2-3 items, maybe even 4 later on, to be able to carry those later team fights. But the range issue for this comp is so severe I really worry about its ability to succeed.
Absolutely. Well, we're hopping onto the Rift for game number 1 of T1 versus Gen G, the match of the week that we do have coming in here, and Faker gets to start on Corki. Of course, Ruler gets to start on the Zeri. There's been a lot of talk about how she is insanely broken on this patch, especially on Twitter. So we'll see if Ruler can, you know, even with that range disadvantage, find a way in those late game team fights to buzz around and shoot everyone down. I think it'll be hard. They don't exactly have a ton of hard engage either to get on top of the Corki. We saw yesterday even the Diana Yasuo combo not be able to handle the Corki, alongside of a ton of other hard engage in that composition. So
Gen G need to get ahead early, and not because their comp doesn't scale, because the Trinimir's, you know, going to be able to not scale damage-wise, but be able to be very relevant in the late game because of his split pushing. And Ruler is arguably next to Corki the strongest scaling champion in this game on the Zeri with how much she can do in the late game. But why they need to get ahead is because they need to be able to get to objectives first and set up on them with vision and get that prio, because if they cannot do so, if this comp has to walk towards a T1 that is set up on Baron or on a Drake, they'll be at half health bars before they can do anything.
It's so true, and it's a great point. I think that Gen G have to have that in their minds. They have to play this a little bit fast and loose, especially giving over the Corki. Keep in mind that they banned the Karma instead. Karma has been an answer to a lot of Caitlyn lanes, especially in the bottom lane, but we love it here in the LCK. And teams rate it extremely highly, so they prioritize that ban instead of the Corki ban or a Zeri ban or anything like that. So, as you mentioned, you know, trying to get a good pick of their own, try to get an OP pick between Zeri and Corki. We'll see if it works out for them.
Isaiah is taking a lot of damage here. We'll be able to body slam back. No level 2 just yet, means that's as far as this goes here for Chovy. He did go for the insane sustained start here with the rejuvenation beads. Very common to see in matchups like this, where you just kind of continually trade into a fairly sustainable laner, and they're able to match it. As you could see, Isaiah is Gragas, so he's already back up to nearly full health himself. That's just kind of how this goes.
Yeah, and taking a look at the bottom lane, I feel like out of all 4 of these players, I have been, once again, most impressed by Keria. I think that he can make Tom Kent look like an insane skill pick. He can make Yuumi look the same. He did it last year, especially, and he is just insane. He's done the same on Braum as well. He can play all sorts of things. We've seen him play Pike. A lot of different types of supports in his time.
Yeah.
And I think absolutely, without a doubt in my mind, he's the best support in the LCK currently.
Notice Quid has only played 4 games here in Challengers, but he's played a lot more in previous games in Academy and before Challengers League existed the way it does now with franchising. So he's got a lot more games played under his belt and a lot more experience since he's been playing since 2020. But those are the games he's played this season of League play. So he's, again, played support. You know, he was a support sub, actually, for LSB himself when LSB was not performing well. So he's kind of been around the block, which is why it was not shocking, per se, if he was going to play the top lane. But it will not be the case this time around. And, you know, I mean, we talk about the Corki all the time as this just insane, inevitable late game, and it almost feels like the 4 of us especially are kind of always rolling our eyes when it goes through, but yep. It's not just the Corki that screams at you in this draft, though. It's the Corki plus the Ezreal, the Yuumi that gives so much mobility. The ability to lock down these late game carries is going to be so difficult when you also have to disengage at the Gragas. So it's really a hard comp to fight against with any style of play, what T1 has built, but the fact that Zeri is so low range and is so reliant on a lot of damage being done and a lot of setup for her to actually get on top of the backline means that if you don't hit the scatter, like you can't fight, or if you don't have a great kick, or if Chovy doesn't have the opportunity to get on top of a carry. The Tryndamere Syndra combo is so common right now in the LCK because you just run at somebody as the Tryndamere, and then the Syndra gets a stun and presses R, and usually that carry dies, but does it in this case with an Ezreal, Yuumi, and a Corki? Like, can you actually blow up that carry? That's the real question here.
I'd say no. I think that T1 have kind of smurfed this draft outside of, you know, it was a hard decision. You know, do you choose the Zeri or do you choose the Corki? And I think that what they were able to bolster the Corki with, as you're kind of highlighting here, Wolf, is what's going to get them over the line in the end. As you see this top lane, you know, ㅣ2022 is not exactly having fun. I think this is something we can all expect, that Chovy should win this lane. As Owner has been pretty spicy, he's been invading a little bit. They're going to spot him here. Keep in mind another thing, another champion that the Yuumi has a lot of synergy with is something like a Viego.
Yeah.
As ล์ospa takes a lot of damage underneath the turret, but again, as really Yuumi, not going to do too much early on.
Early Sheen here, by the way, from Ruler. It's very unusual to see that path to the Trinity Force. A little bit cheaper, I suppose, as commit to the Q here.
Yeah, that's fine. Get a lot of mana out of the Corki as well.
Yeah.
Makes it a little bit more annoying, although he's just sitting here with a tier and a corrupting pot, so he's totally fine.
Starting the Sheen means you're not going to have the Axe as early, but that is totally fine. It's normally the Axe we see waited for, but Ruler got an early back here. Is ㅣ2022 very good on the Gragas, 5-0. Very good pick for him. It's also rising back up slowly here in the LCK, as it's been 736 days, it says here.
He has a win on Quinn. There's a lot of top laners that don't have that in their top lane stats, but Chovy has it. Top Chovy, that is.
He also has a loss on set. There's a lot of top laners who don't have that either.
True.
I hate to do it to him, but
it's still very accurate.
It's a very slow early game between these two teams because Gen.G are not online yet. They need to, you know, wait for this, the scaling sort of to come online here for the Zeri. Like, they can definitely fight over Rift Herald. Their comp is capable of doing so, but it's going to be about that Syndra engage more than anything else. But they're not really a composition that's going to look to fight super early or contest this first Drake. Like, without ultimates online, this comp is not going to be able to compete. The range problem exists from level 1 between these two comps. So Gen.G don't have a window to actually start getting advantages here just yet. And it's not about getting a gold advantage, like I said, it's about getting map control. That's what really matters, and that's why this Tryndamere pick does feel pretty good in hindsight, because that split push might give you a little bit extra vision.
Yeah, and on the T1 side, I mean, they have 3 tiers, and they have insane late games. So if they don't have to fight early, sure. They're happy with that. They'd rather not, actually. They'd rather just sit back and do nothing. We did have the observers highlight the 3 control wards plus an extra ward on the top side of the map. Means that ㅣ2022 is going to be extremely comfortable and fine to not get ganked. It also means that if Gen.G are going to go for the Rift Heralds, T1 will know about it. They don't necessarily have to fight over it, but it's just great to have that information at this point in time.
Yeah, earlier he had to kind of sit under the turret with no mana. As Gragas, you have to do that with 6 coming around the corner for Chovy. Otherwise, he just proxies minions and actually all-ins you before you can hit 6. Like, those are really awkward timing that Chovy really pushed him in. As MJ will get the steal. He got the BBQ chicken in the end. So a little bit of CS deficit here for ㅣ2022, but not the end of the world.
I thought you were going to say siesta. I'm like, yeah, I mean, that's pretty accurate as well. Thanks, Wolf. Yeah, the way things have been going here in the LCK, if you guys are just tuning in for a T1 game or a Gen.G game after a while, it's been pretty slow. We had a lot of slow games yesterday, especially with the teleport changes. Things have just incredibly slowed down. And, I mean, that's right in LCK's wheelhouse, right? I mean, that's definitely what we like to do. We've seen some teams try to up the tempo. I think KT did it really well against Gen.G. We've seen other teams try and fail to do that same thing. This is very cute, Yuumi just floating up to the Rift Herald. But it's a really slow meta at this moment in time.
The other reason why it's tough for Gen.G to fight this first Rift Herald, again, it's not just because the Syndra engage has to be perfect, and they didn't have Prio, and they often don't on the Syndra in this matchup, is the package timing that comes up at 8 minutes. So you always are going to be as T1 unless Gen.G start it as it walks out of the hole. The ability to set up for a package team fight. And T1 just cannot, or rather Gen.G cannot fight against that package fight unless they have the perfect engage or a faster set. They had neither. And so instead, Gen.G are just going to try to get some plate gold here for the Zeri. They were able to identify that Keria was missing. Aguma is actually positioned so well because this is predictable, but either way, he's still going to lose minions. He's still going to lose plates here.
Yeah, it's just extra money for the Zeri, and I think that Gen.G will take that, absolutely. It is still first Herald and first Drake for the side of T1, and given that, you know, they're staying relatively even and they're getting early objectives, means that this game will just be delayed, right? Especially with that Drake. They're not going to be forced into fighting over Hex Tech Soul early or anything like that with their scaling comp, and so I think they should be happy with this as well.
I do want to point out, this is a happy thing for me, as it's been my most hated thing about the LCK and my most criticized thing about how teams always just force Rift Herald fights, but this year we've seen this two-plate commit. I don't know, we'll come up with a better name for it, but a lot of teams have just figured out that if you force three-man bot, especially into somewhat fragile 80 carries on the bottom side, like if it's an enchanter support, you can almost always guarantee at least 2 plates down there. So that kind of equalizes the Rift Herald. Not exactly, and not always, and not in every circumstance, but is a better response than kind of walking up, not getting anything, and then either losing a Rift Herald fight or walking away from it. So it's not even just our big three here that are doing this right now in the LCK. It's just kind of been a new trend this year to maximize plate value even when you give a Herald. So I myself am very happy to see that adaptation here.
Yeah, it's nice. I think it's a much more balanced approach rather than just flipping over objectives, which we also apparently love to do here. That happened a lot of times yesterday here at the LCK.
We used to do it at the beginning, now we do it at the end.
Yeah, I suppose. All the Elder flips that come in where both comps are scaling and waiting back. It is pretty obscene. As you mentioned the big three, if, again, you're just tuning in for this matchup, it's your first time watching in a while, we've kind of denoted the moniker here for the top 3 teams that have won world championships here in Korea. It's T1, of course, former SKT, Gen.G, former Samsung, and Damwon as well.
Yep.
Won them, so they are the big 3 of Korea.
And even though all 3 teams have renamed, you know, Damwon Gaming, you know, into Damwon Kia, SKT into T1, and then of course Samsung has been acquired. Samsung requested part of the deal for the acquisition was the history stays, and so yeah, it does. As a big trade here to try to force this Rift Herald to be mute, but it will crash.
Oh boy. That's a big one right there. Importantly, Faker did not pick up any of the plate gold. So Owner actually took all 320, which is not ideal. You want your Corki, especially because he had to build Hex Drinker first. You want him to be online as soon as possible, and that will deny it a little bit. Meanwhile, Ruler's just getting 3 plates in the bottom lane.
This is one thing that you can do with ㅣ very well during a Rift Herald drop as well. If there's a big commitment in the mid lane, as ㅣ is actually grab plates, because you know there are other 80 carries that could do it better. The Aphelios is the one that always comes to mind when he has Crescendo, but ㅣ's Q does keep through that. He's going to look for a fight.
Guma just face checking the brush. He's got Owner nearby, and Ruler just going to skate over the wall and get to safety. So Guma, knowing he had his allies nearby, forcing that fight. Very nicely done.
Unfortunately for Gen.G, this is a big net win for T1 because as the last 45 seconds of these plates are here, they can look for several of them. Youngjae does come down.
Yeah. Gonna deny a second plate potentially. Ruler is incredibly low though. You can see that Guma is already getting work done with that poke.
They were able to only secure the one, as you mentioned. It was really well handled there by Gen.G. Faker's still sitting here in the mid lane, farming very well. A lot of Corki matchups, the Corki finds himself behind early, but it doesn't matter because regardless of his 10 CS deficit, he's going to be more useful later. But in this case, it's a Corki who's ahead, bought the early Hex Drinker with some of that gold, and is feeling pretty nice.
Yeah, by the way, Guma did return, and because Ruler had to back, that's a second plate under his belt right before they do go down. So couple of plates for the Ezreal as well, not too far behind of the ㅣ now, as he's got a cheaper first item at the same time. Keria is just solo killing a turret. He's just gonna go back. That's min-maxing if I've ever seen it, Wolf.
It really is. I mean, Ezreal's W going to give you the opportunity to set up for extra plate damage like that. Ruler will get the last of this turret while trying to deny the last bit of CS there, and the turret will help that CS get denied here. Faker's going to come down and start side laning. And we've traded a Drake for a Drake. Plate gold here fairly even, but a slight edge to Guma, as you mentioned there. Or a slight edge with Guma getting that extra plate there. And we're going into a very, very neutral mid-game where I don't think Gen.G have enough control to be the ones to set up on objectives first. I think that there's still a lot of time that's needed here for this Corki to really fully get online. Like, he hasn't even really started putting that Ludens together just as an Abtome. But once that's done, that's when things get scary. So Gen G still have a little bit more time to actually start really getting some map control. But I think Zeus has really dealt with this Tryndamere extremely well. Faker's winning lane, as you'd expect in this matchup. And, you know, as Gen G here, this is also an awkward fight to try to take. I mean, look at the Yuumi on the Viego. You mentioned it. He could just zoom around, check vision, identify where everyone is. Faker's got the next package ready. It's all according to plan.
It's another big reason why their draft was actually insane, right? Like, they got so many amazing scaling pieces along with Yuumi and a jungler that works perfectly with it. Like, doesn't really get much better than that. Gragas being an A-tier top laner as well. They're even going to be able to siege this turret. Their siege is already insane.
Yeah,
right?
their siege is so good, and they have a package, so there's just nothing Gen G could do. Like, even walking through this choke point right now is an insane choice to make. It's almost suicidal here with Faker holding the package, and look at where Faker's positioned right now. You can't punish him. Here he goes!
Here he goes, and ㅅ, he is the unlucky one. First blood going to be handed over to the Corki of all people. Make that 2. Faker going to pick up 2 of them, as Keria will get another one. And Gen G, as you mentioned, they just get immediately crushed there in that choke point.
And it's a tough call to make if you're Gen G. Do you just walk away and give a second herald with the siege power they already have, the mid turret that's already down? If you give that away, you're already going to lose map control. I mean, you have very little of it right now, or before the fight. You have very little of it at that moment. So if you win the fight, it feels like you're only one chance maybe to get back into the game and get some of that control so that subsequent Drake fights go your way. But because Corki has package, Faker's positioning is so good, you get trapped there. And as a result, you know, Gen G froze up a little bit, like a deer in a headlight moment for them. Was like, okay, I guess we need to try to get out. And Faker says, nope, you're stuck in here. Lust was blown up early, but the cast follow-up is fantastic. And even though Quid is able to escape with his life here, he's not able to, or he was at first able to escape with his life there. He's not able to get a stun off or anything like that to try to save his teammate. So 4 kills to T1. 4 kills here.
Yeah.
And map control indefinitely feels bad, man.
It really feels bad. I mean, taking a look here at the mid-gold gap, it was about 2,000 as Gumayusi will take a bunch of damage. Ruler trying to get it done, but fantastic engage once again right on top of Ruler. As Zeus going pretty deep, though. Ruler able to kite it out, and down will go the Gragas. T1 going a little bit too far on this one, as now Chovy has entered the fight. Finally, he procs that ultimate, and the 2 guys under the turret immediately go down. Gen G immediately strike back.
Now, we've given so much credit to the range of T1 and how this composition really does feel like a huge draft gap between these two teams, draft kingdom almost, but we do have to reiterate that one mistake, one misstep is really, really all it takes for a team like Gen G to punish you here, because we are talking about LCK teams, which is why we always talk about Corki being strong. We go to late game a lot, it's a scaling meta, but this is a very walk the tightrope fragile composition that once the Gragas is your engage tool, he can't peel for you anymore. So when Gragas goes in here, as Zeus does, you don't have much to peel for. Gumayusi is at half health. So this is a bit overzealous against a very mobile AD carry here in Ruler, and it's a really nice turn from ㅅ. So if you make one error, this comp is very difficult to escape with. You know, it's very difficult to actually win subsequent exchanges. And then at this level of play here in the LCK, you can't afford to make mistakes or make greedy calls like this. And just like that, Gen G is back in the game.
Yeah, we're taking a look at Ruler and also listening.
봐줄래?
Cover me, cover me.
Cover me, please.
잡았어.
Got him.
천천히 빼면서 봐. 끝.
I don't know what he said. I don't know what.
Dude and I just looked at each other like, what?
I don't know. With this mask on, it's hard for us, man.
He talks so fast.
Yeah.
Ruler has a lot to say. As we did come back to live, and it looked like Quid did get caught out. This is going to be potentially T1, again, quieting things down. I think that the Mountain Drakes would have been fantastic for T1, especially when you're playing into stuff like a Syndra, stuff like a Tryndamere. You really want to try to get some kind of resistances if you can with some of the items that you will have, right? Like a Hex Drinker, like the Merc Treads, and of course Gragas can use that pretty well. There's no classical tank on the side of Gen G on the flip side.
Quid gets caught here by the Yuumi ult. Man, it's a easy follow-up for Owner. That was as simple as it gets. And I mean, he was like caught under his inner turret basically. Like he just stuck his head out to breathe and it was taken off. That's just how it is with this much control that T1 had. Now, on the opposite side of the map, at least Gen G were able to momentarily gain some control. You know, we saw some of the camps being taken away. Chovy stole the red buff. Plays like that and that deep control ward, you see that's instantly question mark pinged around there, like where they're not sure where Gen G are right now. And they're trying to track Chovy. Like small edges like Chovy has right now are going to be your way to get the flank off that gets behind the Corki, that gets behind the Ezreal. Maybe the Syndra hits that ult and you get a kill and you can win the subsequent fight. Those are the ways that Gen G have to try to finagle their way through this game.
Chovy, he really does not care. In the face of the exhaust and everything, even the Yuumi, he's gonna be able to get in there, and Keria goes down too. Quid able to pick up both kills, and now Zeus is like, wait, where did my team go? As he's not in a good spot either. He's gonna be rooted down and taken out. Gen G able to find them in a bad spot once again, and will head towards the Baron.
T1's composition is like a giant, like fully completed Power Rangers robot, you know, like it's like Zoids. Yeah. And if you only fight the leg as Gen G, you can take it out. If you only fight the body or only fight the head, as we're seeing these small picks come through, you can absolutely take those exchanges. As Owner alone here is trying to buy some time so that Chovy, or rather so Faker can come in here, but I do not see this working out.
He's going to look for a steal.
Yeah. He goes for it.
He actually went in there. Yeah, very questionable. He is able to pick up the one kill. He's trying to set it up for Owner, who's going to take a huge amount of damage. Guma and Keria also here, trying to get the cleanup that these three champions are so good at. As the damage is there, Ruler's going in for more, but the blast plan is going to help him, but he's still going 1v3. He's going to be able to take out one, but loses to the other two. As perhaps a little bit greedy there, he will lose his Baron buff.
No, this Chovy is already back on the case. When Demolition is going to be able to get a ton of extra damage done with the Baron buff he still holds. But this is a fantastic decision. Now, this is the kind of play I'm talking about. They don't know where Chovy is. He's got all those control where it's bottom side. They're trying to check this bush, and because he has ult and the rest of the team is ready to pounce, 2 players versus 1 against a Tryndamere who can go immortal, you can't win that. And Zeus is trying to save the day, that's why he teleports in. But like, you lost your right leg and your left leg, and now you've lost your right arm with this composition, right? You're giving over pieces to Gen G instead of winning the full picture and the full fight. Now this is a fantastic decision from Faker because A, there's also a True Shot Barrage coming through, so you double your chances of stealing. And he's going to be able to get the health bars low for the follow-up Ezreal here. I actually love the decision from Faker. It looks like a throw from the outside perspective when you first see it happening, but he actually sets up so much damage here for a comp that excels on resets. Yeah. And they are able to take out the Leona right away off of his engage.
That's really the big thing. I mean, Diego will get the resets. Ezreal is fantastic in those skirmishes.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it was a good decision as well. As T1 are setting up here, the whole Zoid package is together. The 2 legs, the 2 arms, the head, everything is here. Now, can they win a team fight in this manner? I think that Faker has hit his 2-item power spike here, as Chovy is wrapping around, looking for the flank. They have a ward to spot him now. As you can see, they're absolutely taking that Tryndamere seriously with how much he has done in this game already.
Yeah, the positioning here from Faker is also good because he can get over this wall. And Chovy, you know, it can follow him, but does not want to pop his ult until he has a target he knows that Syndra can help collapse on and they can look for a kill. And because Quid and Chovy are so far away from each other, it's very difficult.
Over the wall he goes. Chovy looking to clear the pit, and he will. Lostbot, though, goes in alone, and he will be burst down. Ruler going to pop that ultimate, looking to take the team fight. In goes T1, but immediately has to flash away. Ruler already getting so much done on this champion of Zeri. And Chovy's positioning there to get over the wall and make sure that they commit to taking the Drake is fantastic.
This is such a good game of League of Legends. I'm liking what we're seeing from both of these teams. Now, Chovy is able to immediately come over here and try to get control of the bottom side of the map again. If anyone comes over here who's fragile, he can take them out. Still has his ultimate available, and he's just looking for permanent damage to turrets. That last fight was very awkward for Gen G, and yet still they collapse in at the last possible second, the right moment, get the Drake down, which gives them such a fantastic soul point here on the Mountain Soul versus the Poke. And they're able to exit with Luspa sacrificing his life. He's Zenith Blades in. And Ruler's ult here, I want to see actually how many people he hits with it. He's pushed away with the cast at first. Because if he hits a ton of people here, and he actually just completely whiffs it, if he hits a ton of people, I think this is actually a winnable fight for Gen G, but it's just not quite there yet.
You can see they were considering it, right? There were a lot of orbs on the ground for the Syndra. Everybody was kind of lined up for that. It was just a great engage from Chovy and Youngjae. These guys actually seem to have some really good communication, right? Because they went in together and the kick came at the perfect time. Chovy's right there to do the extra DPS so that they can secure the dragon. And from there, I think it was handled very well. As we're taking a look at the gold differences here, the Tryndamere is insane, the Zeri is insane, but the most insane of them all is the Corki. So I think for T1, you're still in a comfortable spot as long as you can protect Faker and actually land those missiles in the next team fight.
Yeah, and I think that's the critical one, because that's the team fight over Mountain Soul. And if you cannot win that fight, then Gen G become even more difficult to deal with, because this Tryndamere is already an issue. And the fact that he will have that extra shielding, all that extra stacked just straight up solo Drake armor that's going to be on top of him, that extra magic resistance.
Hull Breaker is just insane.
Yeah. But that's another issue to talk about too, because he's about to start, you know, three-shotting these turrets. He has Demolition. Like, he's 2 levels up on Zeus because he's been able to do so much more. And that is common, right? You know, Tryndamere doing way more than a Gragas in the mid to late game. That's how this is supposed to go. But it is quite terrifying how well Gen G are playing this comp macro-wise, team fight-wise, considering there are 3 substitutes, really, on this roster. I mean, Youngjae's not a Challengers player, but he's still a sub.
This is the crazy thing about Hullbreaker, in terms of specifically pushing, is that the Cannon Minion just doesn't die. And if you don't have enough wave clear, like a tank Gragas will not have, the turret's going down, unless you bring some of your allies down. And the Hullbreaker is just a good item in general, which is something we're seeing nowadays. Everybody's just building it, even just for the team fights, for what it offers as an item outside of, you know, buffing your Cannon Minions.
The Ezreal that's 0, 3, and 6 here is something that right now it feels like, oh wow, Ruler's so ahead, so this is kind of done, right? Because Zeri, like, I think a lot of people have this opinion that Zeri just is the greatest late game scaling carry. She is if she has the right circumstances, right? If she can hit the ult, get all that bounce damage done. Her Hurricane's done now, so she has that IM advantage over Gumusi at the moment. But we still have to continue to reiterate Gumusi's range advantage, despite being 2 levels down, can sometimes be enough to turn the tides of these battles. And as close as this game is right now, I still think the reason it goes either way is because the execution on these team fights for T1 is so important. And so far, the reason why Gen G has won so many of these is because they've had very nice engages, but also T1 hasn't always been all together, with the exception of that Drake fight. So if we do see T1 set up first on this next objective, the expectation is they should be able to chip away. But right now, Chovy is just maintaining non-stop control of this wave bottom side. He's got vision control there a lot of the time. He is going to need to clear some of that away now if he wants it. But Gen G have the ability to set up first, and that's what is so difficult for T1 to walk into.
They're going to have some issues here. Gen G do have control right now over this bottom river. Quid is here. He's got his teleport. He's clearing the wave. He's totally fine. He'll be there. Now, the package is available for Faker. That's the thing about current Corki on this patch, is that you always have the package for the big objectives as long as you time it right. As some pings did go down onto Chovy, and Chovy might just say, well, I'm just going to take your inhibitor. I mean, worst case scenario, we lose a Mountain Drake, but my team is in a great spot anyway.
This is the lead that Gen G can afford with this Mountain Soul Point, which is why Soul Point is something we talk about all the time. It's not the soul, but the ability to just ignore a fight, slow it down.
Oh man, Quid is lining these up, but he's actually going to bait Youngjae in a little bit. I don't think Youngjae should have committed to that, as we do have a flash now out of the Gen G jungler, and in goes Faker. He tries to Valkyrie out and he immediately gets taken down. Owner's looking for the resets, but he's not able to get the kill onto Lospa either. And it's all falling apart here for T1. Gen G Ruler is getting in there and taking names now on low health. He's able to secure a kill as well, and Chovy the entire time was taking the inhibitor.
Oh man, and this is the night to remember Gen G is looking for, right? Winning against all odds against this draft with these substitute players. He's looking for a solo kill here.
They want to end the game.
They want to end the game, and I think they very well can. There's a few minions here. He's got Demolition.
The cannon minion just got knocked with the cask. That's a fantastic move by Zeus. Otherwise, I think maybe they could have pushed to end.
By the way, Drake's still up, was not taken. can walk back and pick that one up, so you know you don't win the game, but you've got so much more to take. As this is, yes, a very big overextension here, arguably, for YoungJay, but he has stopwatch. And again, the objective here is to delay until Faker pulls the trigger and they punish. Look at the turn here. LSB instantly Xenoblades him. Can't get over the wall. And once Faker's out of this fight, Gumayusi, you can see he's trying to get into range, but this is a numbers game you just will not win. And they don't have any peel for him, because guess who's on the bottom side of the map dealing with Chovy? It's your Gragas. He's not here.
Yeah, and Zeus absolutely had to be down there to answer the call of the Tryndamere. As T1, they're going to just go for the Baron. They say, well, you're on a back right now. You're going for some buys. We're going to try to burst down this Baron. Chovy is going to be the first one to see this happening, as Ruler is in position. No flash for him, though. As T1, I think they should be able to get this Baron, but can they get out is the question. As they're on the run, in goes Chovy, and everybody comes in. The kick on the Zeus is decent, but it is a tank Gragas as they're turning this one around. The Corki and the Ezreal are doing the damage. Guma already with a couple of kills under his belt. And T1 pick up the Baron, ends 2 kills.
That was such a close fight for them, though. Like, if they actually get caught, you can see Quid was standing right behind Ruler in that choke. If he ends up hitting a Scout of the Week, Ruler wipes that team out. He might get a pentakill in that moment, but T1 played it well. They got out just in time. They know the speed at which they can clear this Baron, and they're able to get out of here. Quid is a little bit late to the party here. If he's actually here with Chovy, they can instantly blow up one of these carries. But now Quid's kind of stuck, like, all right, let's see if they turn and try to chase, because if they do, then we can stun them in this choke. Ruler, you can win the fight. But doesn't happen. T1's too smart, one step ahead. And now T1 have a lot of defensive Baron they can use here. The Baron power play is massive, especially because of those kills. But there's also gold to be taken on the map in terms of bounties here on these turrets. So T1 are very happy with this objective take that they get and the map control that comes with the Baron. They may have given the Mountain Soul, but they've gained something greater, which is the ability to set up for subsequent objectives seemingly permanently with what this Baron is going to give them.
Yeah, and Siege with this comp, as we already talked about, is insane. So they have the Baron, which makes it doubly insane. Zeus, again, he's just got to answer the call and see if he can stop Chovy. But again, he can't deal with the cannon minion, and there's another one. So this turret is going to go down. Chovy will take it out. As you see, Gumel was able to pick up the bounty for his team. And here's Faker. Hello. He's coming on in. And keep in mind that Chovy is a Tryndamere. He's trying to get those crits down, and he is just going to take his life just like that. Chovy doesn't give a damn.
Yeah, I think that's a miscalculation of Chovy having flash or not, because if he has flash, he always follows you over the wall there. And look how many resources are spent to kill him. He still gets a kill onto Faker, removes the Corki from the map, and also stops this Baron. The Baron was pushing bottom side, really eliminating those super minions from having any impact on the map. The fact that everybody has to come over to deal with this one Tryndamere who's getting all that Hullbreaker resistance means that you've given up all of your lead here and your Corki. And Chovy, just by himself, just swung the pendulum back into Genji's favor here. Is watch him follow this Valkyrie over the wall because he has flash. He's also Tryndamere, so he's able to buffer this through the wall, grab the kill there, then survive through. Then this forces all of T1 back. Look at the mini-map. Look at the pings coming down. We're going back to take the bottom side of the map. We're going to go get that control with these super minions.
Joey doesn't say a word. Just another day at the office for him. As, yeah, definitely not the best spot there for T1. As you mentioned, it takes all of their momentum out of their push. And they're also fighting into Mountain Soul here, which is going to be more and more difficult. Some of the guys here on Genji can pick up more defensive items. We already have the Zhonya's on the Syndra. Lee Sin has gone for a tanky item, the Force of Nature. And the Hullbreaker, as we mentioned already, for the Tryndamere. So they're getting a lot out of their triple Mountain Drake and the Mountain Soul buff. Yeah, I think they can absolutely fight a strong battle over this Elder that eventually comes in.
It's really the tanks that are the problem here for T1. The Force of Nature being done for YoungJay, plus those extra resistances you talk about. And the resistances that come from the Hullbreaker, it's going to be a tall order to stop Genji when they decide to pull the trigger. And again, trying to collapse onto this Tryndamere. See how it works out this time.
Yeah, it's going to take them a while, as he will Gale Force and spin. And that's the final call, final chapter rather, being used. And Chovy just spins away. So he'll be totally fine with that.
There's not any counter side laning going on, so T1 don't lose really anything from this outside of the Yuumi ultimate. So on a disaster here that Chovy walks out without ulting. But they were hoping maybe we can catch him. He doesn't have flash. Used it in that last exchange. But the clock is ticking. And T1 need to be the ones who are standing on that Elder Drake when it hits 0. Because if Gen G are the ones to stand on it, they have vision control. It becomes a nightmare for T1. And I know I've been talking about this a lot, but you could see it happen in each and every fight. Like, do Gen G have the control? Do they have the vision? They're the ones who initiate. If the opposite is true, then T1 is able to do a lot. They did overextend in that last time when Faker went over the wall there and was punished. But, I mean, I feel like we are witnessing a true miracle, like with Gen G, with this composition, with these players, with how well they've executed this, how well Chovy's played. Again, playing top on an off role for the second time in 2 years. And, you know, I mean, every card in the deck is stacked against Gen G, and yet, here we are. It's hard to believe that, like, if you showed me a screenshot of this moment and said this is how it's going to look after that draft, I would say, well, you might have made some alterations.
Yeah, or, you know, some mistakes might have been made. And I think that T1 have made mistakes in this game.
For sure.
In terms of the way they have handled team fights, them getting caught out of position, just alone, multiple times in a row, and the fact that Gen G handled it perfectly in those moments. They were confident to just chase him down. Chovy just going head first into 3 people under turrets and stuff.
And guess
knew
what?
Exactly how to play this.
Clock hits 0, Gen G is on the Drake first. They controlled the vision, they controlled this part of the map. T1 had to drop all these control wards, try to fight their way towards the pit. And you have to deal with Chovy. Like, he can end the game if you commit. And as T1, if you back off, you give the Elder. It's a lose-lose situation here. And you're going to need more than just a Gragas to stop Chovy, or he will kill your Nexus.
Yeah, and it's got to be Faker with the package to respond. And that means that the Elder's probably gone, right? So now Chovy, he's going to get low. He will probably die. He's trying to get on top of Faker, and that's a really nice body slam. So they should be able to take him out. But take a look at this Elder. It's taken them a while, though. Gen G have not put enough damage into this, and now Chovy, perhaps he overstepped his bounds here as it's 5v4. Faker and Zeus are back into this fight. The poke is coming through, but Ruler, he's got a good position. He's quite tanky himself. The ult is popped. As now they're trying to collapse here onto Owner. They want to take him out before this Drake gets low, but it's actually Gen G who has really low health bars at this point in time. Faker hits a huge big one into the back line.
You got to walk away as Gen G here. You got to get out of here. You're going to have to give it.
They're just going to have to give it, and that feels so bad for Gen G, but here come T1. They have fantastic chase with this Ezreal, with the Yuumi, and take a look at that. They're able to take down 2 of them. As now you can see Ruler, he's trying to get in and stop the waves and try to stop this game from ending.
He has to stop them from pushing through. There's still inhibitors up. There's still full health inhibitor turrets. So T1 will not be able to just finish off those kills and end the game. But it's Chovy's call to come in here, which seems brilliant at first. But the rest of the team is not able to. As you say, the real story of this replay is how they're not hitting the Elder Drake, how they're not putting it low and threatening a smite. 2 teleports available for the defenders mean they can instantly come over to this 5v4 fight. And Gen G's comp doesn't function on a half-health Elder with no Trendemir. Those in live, T1 are going to be able to take a Baron from this as well. So all map control should finally be back in their hands.
Yeah, and I think at this point, you can just group up as 5, go mid, or maybe bot, just to make sure you don't get backdoored, and go from there. And, you know, it was all that poke finally coming through for T1. This feels like one of the first team fights where we see how this team composition works for them, right? It's the late game. They have tons of poke with the Corki and Ezreal, and they're able to set up behind the Dragon and make it so difficult for Gen G to take that objective.
It's really such a fantastic, like, sword versus shield almost type of matchup we're watching here. The range is better for T1, but they struggle to actually get into position. Gen G, so much range, but they need to, or rather so little range, but they need to control these fights. As Chovy still has that Elder debuff, is definitely going to get out of here. But, you know, the way this one works out, or how close we are in terms of the kills right now, Gen G, even with the Mountain Soul and triple Mountain, are still struggling to end the game.
Why are they going top, though?
Yeah.
This is what I was talking about. I mean, you got to go mid and bot if you want to stop this game from ending. So, yes, they will do that. Faker, he doesn't quite have teleport.
I think that it was just because Chovy was there, and they were like, we need to stop the Chovy more than we need to stop the super minions in the non-inhibitor lane. I guess that's the idea here. I think your assessment is definitely correct. In a perfect world, you would definitely want to stop the bot push and push that in. But also means that you're not going to be able to get much with your Baron, which is still kind of just the case here, unfortunately. As the Hydra is done here for Gumusi, so they have even better siege than before. They could just push these minions down, and they are looking for permanent damage finally to the base with this wave. No package here for Faker, but still, the poke is really, he's level 18, 4 items.
No more Elder is a bit of a problem. You can see that the poke is there, but it takes a little bit, you know? They need a bit more time, but Chovy's not really giving them too much time here in the side lanes. As Zeus, he's hitting that point of no return where he just gets unbelievably tanky, and he's even able to win against Tryndamere, and we're seeing that here. This is before Owner got here. He was able to get Chovy extremely low, as no cask is available just yet, and the chase is on, but again, it's Tryndamere, so you're not gonna find him. You're not going to catch him. Owner is still chasing him just to make sure that he can't back and that his team can push to win.
T1 sieging comp together as 4 or 3 in this case without the Owner equation is still able to do more than one Tryndamere at the end of the day because they have such good siege and they're making it work. So, you know, slowly but steadily T1 are starting to get to this point where Genji's backdoors aren't really a threat. Chovy isn't able to actually do 1v2 or 1v3 as he was doing before, actual damage that T1 need to respect. T1 have now staved off this bottom pressure. The inhibitor, you know, is going to respawn here in 20 seconds. So T1 are feeling finally comfortable to actually fight for map control in a neutral setting with no Elder buff, with no Baron. Like, they actually can group up as 5 and start to look for vision exchanges and things like that. It's no longer a game about items here anymore at 42 minutes. It's a game about positioning. It's a game about errors. You know, will Genji make a mistake? Will they overextend? Will T1 get caught? These are the things that will really determine the last fight of this game, which will very likely be in a minute 40 on that Elder. The power of this mid inhibitor, though, for T1 is massive because we've already talked about their siege, their wave clear, but now they have essentially guaranteed prio.
Yeah, and, you know, we're getting to the end, and I do want to point out one thing about the items, specifically that both Gumayusi and Chovy have sold their boots. So no boots for those two players. Everyone else is pretty much approaching full build. I'm assuming that Ruler is wanting to keep his boots, and that's why he hasn't sold them just yet. And that's just going to be the case for that here. Pretty much full item builds, though, across the board.
He is backing right now. We'll see if he sells them, but it is very important for Zeri's kit to have that movement speed that the boots are going to provide, and he does not sell them, as you and I expect. As right now, Genji really just relying on Chovy to try to set up for this Drake fight. They've got a lot of wards placed around it. 45 seconds feels like a long time, but it's really not. I mean, we are getting down to the final moments of T1 needing to set up for this. As I hold my breath as Youngjae goes towards Gumayusi, who's got his crown. He did not shatter it, because that's going to be really critical. You've got to dodge those. If the crown goes down, it's a huge boon for Genji, actually. He's able to hold on to it.
Yeah, and you can see that Chovy, even without there being Baron minions, he's still struggling to push into Zeus. Like I said, you know, there was this tipping point. Zeus is tanky enough now. And we do have package here for Faker as well. So it's a bit early, I would say. I think that unless T1 are going to look for a fight in the next 30 seconds, Faker's not really going to get too much value out of that package. But even just the threat of the package can sometimes be enough.
They get Genji pushed back here. Genji no longer have Drake prio.
Okay. Well, Quid barely exists anymore. That was one big one that is coming in. They're mostly dodging the rest of them, but there's also barrels. There's the cask available here for Zeus. As we see the wraparound here from the Lee Sin, from Youngjae, the poke is coming in. Quid is trying to do his best to have an effect as there's the kick. They get on top of Gumayusi and he goes down. No more Ezreal in this fight, but Faker is kiting it out perfectly, and he put the package down so that his team could kite and get away from this.
Ruler's still alive, though. I don't know if you've got a prayer here, T1. Ruler's on the chase. This is going to be so difficult. Now, Faker's still alive, as you mentioned. He still has his res available. Oh, this is so tense.
This fight,
reset.
It's not over. You can see that Ruler now. He's backing away, but he's got full health. He's got a shield. Well, that shield is gone now. So you can see that T1 is very much confident to continue hitting this Elder.
T1 saying, come at me, come to me. Youngjae, you don't have that kick anymore. It's coming up in just a few seconds, but it's not ready yet. Now it's up. This is their last chance.
And this is a 4v4 right now. We're just trying to get Youngjae into the pit and trying to get this down. The Elder Drake is going low. Who's going to pick up the flip owner? Goes extremely low, and it's Faker who picks up the Elder and probably will get the win in this fight because of it. Ruler is desperately trying to kite, but he will not be able to by the end. And finally, T1 have seemingly won this game.
It's over now. It all came down to that final Elder. We talk a lot about how we're going extreme late game. Every game of the LCK with the Corki ends up going to Elder. I wouldn't necessarily call this one a flip, though. It was just a chaotic battle as T1 will close out this first game. But damn, did Gen.G give us a show. With this composition, we looked at that draft. I think most people think there's no chance, there's no way. But they made it damn close. And if we're going to see 3 games of this, sign me up.
Oh, yeah. Give me more of this. Nexus goes down, GG, T1. As we kind of expected at the very beginning, we have come so far since the very beginning. But it was a T1 victory in the end. And Faker, there were some good moments. There were some wacky moments and not so good moments. But at the end of the day, he got the job done. I think his package there at the end, the last fight, was crucial for making sure that Ruler didn't just 1v9 his entire team. I think if that package wasn't there, he probably would have just rolled over all of them.
And it's certainly another one of those games that truly illustrates that if played correctly, if you can walk that fine line, if you can play the perfect team fight, if you can be patient and you can use the experience that this roster has of 4 players who's played together at Worlds, who played together all through the end of summer, you can pull it off even with a deficit, even with an inhibitor down, even with a Tryndamere who's ripping your base apart at every second. You could still pull it off. You could still come back, and Corki is still extremely strong, and they did have the good range. And their composition, I think, plus their tenacity and how few mistakes they made in crisis moments, it just goes to show you that it's not over till the Nexus falls, and the LCK, maybe it's not over till that second Elder Drake falls. But
yeah,
it was really well played on both sides. One of the best games of LCK Spring so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though it did feel like all 5 members of Gen.G really putting their all in, it still felt like it was Chovy and Ruler desperately trying to push their team over the line. There were some great moments from Chovy on the split push. Ruler, of course, trying to win those team fights single-handedly at times. But I have to say that Quid, Youngjae, and LSB had some pretty solid gameplay as well. Like, they didn't drop the ball or anything like that. And they were part of the reason why we got to this moment in time.
LSB had some really great punishes. That punish on Faker, especially when he went for that all-in, was really awesome to see. My biggest shout out here is ㅣ. He handled Chovy so well, was able to then defeat some of his pushes later, had great peel in those crucial moments, some great ult engages as well. Such a great, well-rounded game we had. We saw a little bit of everything.
Yeah. And we got down to about 45 minutes in that one. We'll have to see what the next game holds in store, but first a break and then the analyst chairs.
진짜 와이파이 했거든. 리신 봐봐, 리신. 아래.
궁 걸었거든. 전면.
먹었어. 나 제리.
못 맞췄다.
괜찮아. 나 힐대.
와볼래?
위 봐줘.
천천히.
바론.
아니, 미드.
잘못 말했다.
한타 체리 한 번만 해주자. 나이스.
이거 트림 궁이 또 다 있다.
선제병이다 개사기네. 나 궁 있다.
끝날만 하자.
얘 유치한 돌았어.
내가 그냥 몸 대고 밀어도 돼.
그래 될 것 같아.
형들 집중 좀 해야 할 듯.
와볼래? 집중했어.
가비.
다행이다.
잡아.
다행이다.
이겼으면 된 거지. 뭐.
나이스.
긴급.
뭐?
워러 이슈.
아, 그 물 달라고 하면 돼요.
나 쫄았잖아. 워터 이슈.
여기요.
감사합니다.
자, 들어가자.
정면에 붙을 때
쭉 빼봐. 왜 더한타 있어 이거?
초식에 이거
야, 성원이 형 봐줘야 돼.
앞라인 포커싱 해봐.
나쁘지 않은데, 내일보다.
야, 진 찼어. 진 높을. 앞다리부터 볼게, 상현아. 야, 바로 봐야 돼. 용 봐야 돼. 싸움 봐야 돼.
걸렸다.
천천히 봐봐.
높을.
태원이 조냐 했고.
빨려 들어왔다. 가인 빠지고.
오케이.
한탄 천천히. 빅토르 정화 빠지고.
야, 진 높을. 빼볼래, 이제?
빼고 살아라.
더 이상은 안 되겠다.
장로 빠지고 얘는 지금 싸우고 싶을 거야.
장로 20초.
빅토르 노공.
걸어야겠다, 이거. 천천히 볼게. 야, 장로 10초 남았어. 싸울 수 있나? 장로 8초.
이거 참고 5초만 더.
5, 4, 3. 볼게. 장로 끝났어. 3초. 이제부터 볼게. 바로
빅토르 봐줘.
빅토르 확실히 봐봐. 골폭 맞았고.
쫓아.
켜줄게.
밑에 넥서스밖에 없다 우리.
천천히 싸움 보자.
보자.
오케이.
천천히 해봐.
야, 진. 야, 바텀 텔 타봐. 다 텔 타봐.
끝내볼까, 그냥 이거?
끝내볼만해.
높을. 네, 레오나 살아나서 힘들 수도.
준야도 없어. 태어나.
끝낼 수 있어 얘들아?
빼랑 안될 것 같으면. 아니, 해볼만해.
확실하게 해봐. 그러면.
높을. 앞라인 치면서 해봐. 20초야. 야, 끝났어. 다행이다.
얘들아.
진짜 잘했다.
자, 끝까지 아껴.
실바님 저 물 한 병만 주실 수 있나요?
저도 물 하나만 주세요.
감사합니다.
약, 갑니다.
우리 세트 위치 봐.
걸리지 마.
나쁘지 않다.
나 괜찮아. 앞에 가자. 넘기게. 지금 높을.
나이스.
나이스.
앞으로 가자.
장로 갈래?
앞으로 가자.
앞에 봐줘. 가줄게.
딜커트 필.
빅토르 피.
다 필이야.
뛰어.
나이스. 좋았어. 나 리신 하고 싶은데 그냥.
오케이.
하자.
나이스.
탑딴거 같아. 나이스.
요번에
나
천천히
이 없어. 얘는
치면 안 돼.
요번에 인식 한번.
이거 날려.
왔어.
이거 리신 와볼래? 리신 와봐.
나 앞에 봐줄 수 있어. 앞에 봐줄 수 있어. 호응 돼?
해도
오케이.
돼. 앞에 봐줘.
앞에 봐줘.
나이스. 우리 다 왔어.
잡았어. 게임 끝낼 수 있어.
끝내러 가자.
2대0.
나이스.
아, 이거
나이스.
태훈아 너 질까?
이거 거
아니요. 왜 안 가?
게임이나 해야죠.
태훈아 괜찮아?
You okay?
너 오케이. 다 그러면서 느는 건데 괜찮아.
나는 갱을 절대 안 당해줘. 미안하지만.
가볼까?
누구 미드 누구 왔나?
카르마.
뭐야? 바로 갔네. 쏘리.
카르마 높을.
잡았어.
오케이, 잡았네.
게임. 근데 이득이야?
야,
높을 잡았어.
나이스.
야, 용부터.
라이징으로 끝내는 것도 얘네 생각할 것 같거든?
어디 뭉텅 이런 데 가야 될 것 같긴 한데.
가야죠. 일단 사는데 좀 멀어, 근데.
라이징으로.
이거 터뜨려줘.
나 뺄게.
이거 스틸한다 얘네. 때리지 마. 빠져봐. 때리지 마. 장로 때리지 마.
자, 오플이야. 나 피우 좀 하고 올게.
우리 PF 해야 돼. 기다려봐. 시간 끌어줘.
얘네가 시간 끄면 우리 끝나 게임. 이거 해야 돼. 쭉 봐야 돼.
쪼고 봐야 돼.
자, 뒤에.
오케이.
다운.
이거 데이트. 라이즈.
나이스.
먹겠어. 싸봐.
아 까비 까비.
나 죽었고.
나 부활 나 부활.
천천히.
가져가지고.
나이스.
야 진짜 미안해. 아 그래.
진짜 미안.
진짜 미안하다.
아 미안하지 말고 다음 판 캐리해주면 돼.
짜증나.
심호흡 조금 해야 돼. 심호흡.
Let's get let's get let's get let's get.
벌써.
그러긴 했는데.
괜찮아.
나이스.
뭐 한번 해볼게. 못 봤어.
잡았어.
죽었다.
앞으로 가자. 최대한 캐틀 볼게 나.
잡아줄게 그냥.
캐틀. 아이고.
진 노플.
빨렸다 얘네.
진 노플 넣고.
너무 깊었다. 너무 앞으로 가는데? 실수하는데 이 친구들.
얘네 바텀 민다.
하고 있어.
짜고 돌려. 가자. 야 이제 캐틀.
케이틀린.
크렘 봐줘. 그거 길게 싸워. 뭐야? 앞에 좋아.
성준이요.
야얘 높여.
상체 뭔 일이야 이거. 잘했다.
상체 씨.
캐틀 카르마를 풀어.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the analytical chairs and this beautiful rug as well that you see before us. What an incredible game. You thought that you weren't allowed to have Corki. Well, I raise you Corki and Yumi at the same time. Chronicler?
Yeah, and Azriel. That's a combination that I think should generally not be had by anyone, but it did. And I was not expecting, after this draft, a game that was as close as it was. I think a lot of credit due for Gen G. They have a lot of elements to try and go for proactive plays, but with the amount of peel and safety available for T1, it's really about punishing mistakes proactively, and they did.
Yeah.
So actually, based on this draft, I'd expect T1 to just sit for 20 minutes and then win for free, which I guess kind of happened, but not really.
I mean, if you have a look at the time of the game, things like this, you see Corki on the side of the winning team and the game went over 40 minutes. You're like, well, this is a very classic LCK game, very slow, and then Corki eventually wins, but that was straight up not how this one worked. There's actually so much to talk about, but I want to begin with ㅣ2022 just a little bit. Yes, he was on the losing side, but this guy was built in a laboratory to play top lane. Look at these champions. Look at, like, the win rate on the On, not so good. Of course, a lot of those games were had, I believe, in the 2018 LCK final. Probably my favorite final of all time, but he was on Griffin, and Griffin lost that series that did go 5 games long. But definitely a fantastic win rate on the Aatrox. That is actually larger than that if you include his times outside of just the LCK as well. So ㅣ2022, pretty good top laner.
Yeah, who would have thought? If you're great at laning and you're in a lane that can't really punish as much. So I thought
and also staying by yourself in a lane, is Hullbreaker just built for ㅣ2022?
Maybe it was just put in the game so ㅣ2022 would finally rule swap the top.
Yeah, Pokemon Trainer Red finally actually going to be a thing. But I think we have to get into our highlights as quickly as possible because things started okay for Gen G. We were actually having a conversation about this, and getting the Mountain Soul was definitely part of a long slew of win conditions that Gen G had to hit.
And that is the interesting thing about this game. I actually think that Quid and Youngjae playing much better than expected. This looks troll, right? And I want to highlight that. But when you think about what's happening on the map, I don't think it's as bad as it initially looks, because T1 is 100% forced to make a play here.
Yeah.
While this is happening, Gragas at this point does not have the resistances to deal with the Tryndamere. So what is happening is if they don't do anything there, and they have limited engage, if you look at the draft, then they just lose, because Tryndamere is just going to end the game. And they can't give Soul either, which in the end, Gen G end up getting.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, Faker would look a lot less silly if the Valkyrie out had have actually worked. We see so many times the package in, Valkyrie out. If he does that, then they set up a line of scrimmage behind an impassable firewall, and everything's fantastic. But the CC chain was brilliant from Gen G.
It was still not a great play, but I do think that you need to take into context what was happening on the other side of the map. And Gen G kept setting up those type of situations.
No, they absolutely did. Let's get into our next highlight as well and really go over how things happened. Beginning, of course, with ㅣ2022 down here on the bottom side, trying to find the kill. The package working out so well. And this is how T1 mitigated the problem.
And this is attempt number 2, right? Where Gen G set up basically a similar scenario, but it's not enough, unfortunately, for them. And Ruler, as much damage as he did, was never really able to hit that peak Zeri status because of how good the scaling was in the opposite team. And we even saw multiple fights. Oh man, those rockets. Corky, right?
Yep.
Fun. Actually really showcases that Gen G at 98 point was way closer than I expected, provided the amount of challenger talent and Youngjae subbing in here. Also really good presence of mind here, pulling the waves, making sure that T1 can't end. But that was kind of the point, even though we might not feel like it initially, but I think T1 had really had it in the bag, because now you have 2 insane hyper carries with a Yuumi, and as long as either Ezreal or Faker survives, you're good.
Exactly right. Let's go to the final fight, though, because, yes, there was another Elder. That looked like the game-winning fight. I got a little bit confused. I was like, did we have the right note? That's just how it worked out, as this was the last one.
And before this, T1 actually played it extremely well. Really, really slow, able to consistently find themselves timing out the ultimate from Ruler, who otherwise might have had more of a chance. And in the end, there's so many Challengers players in the LCK this week, and we see that Fiesta is still with us in spirit. It remains an Elder flip. Multiple this time around, which...
We also, we do need to state the fact that Chovy missed his ult in the last fight as well. Of course, with incredible burst damage like that, you really want to try and get the maximum value out of it, but unfortunately a little bit greedy not pressing the button. Chovy goes down, and then 4v4 actually, but the value of Chovy in those team fights is so high. He needs to create the chaos so that Ruler can pop around in the backline, otherwise the composition doesn't really work. But let's see whether it is going to be a Corki player of the game. Let's bring it up on your screen right now, and it will be indeed Faker picking that one up. Close to 200% gold efficiency as far as damage is concerned. Not too bad, but it's Corki. It's really hard for me to really understand what this means.
I am a broken man.
I know.
I had to vote for Corki again.
I know.
And we just always vote for Corki.
It's a weird world that we live in, that like Wolf is the optimist. He probably threw his vote over to Gragas. He's like, no, Corki's not going to get this one. We'll be fine.
The itemization, I think, from Zeus actually playing a huge part as well, with 2 Frozen Hearts being built. A lot of the impact of both Ruler and Chovy was substantially mitigated. Even Lee relies on weaving in orders to make optimum use of his passive. And at this late in the game, Yuumi just runs over everything. But it was Faker that, especially in the later stage of the game, I think had an incredible one. Gumayushi had his highlight moments, but as long as either of those 2 stayed alive, they would have been fine. And in most of the late game times, thanks to his positioning, it was Faker. That one play didn't quite pan out, but as we mentioned previously, don't think it was as egregious as one would have thought. And you know Wolf.
Jonas Strong and Wolf, true savants, trying to save these votes. I actually do want to say that I think Zeus had an incredible game, because Chovy was very, very oppressive there on the top side of the map, definitely found the advantages that he wanted to, but didn't manage to get any of the solo kills. And then the zoning barrels that were around those Elder fights, you look to see like what Zeus was actually doing that game. He was absolutely fantastic. So just wanted to throw some defense out to Jonas Strong and to Wolf. But ladies and gentlemen, game 2 is right around the corner. So let's throw it back to Valdez and Wolf.
Thank you, Atlas and Chronicler, for throwing it back to us. We are ready for game number 2. T1 up against Gen G. It went the distance. We went to 2 Elders. And Faker ends up with the POG. Sounds like an LCK day.
Yeah. Atlas knows me too well. I knew my vote was going to Gragas, as it often does, but I thought it was a great game from Faker too. He was definitely the one that my pencil hovered before I did the lock-in on the top, as it will be red side that Gen G selects here, and given that you have a player who is a mid-player off-swapping to top, and you might not see him swap to top actually, you do want to have those solo lane counter picks, so it's not a shocker to see Gen G choose this side once again. And T1 here, very much, I think, you could look at the faces of the players, you know that they won that game off of those last Elder fights, and it was closer than it should have been. I think there's certainly a level of frustration. I'm going to try to keep the mental straight here with blue side and first pick.
Yeah, and Gen G is definitely one of those teams that, through many metas, they have gone for the red side as well. I'm just mostly curious to see if the Corki gets through again. If Gen.G feel like it's okay, you know, we can handle this. So far, we do have Xin Zhao not banned just yet from T1 like they did in the first game.
Yeah. If Elios ban here, it does point towards T1 potentially, if there's a Corki ban, going for the Zeri pick first themselves for Gumayusi. And that is the expectation. I think Gen.G will, I mean, I would go as far as to say I don't think they're afraid of the Corki. I think they can do it again. It's actually going to be banned by T1, so we're just not going down that path whatsoever here. And now you can ban the Zeri. Don't think you're too worried about something like a Renekton first pick coming through.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the way to go for it. T1 basically saying, we don't want to handshake Corki Zeri again. Ruler's looking pretty nice on that pick. So let's just go for something a little bit more standard, ban out all the OPs. Will Gen.G take the handshake? Well, no they won't. They're just going to ban away Karma again, and this gives first pick Zeri over to T1 if they would gladly accept it, which they will. They will. Of course.
Now, how do Gen.G want to try to punish this lane is what we're going to find out here. Jinx has been a very common response, and we see sometimes the Jinx Nautilus, because Nautilus can actually shut Zeri down very well, not only in the laning phase, but of course, more importantly, later on in those late game team fights, because when you ult her, she will get hit no matter what. The pivot to the Yuumi here as a denial, more than it being strong against the Zeri. Now, if we see something like a Yuumi Lucian lane here, then things are going to get very out of hand very quickly, and that is what it's looking like from the outset here. Well, we'll see, but Lucian is still very much a flex pick that could be played bottom, mid, or top, especially with this lineup, so we'll wait and see what else they show us before we make that decision.
Yeah, picked in tandem with the Yuumi does feel like a bottom lane, especially because Lucian is definitely not part of the meta at this point in time. I love how they take away the Yuumi, though. I think giving Tom and Jerry over to T1 would probably be another draft death sentence.
Now you've got another problem, though.
Yeah.
You have the Lulu Xin Zhao and Lulu Zeri. Both of those are very, very strong right now, as Chubby gives a shout out to his currently ineligible to play teammate. As if we just see the victor here, you know, I mean, it's not a shocker. It does shore up a lot of your late game scaling, because, you know, if you're running a Lucian here, you are going to be losing a lot of that in terms of the AD carry role where we are expecting it to go. And now you have the ability to take away some of those late game AP scalers from T1. You know, the Azir might be something that Faker is looking towards here with this draft. The Jace, obviously going to shut down a lot of early games for Chovy's top lane.
Yeah, does of course increase the chance that we see a Gwen. We'll see which side it does go for. If to either side, Gwen totally ignored in game number 1.
That camera shot we just had was like some of the most fantastic camera work I've ever seen a band pick. Goes from the sign that says, "Are you going to give me 8 wins in a row?" Then focuses on Polt on stage. Love to see that from our camera team. As Tryndamere banned away. Not an option this time, as you say. And the Rise that Faker has loved to play here in the mid lane so much, despite being 0-3 on it, is going to be taken away. And that's one way you can really shut down T1's ability to rotate around the map very quickly in the late game with this comp that and kind of avoid fighting and skirmishing around this Lucian early. And the Yone does get taken out here as well. Definitely a fun one to see in both mid and top right now. It's actually more popular in top lane in Korea than it is in mid currently in pro play, but still very rare.
Yeah, and Chovy's definitely one of those guys that can pilot it, so a bit of a target towards that a couple of times in a row now. Now we're thinking about the Jarvan.
I mean, really strong with the Yuumi here. It's really got a lot of great synergy with Victor, too, in terms of setting up team fights and doing that damage. A lot of great Rift Herald control. As the Gnar is hovered here. Now, this is also a pretty strong discourage towards the Gragas pick. It's been seen as a very strong counter pick to the Gragas. I don't know if that's really what Gen.G had in mind. There's the Azir I talked about earlier. You know, I would have rather seen the Azir ban over the Jace here, just because it gives T1 such great scaling. It's Faker's Azir, so there's obviously that.
Look at Chovy's face. Like, he's not playing Gragas, okay? Like, it will be a Yasuo lock-in. And you'd have to imagine that that is going to the top lane in the hands of Chovy. Now, we've seen top Victor in other metas, but I don't think that's what we're going to see in this one.
Doesn't look like it, especially considering, like, if it wasn't Quid in this lineup and it was Doran, I would be feeling like, okay, it's probably going to be mid Yasuo, and it's going to be as your screen kind of shows you, with Doran playing the Victor. But given that it is Quid, put him on a control mage. That's kind of his bread and butter. Chovy will be playing the Yasuo in the top lane, and we'll be facing off against the Gnar. And Azir versus Yasuo is a matchup we don't see too often, but it is not going to be very easy. You know, if that is what we would see, right? You know, like, it's also another reason why I don't think that's where this is going. Because if you're Yasuo into an Azir, you're just going to be getting chipped away at non-stop. So you need the Victor in the mid lane. Scaling-wise, this T1 comp has got it all. It's got the damage on the Azir, it's got the Zeri, and it has almost unlimited engage between the Lulu, the Gnar, and the Xin Zhao. On the side here of Gen G, it's really about getting a tempo lead, similar to last game, and trying to really hold on to it. Will be, you know, again, the swaps here coming through we expect, but let's see what happens when we get on the Rift.
We'll have to wait and see where the players do go, as always, as it looks like we're just about ready for game number 2. Hopping onto the Rift here, once again, T1 versus Gen G, same sides. And I kind of like the draft for Gen G just because I feel like they're really playing into, well, let's have Chovy or Ruler carry us, right? Like, we have an idea to counter the Zeri lane in the bottom side. We take the Yuumi away and we put the Lucian with it. Let's see what Ruler can do in terms of dominating the lane down there. And then you also have Chovy playing Yasuo. He gets the counter pick, right? So in terms of, like, overall team composition, maybe it's not all entirely there, you know, as you mentioned, maybe you need that tempo lead to get things going, but I like how they know where, you know, where the bread is buttered, you know?
Yeah,
like,
no, exactly.
They know where the carries are right now for Gen G.
And this is very similarly to how they drafted in their previous series this week, right? The first time they had their, they had LSB in, right, and Youngjae, and then, you know, they drafted around Doran and Chovy. And now that Doran is no longer able to be played, they're drafting around Chovy and Ruler. So the ability for Lucian to really take off in this bottom lane is quite high, because Zeri's low range, doesn't have the best wave clear early on, and is going to be, you know, taking a lot of that press the attack damage in any sort of trade. And because LSB is on the Yuumi, can speed him up, can heal him, can give him a lot of opportunities to really force those trades. As here comes Chovy.
Here we go already. It's a couple of hits, and the hop is taken first by Zeus. He says, okay, well, whatever. Totally fine to just take hop first and get out of here.
Trades health well here. And, you know, it's not gonna take him very long to get his level 2. He's got the Doran's shield, so mitigate some of that.
Yeah, we do see the lethal tempo taken here by the Yasuo.
Yep. Grasp for Zeus in this one. Common response. Okay, he's being very aggressive here right before 2 is hit. He's gonna be very careful about how he trades towards Zeus if he messes these up.
Man. This is dirty.
Yeah, it's dirty.
Youngjae is already down here in the bottom lane. The flash, flag, and drag as Gumiusi gets over the little wall, but they have exhaust. And that should be enough damage as they hand the kill over to the Yuumi.
And critically, though, yeah, that was definitely an error there, but critically, it's the AD carry who dies, not the Lulu, so this means that Zeri is going to have to get back to lane. And you can see, you probably saw there on the minimap, if you're watching closely, that she can kind of wall ride her way back very quickly.
Yeah, kind of like Bard.
Yeah, so she can get back to lane faster than a lot of other AD carries, but still. As this is just an early level 2 gank from Youngjae, punishing the fact that level 2 was hit first here for T1's bot duo. And even with the flash here from Keria, just no way, unfortunately, for Gumiusi to get out. They will force a second flash to be used. But at the end of the day, very big win here, and this is exactly what you're trying to accomplish with this lane.
Yeah, you know, it's they're getting down and dirty here in game number 2, right? You can respect it, I think. You know, go red and in there, down to the bottom lane immediately. There was a ping on the blue buff, like a go ping, and I think it was from Faker, and he was moving over to try to actually ward it. As we see here, Chovy is actually undefeated, 4-0 on the Yasuo. We actually had Zeus was 5-0 on the Gragas before the last game, and now he's 6-0. So congrats to Zeus to keeping up that Gragas win rate.
Yeah. There's also, you know, the Gnar he started making a name for himself here on in the LCK, and he's back on it now in this very critical match that is looking to leave T1 8-0. Yeah, we look at Faker.
73 LCK games.
74% win rate.
Whoa. And this will be his 74th game.
That's right.
Whoa. Math.
If only he could just get a draw in this game to make it perfect.
We can make it happen.
The you know, top side of things here for Chovy is going to be pretty tame through this mid game. It's really going to be more about what he can do in these upcoming team fights, especially the Rift Herald fight. This is not a matchup where Yasuo just dunks on the Gnar early and starts getting solo kills. So it's not like the Yasuo versus the Corki, where you can actually just take 20 CS away from the Corki in the first few minutes of the game. So it's going to be a little bit slower up there in this Yasuo scenario. Is just the back timing here for Ruler allows Gumayusi to grab plates. And this is what Zeri does. If she gets on a turret, she just kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of funny how her auto attacks work. She doesn't blow up the turret, but she just kind of grinds away on it. It's almost like she's brushing the plates off the turret.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll pick up those
Gotta
plates.
get those dirty plates off.
Yeah.
Gotta use your brush. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny the way this bottom lane is working. So they got first blood on Zeri, and then now she's ahead. Now Gumayusi's ahead, and also he has 2 plates already. So that is really feels good, man, there for the T1 side, you'd have to assume.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the situation was with the back timing there, because we were looking elsewhere, but pretty unfortunate. Youngjae is hovering this lane, but Owner is here unbeknownst to Gen G. They know now.
Oh, but Youngjae could try to counter gank this one. Chovy playing it scared, but Youngjae and Chovy don't want any piece of this. They do not want to fight against Mega Gnar and Xin Zhao at level 5, okay? As he hits level 6 now, and Chovy's in a really unfortunate spot here. He will be the sacrifice and hand it over to Owner on the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and he's just not even going to flash. He knows he's dead. This was the worst possible time to try to make this play. Unfortunate with the Gnar bar there. If Owner comes up, you're in big trouble. And Ward there on the brush as well, and you're just kind of stuck. You can't really back out of it, you know? Once Gnar engages on you, you're dead. And Chovy will be the sacrificial lamb. Youngjae's just going to have to hold this wave, unfortunately, until he can return. It is Ignite Yasuo as well. So no teleport, and this is very standard, very common, but it just means that your jungler has to sit there and babysit for a minute. As the ward is there, like they knew he was coming up and still wanted to try to make the counter gank play happen here, which is a bit odd considering, as you and I can plainly see, the Gnar bar was sitting and waiting. Yeah, they don't have level 6 on the Yasuo, so I mean it's a level 6 Gnar. Pretty bad circumstance here to try to make this play happen, unfortunately, for the duo there on the top side.
Yeah, just the timing was just about as unfortunate as it could be, right? Like, level 6 Gnar, Mega Gnar, as, speaking of timing, they're going to force the flash here out of the Victor. This is also pretty common stuff in the LCK. Always try to get that flash down and then try to go for a follow-up gank a little bit later when Azir gets his ult up before the flash cooldown is ready. And that's going to make this top lane a lot easier, right? Because Zeus goes back, he gets not only the plated steel caps, but also a lot of parts of the phase, right? He's going to be so annoying. He has so much health already. He's a level ahead. And it just, it takes so much of the pain out of this lane for T1. Zeus just gets to have a lot of fun now.
Yeah. Wind walling a house, you're not feeling too good about how things are going. As, yeah, T1 have such a nice advantage here in this game, too, because the bottom lane has gone so much better than it's supposed to. And this is because Youngjae has spent his resources on the top side of the map instead of down here. Yes, they were able to get that first pick, but it was, you know, a kill onto a Yuumi. And the lane control very quickly went back over to Gumayusi and Keria. And now he's taken a trip down, but there's a control ward there in the river, and it's very easy for that duo to back away.
Yeah, it's not only the fact that Gumayusi was able to come back so easily, but also the fact that Youngjae sacrificed a lot to make that play happen. And now you see that he's a level behind, especially because Owner was able to pick up the kill on the top side. So Owner's now accelerated. T1 are winning in the top lane, the jungle, the bottom lane. Like, everything is going well for them. Mid lane is going even, but they were just able to get that flash out of Quid. So
there's
all the momentum is in their favor right now.
Yeah, there's an incredible amount of control that goes to T1. And with it, they are going to try to win out the top and bottom lanes, take away some jungle, and look for a Drake with the position they have here instead of trying to start Rift Herald. And I love this choice because with the amount of top prio that Zeus is kind of guaranteed here, there's no way that they could start it. Zeus goes and checks just to be sure. There's no way they could start it, and T1 should be able to get over there regardless of whether they take the Drake. Now, they did not actually full commit, especially after seeing the Herald.
Guma's here alone, and he's taken a huge back massage. He will have to flash away from that one. A lot of respect shown. He doesn't want to give up a kill at this moment in time. Blows both summoners. He says, okay, I was a little bit out of position. And, of course, Lucian Yuumi can collapse so quickly. So.
And as a result of that play there on the bottom side and the fact that he was alone, we will see objectives traded here. The Herald for the Drake. And will Ruler be able to get the double plates here? Looks like he'll get at least one. I don't know about two, especially with Keria being very aggressive here.
Wow, not even one.
Yeah, yikes. So this is a really nice swing here for T1 in terms of the gold department. And I think that plate gold is up.
Here we go. No flash available. Right into the open, loving arms of the Xin Zhao. Easiest kill you've ever seen.
I mean, you called it. We talk about it so much. First ult gets the flash, second ult gets the kill. And if you have a jungler that has set up CC really easy to execute, like the Xin Zhao, I mean, it's about as easy as counting to two.
Pretty
One,
much, yeah.
Faker ult. Two, Owner collapses in, gets the knock up.
Yeah. I liked the angle of the Shurima Shuffle. Did see coming in there.
It's hard, too, as Quid to outplay this, because if you just are not in range to get Shuffle ulted as Chovy.
Oh, boy. This is not going well for him, is it? He's looking for a knock-up now, as he will hit Quid, but the Sun comes in at the same time. And by Quid, I mean Owner, of course.
That was a
he's
sick
actually
flash.
going to be able to get away just for a moment, as Zeus will hit him with the house. Again, not going to be fun to try to block that one.
Yeah, no, he flashes it here. Can they actually, maybe they wanted to wait and get the charge on the inner. I'm surprised they drop it here. It is going to be a lot of control, and it will remove Chovy's turret, so he is just going to be a sitting duck. But could have given money to Zeri instead on the bottom side, but it's just too tempting of an offer to refuse here for Zeus, or rather for Owner, considering Zeus' control over the wave of the lane.
This game is out of control.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of game we expected in this series.
Nice little 2v2 on the bottom side. Terry getting a lot of damage done. Wild Growth here onto Keria. He's barely going to go down. As you see that Yuumi picks up the kill with the Ignite. As Guma, though, he does have a nice health advantage, but again, it's against the Yuumi, so he'll probably just push and get out of here. Basically the only good thing that's going on for Gen G is that the cat has some kills.
The cat has some kills. Definitely wished it was the Lucian that has the kills, but
yeah.
Going on to the cat right now is, you know, Ruler will sit down there and farm a little bit longer, but the Ruler scenario, like the angle for him on this Lucian pick, is really that he's supposed to get so much of a lead that Zeri loses CS, you get a lot of plates, and then he's running around the map killing people. Like, he's trying to get tempo advantages, he's trying to punish the Azir ganks and stuff like that. And instead, he's just kind of a sitting duck, and now that Chovy dies here, loses flash, and now no longer will have a turret because of the Rift Herald commit, Chovy's farming is actually a challenge for him now. Like, he's no longer even like, oh, okay, well, like, what can I do against this lane, and like, how can I separate teammates, or team fights? He's like, I can't even actually get items. This is really well handled by Ruler, but...
And it comes down to the draft again. You know, they went for some risky picks that we don't see very often, and they tried to allow Chovy and Ruler to carry. And unfortunately for them, that has not happened at all here. As you see that Ruler's taking a ton of damage, and Owner might just be able to kill the two of them by himself. The teleport does come in as they get closer to the turret,
but they know
they're not going to dive there.
T1 know Quid's teleporting. He's the only one who has it, so they're like, okay, well, Victor's going down here. Let's try to grab another plate mid. Let's keep pushing this. As even if Chovy hits that knock-up, and even if he ults, you know, Faker's at full health, he's not even worried about it in the slightest.
Yeah, flash available.
Yeah.
So you see, even Zeus is able to just cheaply enter the enemy jungle and be extremely annoying here as well.
He knows that Chovy can't farm safely because they have no control of the top side of the map. The wave is up here. So he's like, where could Chovy be? Oh, he's probably trying to get either the Gromps, or not the Gromps, rather the Krug Bros, or he's trying to get, I can't remember the name of it right now. He's trying to get the Krug Bros, or he's trying to get the red.
Krug Bros.
Yes. And
or the red boy.
Or the red, which he does, of course, get. So they come over and just spot him out, confirm where he is. As I think Genji missed the Krug Bros right now.
Yeah.
Sadly, they're old Krug Bros.
Yeah, and now with red buff that Zeus was very nicely able to pick up, he is harassing so annoyingly against this Yasuo. Yasuo, of course, he loves to all in and poke, but not so much against Zeus with red buff. As Owner's here. Owner's here again. Now it's 3v2 as Zeus just says, leave me to die, and Owner says, thankfully, he is not going to be helping out with that one.
The Ignite will tick through despite the block there on the call. And it is such a, I mean, it's like such a tiny little advantage Genji are able to pick up, but the truth of the matter is there's so little map for Genji that T1 know every single moment that's happening all the time, non-stop. And mechanically, Genji played that well. They pick off a kill. But the fact that it was an exchange that almost goes T1's way, if the Narbar has about like 2% more, then you actually win that fight as T1. And it's like the razor's edge that Genji are able to hold on to there, pick up a kill for this Yasuo who still doesn't have his Mythic. One of two players in this game really that can't say that, or three, I guess. But he's really, you know, the crux of this composition. I mean, he's irrelevant, sadly, so T1 are just very happy to take over everything.
Yeah, and oh boy, it's Infernal Soul that's coming in here.
Oh, jeez.
Wolf, you might need to do us the honors soon of your famous phrase.
I haven't done it yet this season.
Maybe a little bit later. Maybe this game isn't worthy. But, yeah, it's feeling a little bit done and dusted if you catch my rift.
Yeah, I do.
Catch my drift, rather, not the rift.
Well, T1 caught the rift. It's in their hands right now, that is for sure.
They are holding it right now.
Got the whole rift in his hands, Faker does. Got the whole rift in his hands. That was a song I grew up singing.
Yeah.
Maybe the kids nowadays will.
Should we do another poll?
He's got the whole rift in his hands. You know, the only gold lead for Genji is on the Yuumi. That's a really big indicator of where we stand.
Big carry here on the rift. The cat.
Big the cat down there is LSB.
Yeah.
Maybe he's going fishing, but that's a reference I don't think anyone's going to get, except maybe you, I don't know.
Yeah, including me.
Anyone play Sonic Adventure, you know, Big the Cat?
Oh, I have played that game, actually.
Yeah, remember the big cat? It was called Big the Cat.
Oh,
he was
really?
big and a cat, and he went fishing. And he was always looking for his froggy. That's LSB in this game. Character nobody wants to play. All right, so we're going to go back to this. Look at the Narbar here. It's so close to being ready for Zeus, and he still almost gets out. He only dies because of the Ignite. And that's like the one replay we can put up to be like, is there still a chance for Genji? And all other signs point to no at the moment because T1 is so well set up on this map. And because everything that, every time Genji tries to roam and make a play with this Yuumi, they're missing in lanes. And nobody's farming, they can't side lane, so T1 is like, I know where they are at all times. There's no mysteries. Yeah. Oh, you guys are around the Drake pit, we'll just back off. Oh, now you guys are headed topside. We have wards there. They scryer the map so well because they can be that far up to use the red side scryer's blooms to check where Genji are. It's tough, you know?
Yeah. And T1, I mean, they're in a position where they're hitting some nice item spikes. The Ludens and all the Gore Drinkers completed the Trinity Force. On the side of Genji, I mean, Yasuo still doesn't have that item. We see the Everfrost indexed into here for Quid for a little bit more survivability. He's not really going to get online that fast. Also went for the Merc Treads. It's just not a good feel for him as T1. They're just pushing down the mid lane. They're like, yeah, sure. You want to fight? We can fight if you'd like to. I'm not sure about that. Faker goes very far deep by himself as now it looks like Genji is going to get that knockup onto Owner as T1 maybe having a little bit too much fun. Gumayusi, though, is still alive, and the flash fails. So Guma going to pick up that free kill for himself. Zeus is also getting a lot of work done. Not really a clean fight, but T1 still come out ahead.
And oftentimes we say a trade like this favors the team that's behind because you're behind, but actually in this case I wouldn't say so, because even like T1 could have played this cleaner and they could have walked away with a winning exchange and the turret, but they just have more of the map. Quid finally stops Zeus from taking every red buff. But you know, I mean, T1 have the ability to just rush back over and take back control of these waves, and Gen.G can't go, oh, okay, we want to fight on our base and like, Chovy, please push top, like let's get some more control. He can't, he's not safe to do so. As this was very, very much a opportunistic play here from T1 to try to jump back in here. And Faker's caught, right? Like, they're like, oh, okay, Rua's out of position, we can take him out here. And then they didn't respect that this composition does have a ton of damage in it despite those items not being online. So if you do walk into Gen.G's territory, it can go badly for you as the flash. We saw it a second time miss there. It's a tough wall to flash, you know, give Chovy some credit. Just trying, okay. He's had a hard time.
Some harder walls to flash.
There are some harder walls to flash. Yeah. This is giving me some, my heart is still pained from the top Yasuo from the Worlds final, so this is giving me some
I had
PTSD.
forgotten about that, yeah.
PTSD triggering in me right now from watching that game.
Yeah.
You and I watched that one together, and it's not a good time.
Hard times, yeah. We had therapy sessions with me and Chronicler yesterday. We might need to restart that here today, as Faker is going to flag and drag out of this one. Or, I guess not flag and drag, but
Shurima's.
Kind of like a flag and drag, but with soldiers. But yeah, he's totally fine.
Sand shimmying his way out of there.
Yeah.
Zeus has had such a free time this game on Anar that, you know, it's not a losing matchup per se, but it's one where one mistake can cost you your life. If resources are given up there, Chovy gets ahead, and then you actually have the same problem that Chovy now faces, where you can't be relevant, you can't side lane, you can't team fight. But he's actually had such a free path to 2 items. He's super tanky now, and you know, in these upcoming fights around the Baron, is there any way you lock this guy down? I don't think so.
Faker getting here very aggressive. He doesn't have his flash, but he has teammates.
He has wild growth.
Yeah, he's got Lulu. The damage comes through, but you know, if anyone else is there, it's a risky trade to take. But I guess with the lead that they have, it doesn't quite matter. He's able to trade 1 for 1. So now Quid gets slowed up by the red buff, but with Ruler and Lost, but there, they will not further chase.
Yeah, this does prevent T1 from starting a Baron up, even though it's very early in this game, 21.5 minutes. They were kind of setting up around that. If that goes well for Faker, they get the kill there with the vision that they're trying to control, then looks like an early Baron play. They've already gotten that inner mid turret. Top inner is already down to like 10% health, so that's T1 actually opening up inhibitor plays if they win that. So in that sense, this is definitely an even trade up for Gen.G.
Trying to get on top of Gumayusi here, but not quite having the speed to make sure that the back massage hits in for the entirety of it, as both these AD carries missed their cannons, but that's okay. Ruler is, it's going to be a rough game for him. You know, this is even lower range than the Zeri. He's going to have to, I mean, he has the Yuumi, which makes it easier, but he really wishes he was, you know, maybe even a full item ahead of the Zeri at this point in time.
Yeah, that's the idea. I mean, he's 1-0-4. He's holding on to a lot of gold. But Zeri has been able to farm more comfortably than him as that 20 CS lead, and that's what Zeri does. She just goes mid and takes all the minions. And sometimes we see Zeri take a 20-30 CS lead around 30 minutes, even with a 20-30 CS deficit, as, okay, Young Jay's okay here.
Dodged both the Sand Soldiers and the knockup from the Xinjiao.
It's this game is in a state where Gen.G can only hope for Faker to continue to overextend like that. Can only hope for maybe Gnar, you know, Zeus goes too far with his Demolish, trying to go for an inhibitor turret and gets picked. So otherwise, it is very dire. Like, you can't punish this.
Yeah. The other thing about this is that the only knockups that are available are Chovy himself and Young Jay.
Yeah.
And it's not an easy trade. As we're looking at this trade, the Chaos Storm is getting a lot of value here. Zeus is just fighting in it. Doesn't seem to care. As now it's done, and Zeus says, well, I actually got to get out of here. Tries to hop the wall, has the blast plant. The flash over the wall comes in from Quid, and Quid will get the solo kill.
All right. See, these are the errors, right? Now Faker's caught. No flash.
Ooh, no shuffle either. Chovy's like, I wish I could join this fight, but will be able to eventually as the Zhonya's will be used. Faker will go down.
You give that one over to Chovy, some desperately needed gold. Do like how things are starting to look here for Gen G. Now with T1 having these players down, these critical team fighters, they can't actually realistically contest this Drake. Now, Guma's like, I'm Zeri though, so if your health bars get really low, maybe we can.
And this is so early on. I mean, they have teleport and R in 10 seconds. Like, they might get this Baron, maybe. But then they have to fight.
Yeah, I think you have to back off here because you have no way to get on top of this Zeri. You just got to get out, but they feel so desperate.
They're trying to take a fight against Keria. That's a lot used to get on top of the Lulu, and now here comes Zeus, who is incredibly fed again. He doesn't have a bar of any sort, but Gumayusi's right there. He's looking for the flank. He goes over the wall. He's really committing to this one now. As in goes Zeus, the flash in from Owner is going to select Quid as his target. And they will be able to at least get the victor. Everybody else does get out alive, but again, you know, desperate times call for desperate measures. Nice try from Gen G, but that was never going to work.
Yeah, I mean, if T1 were caught sleeping, or if their positioning was really poor, or there was an opportunity for Chovy to try to turn with an ult, like, or if it wasn't Zeri, like if it's a lot of different AD carries in this position, you feel good about it, but it's Zeri. She's over the wall and she can get in. As Gen G now just have to look for the steal.
Youngtae is here, and he has his smite. And a blast plant. See if they can get on top of him here as he is going to get into the pin, immediately dies. Crescent guard as well, helping out on that one as kind of baits in his teammates as well. Gumayusi will get exhausted and not able to kill the 2 level less ruler.
I want to talk about the Chovy knockup situation that you talked about earlier, because I think this is something that people are definitely going to really focus in on in this game, as Everfrost guarantees a ton of damage on Chaos Storm, and he's able to walk up where the Chaos Storm reconnects. I think the whole idea with this Yasuo pick is that it's about the flag drags, the all-ins on the top side, and dominating a Gnar and getting a super fed Yasuo. And so the reason why you see this Yasuo pick is not because it's great for like insane wombo like we see with the Diana, where you have like Gragas in there too. It's just because Chovy's trying to win super hard on the top side of the map. We watch this catch on Faker, but unfortunately because he was so dominated, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, one counter gank is all it took, and that's, you know, guys, that's part of the reason why we don't see too many like assassins or stuff like Yasuo. It's just because it can get risky. One false maneuver, one bad step, and you're probably going to lose against how clean all these LCK teams are. Owner was right there at the perfect time to get the counter gank off. That's really all it took.
Yeah. I mean, that was the winning moment, you know? And so it's awkward here for Gen G to even try, like for us to even like try to talk about what this comp could do, because it just failed so early. There is no backup plan. There's no plan B with this, even with some misplays from Faker and some overextensions. See if they make one more here. But all they have to do realistically is just wait for this cannon minion to slowly push down the inhibitor and then back out. Faker's pushing mid, prepping that wave to do the same because they still have 70 seconds left on this buff.
Yeah. They can basically do whatever they want at this point. They're up about 10,000 gold, and they are in the base of Gen G. Here comes the wave. Faker able to throw down the Sun Turret as well. And they have some pretty nice siege. I mean, it's not the best ever, but it's okay. Just with Faker, he's got some soldiers in there. He's being very annoying. And of course, the Baron buff helping out a lot on this, as they are looking to take their second inhibitor.
I think Gen G, the players who are watching at home, the ones who couldn't be here tonight, are, especially those players, right, are feeling it the most. And I'd say Doran, Peanut, Lens, they're already excited for a second round robin rematch against T1. Like, that's, I think, what's going through your mind right now is next time I'll be ready. Next time I'll be waiting. It's going to be me next time. And we had a heroic game from Gen G in game 1. Like, it was really close. It was really exciting. They played it very well. They punished T1 very well. But this game is the kind of drafting and shenanigans we expected considering the scenario. And I guess we got both sides of this series. As Chovy follows.
He's going to get the ult here as well. Youngtae gets absolutely demolished on his way there. Even had a Yumi as well. Not quite going to work out. Owner now with the Crescent Guard is happy to go into the two of these guys, except now he's taking a little bit too much damage with that Chaos Storm. Quid standing up to him as now we've just gone full Fiesta here. as fights all over the map are happening. Teleport in the mid lane as T1 look to end this game.
They look to do exactly that. It's a very clean, like you said, kind of a one and done counter gank on the top side. The whole comp falls apart. The Yuumi Lucian lane also fell behind early, and it's just that simple here for T1 as they can push wave after wave. Now first into the inhibitors, now into the Nexus turrets.
Not gonna end it. Interesting.
Well.
Yeah, I mean, they can basically do whatever they want at this point.
I was like about to throw it over to you to have like the ending call, and I was like thinking about my closing statements. But we're gonna watch this once again as Chovy gets the ult, but then is immediately pushed away by Faker, who outplays him in this scenario, has his whole team coming over, holds his flash, has his his ult.
Owner didn't even have to fight that. He just did it anyway.
Well, I mean, at this point, you're just trying to make a statement, you're trying to make an argument for POG, and he was kind of up there, but after that, I don't know, not so much. Like his counter gank won them the game, basically, but, you know, the points going down for sure.
Yeah. He might just have to recheck the Zeus box.
He may have to do his parallel parking test again, you know?
Yeah.
It's like everything else is pretty good, but...
Okay, Ruler's trying to make a play. This is what they got to do. I mean, this comp can make plays. Unfortunately, they are a bit behind as Chovy is just going to get immediatly shreked.
Just
that's
no
going to be
combo.
the Zeri who locks down Youngjae as well. T1 going to be pushing in for the 2-0 rather victory tonight. Quid has to flash away. And Owner is looking to close this one out with potentially some help this time. Faker sweeps him up for another kill under his belt. They also get Quid. And that's going to be T1 now, 8-0 in the LCK. Congratulations to them. Only one more to go before they win the entire round and have a 9-0. But we're not there yet. 8-0, still pretty darn good.
8-0, the most dominant we've had since Damwon in spring. And it is a very, very strong T1 that made one change to their roster. They were already world-class. They were one win away from going to a grand finals. I believe they might have been the team to beat EDG in that finals, but they will never live in that alternate history. But T1 is trying to write a new history this year. They want to take that Worlds trophy and maybe a few LCK trophies along the way, as this team looks cleaner than it had all year last year, and we're only in spring. These are young players with Faker at the helm. It's a team that could only get stronger from here. We've been saying that all throughout 2021. We said it, and it's really coming to fruition here. And the only team that now stands in their way of the perfect round robin is KT Rolster, old rivals and telecom team. And we'll see how that one goes in the next week. But for right now, sure, it wasn't the T1 series we were looking for against Gen.G because of the circumstances, but they gave us a little bit of a show anyways, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean, regardless, a win's a win. We always say it, and it is a little bit sad for the Gen.G side, but they tried their best. They really gave us a great game number one, as Ruler so kind on stage to his younger brothers. And yeah, I mean, they gave it a good shot. I liked what I saw out of Quid. I thought he was very comfortable, which was cool to see. I thought that, you know, he didn't make any big nervous mistakes or anything like that. He was pretty reliable overall, but it was too much to ask. You know, at this time around, T1 are just too good right now. And shout out to Zeus. You know, he had to play against Chovy twice in the lane. I thought he did fantastically both times. And that was one of the things I called out as a potential weakness of T1, if there are any. It's the fact that Zeus is still, you know, he's still relatively new, but the more we see of him, the better he looks.
He played a great game of Gragas, you know. As we mentioned, he's undefeated on the pick, and then he played his signature Gnar. So we got to play two of his comfort champions here. And then in the first game, weathered Chovy's Storm, and the second game, with some help, of course, from Owner, destroyed Chovy. I mean, put him in his place, basically saying, oh, you picked the Yasuo, it didn't work. Like, you're going to have a miserable loss to this best of three. And I do want to reiterate one more time that I think the circumstances do mar this series. I think the circumstances do, you know, will be remembered, and people will think of this moment when we get the rematch. Like, everyone's going to be like, oh, yeah, remember when they played last time, and it wasn't really a fair fight for Gen.G. But T1, they get the W anyways, and those players, like I said, they'll have their opportunity for revenge later on. in the round robin, then maybe even beyond in playoffs. Because right now, they're still looking like T1's greatest rival this season.
Yeah, absolutely. Started with a very, we called it dirty. You know, this gank is not something you see all the time, but Jarvan is one of the best jungle champions to pull it off. Level 2, flag and drag, you have red buff. They get the first kill into Guma. It just wasn't enough.
Yep. Zeus here. This is the moment where things went very wrong. Like Chovy and Youngjae timed a gank here when Chovy doesn't have 6, Zeus does, and has Narbar. Like, it was unfortunate, the timing, but I think it was also something that was easily avoidable. But they felt so desperate to get a lead, and so they pushed for it anyways. And that was really the moment, like that highlight was the moment that T1 won the game. They played everything else well afterwards and continued to push their lead. And sometimes we're a little bit fast and loose, as Chronicle likes to say, with the advantage they had.
Even I said that today. Wow. It's rubbing off on me.
We cast and work together so much that we're all just starting to say the same thing.
Yeah.
It's cool though, because it's all great things. Rocking a hard place and all that.
Most of them, yeah. Most of the things we say. Yeah, this was one fight where it was like, oh, maybe Genji could do something. But at the end of it all, it kind of just fed Guma more. And as you very well put it, it's like it's a even trade, but it actually benefits T1 in this position.
Yeah.
I felt very good about that.
The amount, if you go back and watch this game and watch the mini map and watch the scryers that are used, and like we talked about a lot on the cast, but if you tuned in late, like watch how T1 operate around vision. And it's not only Chovy who doesn't get to play the game, but Youngjae doesn't get to play the game either. He's just constantly watched. He's always tracked.
나오면 더블 줄게요.
And we'll watch the final moments here. Very calm
괜찮아.
communication.
좋아 우리가. 나쁘지 않아.
It's good, it's good. Doesn't look bad.
나 란두기 깔았어. 잡았고. 아, 깨러 갈래?
야 펜타 없냐?
없어.
Lots of Penta.
아쉬운데?
될 만한데?
아니야.
내가 먹었는데?
이미 먹었어.
노플.
They're saying no, there's no Penta.
Yeah, he already got one, so
공
he already took one of the kills.
간다.
Faker will get one
나
more
이거
though.
넘겨. 노플. 안 되겠다. 배가.
야 이거 잡아야 되는데.
잡자.
We gotta get him, we gotta get him.
나 2-3초.
잡자. 하나니까 잡아.
야 짜고 가.
야 하는 사람.
하나 둘 셋.
짜고 먼저.
1, 2, 3. It was so funny the way
Faker's such a troll.
the way Faker said it. It was almost like an angry like father, like, hey, don't you dare kill that Nexus without getting the final kill, like clean, like make up your bed before we kill the Nexus. You know, like it was like whoa, don't kill that Nexus till we get that guy.
And yeah, I mean, this tells the story of this game. Quinn did a lot of damage because he was aggressively trading a lot of times where Zaves was like, yeah, sure, let's fight. No reason not to. Other than that, a very clean victory into the hands of T1.
No more Yasuo top, please. I don't want it, even in Chovy's hands. Hate to say it.
Yeah, I thought maybe we would get something at least close to game number 1, but it wasn't. It was a clean 2-0 for T1. We do have the analyst chairs and carpet rug waiting nearby. I'm going to hand it over to Atlas and Chronicler.
Thank you, Valdez. It cannot be a carpet and a rug. It is just a rug. But that is okay. We are still going to do some analysis while we are here. And we're going to try our very best because this was a very short game. Felt like one of the shortest that we've had, especially in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, not even in raw game time, but as the cast was also saying, like just in terms of how quickly you felt it was over. And honestly, with a draft like this, I think that makes sense. There's a lot of elements here where you kind of expected to bully early on, the Yuumi and the Lucian, the Yasuo. And then none of that really came to fruition. I thought it started off really well with that early gank, but then the kill went to Yuumi.
And also the lane state afterwards was an absolute disaster.
It was not good, no. And then basically everything was just kind of a disaster. The Azir pick actually being used super proactively. And to me, it's the Xin Zhao that really did it. Xin Zhao Lulu was a combo even before Xin was as high prio as he is at the moment. Just unfortunately for Genji, there were not a lot of good moments in that game.
Yeah, and I feel like we have to try and defend at least the idea behind the Yasuo on the top side of the map. Of course, Yasuo was historically a pick into Na that we used to see. Honestly, even back then it didn't work, but
there's also one
there's a reason, I guess.
knock-up, and that is Jarvan, and that's an EQ combo, and that's it, right? Like, if you have Gragas or you have Azir, then I'm like, okay, I can see, but I didn't see it.
Or Diana.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, even that.
Yeah. Although if you're Diana, then you can't make that play bottom lane, and then things go even worse down there. The only one thing that I really enjoyed was the fact that we got to see the bullet hell bottom lane again, but even then, it was, a little bit too little too late. It felt a little bit like Genji kind of ran out of steam. As we're going to have a look at what is, honestly, a Zeus and owner highlight reel, as this top 2v2 really demonstrating how well they've put themselves together this season.
It's also just the fact that both of them are level up, right? This is, I think, a 2v2 that you can look for in certain situations. If Chovy actually has his ultimate, but instead, Chovy's just going to get absolutely bullied. And to me, I think that Zeus played his signature not extremely well.
Yep.
But to me, the highlight player, again, is truly Owner, because I feel like not only did he win top, but he also won mid lane. Faker did something that a lot of our Azirs do well, which is shuffle in, on cooldown, on the R, and force the flash. But then the problem is that often junglers don't capitalize on that. And Owner, every single time that Faker had his R up and there was no flash, he was like, well, come visit mid lane, free kill pickup, and that really snowballed the game.
Yeah, and we've actually seen this as well, the fact that we've had substitution junglers not necessarily work out. And in game number 1, I was actually quite impressed with how Youngjae managed things. But in this game, Owner really did demonstrate that he is just a cut above, really showing us why this team now 8-0 here in the LCK. And I feel like I'm back, back to the glory days of what was SKT absolutely obliterating the LCK. It's been an alternate dimension over the last little while with, teams like Damwon being so extraordinarily dominant, but now it is really feeling like we're in T1's league.
And of course, with the challengers call-up, with Jongage subbing in, I think that this was a match that was always expected to go. I think game number 1 was a really nice surprise, but this second game, much more in line with, I think, our expectation coming into today. And it's not surprising. T1 is a team that was one game away from making it to the finals of Worlds, and they made one swap, which I think Connor's a great player, but I've always been a big fan of Zeus, so I think that is at the lowest level of side grade, right? Whether it's an upgrade or not, I think you can argue, but it's a side grade. This team is still insane, and the fact that they've gone undefeated is testament to that.
Yeah, no, they're absolutely fantastic. Let's have a look at one more highlight here, as this was basically the straw that broke the camel's back, if the camel had a back that was there to break at this stage of the game as well. Because honestly, it was starting to spiral early.
It was already, when you win fights like these, that's when you know the game it's really over, right? Like this, it's just, when this is a winnable fight, where you overextend, you push extremely deep into enemy territory, then you know how far ahead you are. We see Chovy failing the flash, but yeah, that was just a long string in Genji just kind of coming short in this game. Can't blame them, but in the second game, T1 easily closing out. And I really do think that the next time they're going to match up, which if I remember correctly is March 3rd, that's the real battle. Okay, this was just a prelude, because as much as I love my challenges players, everyone knows this, it is also unrealistic to expect them to match up to the level of T1. Like, that's just not going to happen. I think that T1 were the favorites coming into this, even if it was the full rosters, but I think it would have been an extremely competitive best of 3. And we didn't get to see that here today.
Yeah, illness is definitely a very unfortunate thing, right? So really wanting to see both of these teams at full power, but I am very glad that T1 rightly dismantled what was a limping Genji, right? Like, if this didn't happen, then there'd be a whole slew of other questions that we'd have to answer. And I would prefer to answer these ones, which were sort of the obvious things that were going to happen. So congratulations to T1, and very close to that undefeated first round robin, just a telecom war in their way. And what was the team that was able to disrupt the Genji perfect record? It was KT Rolster. It's just I love that it's KT as well, because as soon as anyone's like, but what if they could do it? Every one of the fans are like, no, don't do it. No, don't say it. Don't say anything. There's no hope. It's absolutely beautiful. Let's have a look at the POG. I believe we have that one ready very soon, and it will be Owner that picks it up. I think you could choose either of the top side of the map players, and you'd be pretty good. But 100% kill contribution at 15 minutes, and that was after that level 2 cheese that came through from the Jarvan. He thwarted it beautifully.
key thing to me is owner really showing his mastery, right? And this is what you're seeing here is actually a repercussion of that level 2 gank. The reason that this 2v2 is so doomed is yes, Chovy isn't 6 yet, but Youngjae is also level 4. Was forfeiting a lot of camps consistently, and owner just in terms of pathing, absolute masterclass. Also look, like I pointed out, every single time there's a window, when there's a wave or two crashing, owner will be there. The setup on the entirety of his team was amazing. And overall, yeah, I think Faker had a great game. I think honestly everyone on T1 did really, really well here.
Yeah.
Zeus with his Nara at this point should not be surprised how well he does. And I think, yeah, this is exactly what I'd like to see in terms of spread. Want to do my vote? That's fine. It was there.
Honestly, at this point, it's okay. I think that the Guma vote's a little bit silly because Zeri didn't even get to a point where Zeri's relevant. Like, because that is
not the worst media vote I've seen, Atlas.
That's definitely a bit meteory, but that's okay. It's absolutely fine. And the correct player did manage to get the vote. I'm really glad that Zeus is playing so well as well. I do want to harken back to that. You mentioned that he was on his signature Gnar pick. It was theoretically into a somewhat pseudo counter pick. I don't want to say counter pick, right? It was picked last on the red side, so technically a counter pick, but the Yasuo into the Gnar, I don't think even worked when it was supposed to be good. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have the interview ready, so here is Jisun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POD interview translation, joined by Faker and Owner from T1, beating Gen G and remaining undefeated so far. You are guaranteed first place of the first round robin. How do you feel? Somehow, you know, we are on an 8-match winning streak and we only have 1 match to go. So I hope we can pick up a victory one more time and have a clean ending to the first round. And also, this is, yeah, it's a 8-match winning streak. It's awesome, and also I'm happy that I also won a POG after a long while. We had, you know, a lot of expectations for this series. However, with the COVID issue, we didn't really have the exact same matchup we wanted to see. So how did the strategy change? Yeah, for us as well, we had to fight against a very different opponent, so we didn't have enough time to prepare. So we just wanted to focus on what we, you know, usually do and focus on our own play. And Owner, did you have any kind of information about Youngjae? Not much, to be honest, but he played 1 match, so I tried my best to, you know, to review some VODs and learn about him. Faker, did you expect Chovy to kind of role swap to the top lane? I also heard that he actually, you know, kind of plays top a lot, so I was kind of expecting that. So we actually prepared a draft and strategy in order to deal with that. And then, what was the plan for the top lane then? Did you decide to gank a lot together, you know, with Zeus? Not really. We didn't really plan that, but based on the given situation, I thought playing around top would be good. So Faker, you were playing against Quid, and as soon as Corki was let through, T1 locked it in. So how did the laning phase go against Syndra? I think it went well than it should be based on the matchup, but I couldn't really, you know, dominate the lane, so that's a bummer. Quid actually said, Faker, I'm coming at you. And he was also a huge fan of you, so did you see that? No, not really. So we had this Quid versus Faker matchup finally happening for Quid. So how was playing against him? I could tell that he was a little bit nervous, so I hope he can play better next time and feel a lot more comfortable. Early on in the first game, T1 had a very solid lead, but Gen G managed to close the gap. So were you guys a little bit scared or still, you know, had the confidence because Corki late game is so OP? Because I didn't, you know, I was not on the Rise duty, so I had this mindset to carry the team. So we weren't too worried about the whole situation.
훨씬 여유로운 경기를 펼쳤다 이렇게 얘기를 해주셨고 오너 선수는
And
이제
owner,
끝나고 나서
at the end of
티모에서
game number
들어보니까
1,
집중 좀
we
해야겠다
we got to listen to you saying we gotta focus up, guys. So what kind of feedback went back and forth after game number 1? You know, a lot of players got picked. They got, you know, got out. So I just wanted to remind them to stay alert and not get picked.
페이커 선수는 이때 어떤
Faker.
마음으로 어떤 마음가짐으로 이 세트에 들어갔을까요?
What was your mindset heading into game number 2? First off, today, Zeus got so nervous playing against, you know, Chovy, so he actually asked me to role swap. So I was like, oh, today it's gonna be super hard. He's gonna get cut out a lot. But Zeus did a fantastic job, so we were able to win game 2 as well. Did you really mean that? Yeah, I think so.
알겠습니다. 아무래도 만나보지 못했던
Yeah, I guess Zeus was also very, you know, concerned about playing against a new player. Even asked Faker to roll up to top lane. So Genji decided to play Yasuo, a counter pick into Gnar. What did you think about that? We didn't see that coming at all, so I was so surprised. But Yasuo is a classic, you know, pick into Gnar. So it was pretty understandable. He even went for the ignite. What did you think of this kind of a spell choice? And also, did you decide to play around the top lane more in order to protect Zeus? No, not really. First off, we were like, maybe it's a Yasuo mid. And that was it. And then the moment Genji locked in Yuumi, you guys decided to take away the Xin Zhao. Were you aware of the powerful Xin Zhao Yuumi duo? Yes, and also watching Genji's VOD, they also preferred Xin Zhao a lot, so we wanted to kind of take it away from Genji. And Owner, you have a very high win rate on Xin Zhao as well. So how do you rate Xin Zhao in the current meta? I think this is the best tier champion currently. He's really powerful compared to other picks, so that's why we are seeing him very often. And his biggest strength is that, you know, he just goes in, but still his 1v1 is so strong, and also his ult also provides a lot of survivability. Moving on, T1, your last opponent of the first round robin is KT Roaster. We have not been performing that good in the past 2 matches, so I hope to come back stronger, play better, and also I hope we can all kind of stay safe and healthy until the upcoming KT match. And Owner, would you like to add on to that? Our performance has been definitely, you know, unstable, inconsistent, so I hope we can come back stronger in that KT series. And that's gonna be it from Faker, Owner from T1, and I'm gonna pass it back to Atlas and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason, as usual, for the absolutely exemplary translation of the interview. Owner and Faker, it's so cool seeing T1 jungle mid interviews because I feel like they have been the most common throughout the many, many years.
I just love seeing Owner do well. I think that we were having a discussion during the game, like who's been the biggest addition. I, of course, love Zeus a lot, but you've mentioned Owner, and honestly, with the year he's had, I think you can make a very good case for him being one of the most impressive additions.
Yeah, especially considering what happened in summer as well. He just pops into T1 and all of a sudden they look amazing. But let's check out the standings and see what this means. For T1, obviously, they are still at the top. If you don't lose, generally, things are going to go pretty well. So 8-0 now, plus 12 also on an 8-match winning streak. No surprises there either. As Genji, unfortunately, down to 6-2, but they don't lose their second place.
For Genji, this one you kind of saw coming. I think you're happy that you went 1-1 in the week with all the circumstances as they were, and it isn't really going to take away from what we expect this team to do as the week progresses.
Exactly right, but it does mean that we do now have a relatively long break before we get to Live Sandbox taking on Damwon Kia. Of course, Damwon Kia looked fantastic a couple of days ago. Let's see whether they can keep up that form, or whether Live Sandbox can actually get themselves back to what was decent form at the end of last year. They're struggling to find this time around. We'll see you after the break.
긴급.
뭐?
워터 이슈.
아 그 물 달라고 하면 돼요.
아,
쫄았잖아.
워터 이슈.
여기요.
감사합니다.
자 들어가자.
정면에 붙을 때 쭉 빼, 쭉
빼봐, 쭉 빼봐.
초식에 이거
야
봐줘.
성원이 형 봐줘야 돼. 성원이 형 봐줘야 돼.
앞라인 포커싱 해봐.
나쁘지 않은데 내보다.
야 진찼어 진찼어. 진 높을 진 높을.
앞다리부터 볼게 성현아.
야 바로 봐야 돼. 용 봐야 돼. 싸움 봐야 돼.
걸렸다.
천천히 봐봐. 높을. 태원이 조냐 했고.
빨려 들어왔다. 가인 빠지고.
오케이.
한턴 천천히. 빅토르 정화 빠지고.
야진 높을이야 진 높을. 빼볼래 이제?
빼고 살아라.
더 이상은 안 되겠다.
장로 빠지고 서 얘는 지금 싸우고 싶을 거야.
장로 20초. 빅토르 노공. 걸어야겠다 이거. 천천히 볼게. 야 장로 10초 남았어. 싸울 수 있나? 장로 8초.
이거 참고 5초 하고.
5, 4, 3. 볼게. 장로 끝났어. 3초. 이제부터 볼게.
빅토르 봐줘.
빅토르 확실히 봐봐. 골폭 맞았고.
실을 켜줄게.
밑에 넥서스밖에 없다 우리. 천천히 싸움 보자.
보자.
오케이.
천천히 해봐.
야, 진. 야, 바텀 텔 잡아. 다 텔 잡아.
끝내볼까 그냥 이거?
끝내볼만해.
높을. 네, 레오나 살아나서 힘들 수도.
조냐도 없어, 태어나.
끝낼 수 있어, 얘들아? 빼랑 안될 것 같으면. 아니, 해볼만해. 빅토르 높을. 앞라인 치료해 해봐. 20초야. 야, 끝났어. 다행이다.
얘들아.
진짜 잘했다. 자, 끝까지 아껴.
실바님 저 물 한 병만 주실 수 있나요?
저도 물 하나만 주세요.
감사합니다.
야 갑니다.
우리 세트 위치 봐.
기아 걸리지 마.
나쁘지 않다. 나
괜찮아. 앞에 하자. 넘기게. 지금 넘어. 높을. 저기 높을.
나이스.
나이스.
앞으로 가자.
장로 갈래?
앞으로 가자.
앞에 봐줘. 가줄게.
딜커트 필.
빅토르 피.
다 필이야.
뛰어. 나이스.
좋았어. 나 리신 하고 싶은데 그냥.
오케이.
하자.
나이스.
탑딴거 같아. 나이스.
요번에
나 이 없어. 얘를
치면 안 돼.
요번에 인식 한번.
날려.
왔어.
이거 리신 와볼래? 리신 와봐.
나 앞에 봐줄 수 있어. 앞에 봐줄 수 있어. 호응돼?
해도 돼. 앞에 맞아. 나이스. 우리 다 왔어.
잡았어. 게임 끝낼 수 있어.
끝내러 가자.
2대0.
나이스. 나이스.
태훈아 너 집가?
You go home?
아니요.
왜 안 가?
게임이나 해야죠.
태훈아 괜찮아?
You okay?
너 오케이.
다 그러면서 느는 건데 괜찮아.
나는 갱을 절대 안 당해줘. 미안하지만.
가볼까?
누구 왔나? 카르마. 뭐야.
바로 갔네. 쏘리.
카르마 높을.
잡았어?
오케이, 잡았네.
나이스. 근데 2대1이야?
야,
맞아.
높을 잡았어.
나이스.
야, 용부터.
라이정으로 끝내는 것도 얘네 생각할 거 같거든?
어디 공성 이런 데 가야 될 것 같긴 한데. 일단 사는데 좀 멀어 근데.
얘네 라이정으로. 이거 터뜨려줘.
나 뺄게.
이거 딜한다 얘네. 때리지 마.
빠져봐.
때리지 마. 장로 때리지 마.
나 우풀이야.
나 피우 좀 하고 올게.
우리 피흡 해야 돼. 기다려봐. 시간 끌어줘.
얘네가 시간 끄면 우리 끝나 게임. 이거 해야 돼. 쭉 봐야 돼.
쏘고 봐야 돼.
자, 뒤에.
오케이.
다운.
이거 제이스.
라이즈.
나이스.
먹겠어. 쏴봐.
아 가비.
나 죽었고.
나 부활.
천천히.
가져가지.
나이스.
야 진짜 미안해. 진짜 미안. 진짜 미안하다.
미안하지 말고 다음 파 캐리 해주면 돼.
짜증나.
심호흡 조금 해야 돼. 심호흡.
Let's get it.
벌써.
그러긴 했는데.
괜찮아.
나이스.
뭐 한번 써볼게. 못 봤어.
잡았어.
죽었다. 앞으로 가자. 최대한 캐틀 볼게 나.
잡아줄게 그냥.
캐틀. 아이고. 진 노플.
빨렸다 얘네.
진 노플.
아 너무 깊다.
너무 앞으로 가는데?
실수하는데 이 친구들.
얘네 바텀 민다.
하고 있어. 아 짜고 돌려.
가자. 야 이래 캐틀.
케이틀리.
그램 봐줘.
그 길게 싸워. 건보야.
앞에 좋아.
성준이요.
야, 높여.
상체 뭔 일이야 이거. 잘했다.
상체 씨. 캐틀 카르마를 불어.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your I just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws. for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. Oh.
Welcome back, guys. We are here for the second match of the night. Liv Sandbox up against Damwon Kia. And this is one on paper that we're definitely favoring Damwon coming into, but they haven't been as pristine as they have been in recent years.
Certainly not, and Liv Sandbox has been drafting a lot better, I think, than we've seen them do not only in previous years. Even when Liv Sandbox started to have a bit of a comeback in summer, we thought, oh, maybe they could make that miracle playoff run. They were still drafting very awkwardly, and there were certain drafts where you felt like they trapped themselves. They really started to figure it out, I think, here in weeks 2, 3, and 4. So I'm excited to see how they perform here against Damwon Kia. The drafting in particular could give them the opportunity for an upset tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there are some, holes in the armor where maybe they can get in there, particularly the top lane. We'll see how Dove is matching up to that one, as maybe he'll have an easier time than he's been having in recent times. But guys, we do have the points of the match ready to go, so we can hop into those right away. Liv Sandbox to prevent 3-loss streak versus Damwon to reclaim third place over DRX.
Yep, they want to put themselves back in the standings of the big three here in the LCK, and with the map score they have currently, they are able to do so. If they win this one, they will be ahead of DRX in terms of game score there. So that's the goal here for Damwon Kia. And talking about the jungle matchup, which is a really exciting part of how this is going to really shake down here, is it's Krako who, ended up getting Rookie of the Year last year, has been a fantastic jungle player and has been the standout for his team versus the 2-year back-to-back LCK standout, world champion, MVP, Canyon. So it's a very exciting matchup here because it is one veteran taking on someone who is very quickly becoming one himself.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of hype around Krako. I think he played very, very well in their last matchup. That was against Gen G. They did end up going down to Gen G 2-1, but he was part of the reason why they were finding some opportunities to even take games off of that great team, obviously with all the circumstances as well. So definitely interested to see how that goes, but a big highlight here on to Duck Felios. Spring Split's pentakill #1 so far. Pity that I didn't receive POG. He feels like he should get it more often. Will he be the main contributor to today's victory? Well, I guarantee you if you give him Aphelios, he will.
Well, he has been very dominant on the Aphelios, but not as dominant as Gumayusi, and it is, I think, not that he's been playing poorly, but I think the team synergy issues that often somewhat cover up how well he's played in what is a very Aphelios-centered meta we live in, where before Zeri, it was first pick blue side priority. So we take a look at some of the team stats here. Damwon Kia obviously going to have the better of this with the 4-3 record versus the 2-5.
But hey, Liv Sandbox lose the fastest.
Yeah, I was going to...
First place.
Definitely going to point out that there's a bit of a mismatch there, as Damwon Kia in their losses are the second slowest, so they actually are able to hang on 2 games and almost turn them even in losses. The longest, as here comes Liv Sandbox onto the stage. No special case here for this roster. Nothing unusual out of the gates. Ice will be coming in again over Envy. And it is what you expect from Liv Sandbox tonight. I think Closer has been a real big focus point in this team's drafting so far. He's gotten a lot of his comfort picks. He's played the Akali 3 times. He's got LeBlanc twice. So even his Aurelia, he's played twice this series. So definitely a focal point, I think, for Damwon Kia if they really want to throw a wrench into how Liv Sandbox is drafting. Because otherwise, this team's drafting looks very flexible. They pick a lot of flex picks like the Akali, like the Aurelia, and react to their opponent's draft so extremely well. All those tickets.
Says she came to come down and watch them win. And that is, we'll see if that happens. As here's the roster once again. They recently got featured, at least Kyle and Closer, on the most recent Nuclear Family. You guys may have caught that during the break. Not sure if that was on the English stream or not, but it was on the Korean one. It'll be on tomorrow, I'm getting the word, so make sure you're tuning into that as you get to see them do hula hoops.
Yes.
Here's Damwon.
Yeah, here's Damwon indeed. Still Birdall, and everyone else is still the same here. Canyon, Showmaker, and that new bottom duo of Dom and Kellen. Massive favorites tonight, and this is a roster that is not going to be happy walking away from the series with anything less than a 2-0. It's, this is the end of an era, I think, of Damwon Kia where, like, the end of this early, I don't want to say era because I think that's way too strong. The end of a rocky patch for Damwon Kia, I want to say, where there were some issues with the top side, right? Hoya came in, he was the first top laner for this squad. Did, you know, very quickly was subbed out. Birdall had a few rough patches, but he's starting to really come into his own. And I think we're going to see the beginning in this series.
Report Duck Dom.
Report him.
Reporting for marriage. I don't. It's a play on words where, you know, marry me basically is what she's trying to say. Anyway.
Yeah, it's a beginning of an upward trajectory. That's what I was getting at there.
Yes. Sorry to cut you off.
No,
there.
it's all good.
Just a very good fan sign. And you can see here that in terms of the jungle matchup, in terms of some of the stats, Krako's actually ahead. Now, that doesn't mean the whole story, like Krako's a better jungler, but he does have some edges in some places.
Yeah, these are participation stats, right? Kill participation at 15, damage share. These are the stats, so you see first, and second there, where Canyon hasn't been as much of the hard carry for his team as he has in the past. But he's still, actually, yes, he is. Like, he still is very good at this, right? Like he hasn't been,
True.
like, they haven't relied on him as much, but they are still oftentimes drafting for his Diana.
He's hibernating.
Yeah.
Polar berries, you know, doesn't mean he's not playing well. He's actually playing very well. It's just, it's not as obvious, right? It's got a big smile there from Krako, as he definitely knows what's coming to him. Another player that had a big challenge earlier on today was Zeus up against Chovy in the top lane, which we did have twice. We'll see if Krako can meet a similar level challenge.
3 of the 4 Diana games Canyon has played have earned him POG, a champion that Damwon Kia is kind of exclusively prioritizing very highly. We're seeing a few other teams mess around with it, but Damwon Kia is pretty much going to get it any game they're given the opportunity to. Again, another way that Live Sandbox can attack the draft of Damwon Kia this time around potentially here. The problem is that Canyon's pool is so wide, this team is so complex that you don't want to ban the Diana because it's not as strong as a lot of the other meta picks. But if you don't, they might just win with it and dominate the early mid game and then blow you up in the late game scaled team fights where Canyon is just so massively ahead.
A lot of cool signs out here. Came to cheer on his, I don't even know how to translate that. He's a big fan of Sandbox. He's hoping that he can watch them win today. He's cheering them on. And Live Sandbox have chosen blue, and that's kind of the side you choose nowadays. If you are the home team, we have home and away system here where you're home for one round and then you're away for the other round in the same matchup against the same team. And that means you get side selection, basically.
Yep.
See how it goes.
The only teams that are really picking red side right now are teams that are super reliant on their solo laners.
Genji.
Yes, Genji in particular is the standout. Here we go, Valdez. Another potential upset in the works here against Damwon Kia. 4-3 currently, not the scoreline we expected with what is basically a retooled super team here. The Diana ban comes out right away. Face up, no questions asked. I respect it here for Live Sandbox.
Yeah, and the next ban for them is going to be TF. Unless Damwon Kia feel like they're scared of Closer playing TF, and then they might feel forced to go for the ban on the TF. It is that strong at the moment. They're just going to ban Poppy for now. Kind of a neutral ban that you wouldn't often see on the red side, especially with so many strong picks in the meta right now.
Something that you see when you're expecting your opponent to prioritize AD carry and you want to get the Lee Sin. So all eyes focused on that second, or the R1, R2 here for Damwon Kia. So the Caitlyn also banned on blue side. So once again, this is also pointing towards a first pick AD carry here for Live Sandbox. Damwon Kia may just ban the Zeri to prevent that, as I expect the Twisted Fate ban you mentioned is going to be the one that comes through here second. And now you have to make the call, do you ban the Corki, do you ban that Zeri? And if I'm Damwon Kia, I'm a little bit less concerned about the Corki because you're a strong, coordinated team. Live Sandbox hasn't been able to showcase great control of late game fights. And takes down, Karma's out. The screams, I'm picking Zeri, I'm picking Zeri, you better let me pick Zeri, or else a lot of these bans are going to hurt us.
Yeah, it really does, especially because Karma is a great first pick on the blue side as well. You can go with a lot of different things. It's just really strong right now. So the fact that they banned that as well on the blue side means they have a specific pick in mind.
Now, if they take the Corki, Damwon Kia can take the Zeri themselves, but I don't know if they necessarily want to. Will be a ban of the Akali, so they can trade whatever is left open. And Closer will play the Corkis 1-on-1 on it this season. Not one of our, higher win rate Corki players, but he's done middling on it.
Why does everybody smile when they get Corki?
Because everybody knows. Everybody knows what's going on.
Interesting.
Everybody knows. I think Damwon Kia, if they want the Zeri here, they could take it, obviously, but do you really want to play towards the late game? The answer is yes with this. And obviously,
Zeri Yuumi, right?
Yeah, Zeri Yuumi is super strong here. You also have a ton of control over waves in the mid game, which can give Corki a little bit of trouble. It can make it more difficult for him to farm freely. He'll have to play a little more defensively. And we're going all scaling all the time here. Might just see the Aphelios Lulu here. It's a safe rotation. A lot of the jungle pool will be banned away if you do that, so might see something like the Aphelios Xin Zhao. I think that would be a great rotation here for Croco as well.
Yeah, not a bad idea. A lot of stuff can go with Aphelios as well. I think that taking it here before it gets banned in the second phase is definitely going to feel pretty good.
Nautilus also a great option, but they're looking towards that Lulu I mentioned for the time being. The Nautilus can be great at shutting down Zeri's mobility, whereas the Lulu here is great for Aphelios' survivability and also can be very helpful for Corkis when you're looking for that slower poking team fight. But they will take the Nautilus instead because they really want that lockdown. Great in lane, great for trapping the Zeri, post 30 minutes, preventing her from getting the Quadra, the Penta.
Yeah, depth charge, just target it on the Zeri as long as you're in range, and you can definitely lock her down. Lulu could have been nice, polymorph, stuff like that. Instead, we are going to get the Nautilus, and here is Xin Zhao. Fantastic alongside of the Yuumi as well. Like what they're building up this time. Note that the beginning of this draft was exactly the same as our first series, but Genji chose Lee Sin Zeri instead of Zeri Yuumi, and then T1 went on to get Ezreal Yuumi. So we have avoided that here. Feels a lot more even in this draft.
I was kind of leaning towards the Lee Sin because of the Poppy ban, but they decide not to do it. I think now, as Live Sandbox, as Damwon Kia, you're like, okay, maybe some top bans. They'll take away the Lee Sin themselves because now they've taken the Xin Zhao. As Live Sandbox, you take away LeBlanc, 100% here, and you might even consider taking away the Yasuo. A little bit surprised to see the Syndra ban here. It's kind of a soft ban on the Tryndamere side laning power as well. We see that combo all the time. I expect that second one will still be the LeBlanc for sure, though.
Yeah, I like taking away picks that force you to build Hex Drinker, right? It just allows you to scale up faster. I think in general, Corki's pretty good at surviving against anything, including LeBlanc, but just to accelerate your builds, I think it is nice to just take it off the board. Anything that you might feel you might get poked out by in the AP sense, I think is not a bad idea.
Now, if Closer wants to play Vex, you can leave the LeBlanc open here and then counter pick, but then Corki would have to go into another lane. That's not going to happen.
Top Corki win.
I mean, we haven't seen it yet. I'm always wondering. I think that it was a pretty easy call to ban LeBlanc. We're still waiting until the very end here to see what Damwon Kia is going to put Showmaker on. Will look to be the Gwen on the top side here. With a Tryndamere ban, you've got a lot of side lane control with this. This does offer Dove the opportunity to play that Jax, though, that we've seen so many times into this matchup. And we might have a slower but very volatile top lane matchup that goes with this. This does give Damwon Kia the counter pick opportunity.
Yeah, for Showmaker.
Yeah.
Gwen, I feel like, has been shown to have some weaknesses. If you blind it nowadays, the Jax you're talking about, the Jace is still available, which is very often banned. If you are looking to pick the Gwen, it is going to be Trundle, and it looks like it will be the Jace. And that has just a fantastic amount of synergy already. You put down a pillar, you poke a million times, you have tons of scaling. I like it here.
I'm kind of a little bit puzzled about how the Gwen was picked here instead of Showmakers. Like, if they just picked the LeBlanc first, then you can wait and see what you want to put into the top lane against what is going to be shown here, and the Jace becomes maybe a tougher argument to have. It's not a matchup where Jace is not a champion you feel like you have a lot of counters to, per se. But I think LeBlanc is the safest call here. What?
Oh! This would actually be pretty good. He is going to lock it in, and our second Veigar of the LCK Spring 2022.
I love Veigar. I'm basically a Veigar one trick right now. I loved watching him by Lava. But I think this is one of the worst picks they could have picked into this draft, because he has extremely low range, will only be reliant, in this case, he's going to be reliant on setting up a lot of combos. He will have a ton of speed with Yuumi, right? He's going to go Predator. He's going to maybe get that Dead Man's Plate build going again if he has an early lead. He scales incredibly well, so you can match the Corki's damage. But will you be able to hit a Corki? Will you be able to hit a Jace? Maybe you catch the Trundle. You can keep the Nautilus off of your Zeri. That's great. He can be used utility-wise there, but if this goes late game and Corki gets his 3 items, are you ever going to be relevant? Will you ever be able to hit anything? Is my real question here. I'm not a huge fan of this pick. I love to see it in competitive play. I'm a fan of it in that regard. But in terms of how it functions in this draft, it's definitely raising my eyebrows a little bit.
The one thing that it does have, when you do look at it and you try to understand why they are going for this, is incredible one-shot potential. But like you're saying, it's a valid point. He needs to get close to those picks first. Like, he needs to flash in, basically. He needs to have Predator, Yuumi to get in position to actually burst someone down. But he is going to be able to burst you down if he gets anywhere near you, as well as, any of those tanks that they do have in the front line. So interesting to see how this one will work out. Showmaker likes what he saw, and he is going to bring it in once again as we do hop onto the Rift here for game number 1.
Skin does he use? Oh. All right. A bunch of leprechauns here in the LCK, and I don't know what this one is. I thought it was a leprechaun skin again. I actually only use the regular Veigar skin. I was talking to Atlas about this.
I've also played a ton of Veigar, and I don't actually know the skin. It might be one of the newer ones.
It's the Krabby Patty skin because he's got a spatula. Like, what is going on? I'm sure Atlas knows, and he's going to tell us when we get to the
I really like to play the, I don't know the English name of it, but he's basically in the same line as like Raid Boss Malzahar.
It's Final
Boss
yeah,
Malzahar.
Final Boss, yeah. I think it's Final Boss Veigar. I think Malzahar is a Raid Boss as well, but
yeah, I like that one for Veigar, personally.
It is a spatula though, right?
That one or the one where he wears the little helmet? I'm a big fan of that one too, because it just looks so dumb.
No, I talked about this skin with Atlas yesterday, but I can't remember the name of it. Anyway. In terms of real analysis about the game, let's see how this pick works out, because also if Showmaker if anything goes wrong here for Closer, which shouldn't happen, he's got first strike, he's going to play safe, he's Corki, he can poke. Hold that thought.
I'm going to catch Kellen, but it ends up being Kellen that gets the better of that one.
If Showmaker gets a solo kill, or if there's a gank and Showmaker gets an early kill, then he can actually put kill pressure on the Corki. Because like you said, the ult execution is just, you can kill the FLS, you can kill the Corki in less than 2 seconds if you get the opportunity to. So it can change the way the mid-game plays.
You know what? It can also block the packages, I would imagine. I haven't played this matchup recently, but I'm pretty sure that if you time it perfectly, it's kind of hard because the package comes out really quickly, right?
Yeah.
I would imagine that you can just stop that extremely obnoxious engage that Corki has, right? Including Valkyries and stuff like that.
It's a very nice zoning tool that you can use, but you have to time it extremely well if you do that. And you also then, if they, if it doesn't work out and you put your, what's the name of it? The black hole thing, the E. If you put it down,
the Event Horizon.
Event Horizon, thank you.
Yes, best ability that's not ult in the game.
If you put that down early, then you leave yourself open, and your opponents can actually start walking forward towards you because they know the cooldown of it. Definitely, you'll see how it works in practice. Like, I'm very negative towards this, and I'm usually not negative towards things like this, but right now I'm kind of worried. But it is Damwon Kia and it is Showmaker, so I should probably give a little bit more faith. It was Chovy on the Yasuo, and I was burned, so
yeah,
we'll see what happens.
The other thing, you know, in terms of if we're just not talking about range and we're just talking about the scaling, Veigar's another pick that, you know, as Corki, you hit your 2-item spike, and from there on you just get more and more obnoxious. Kind of similar with Veigar, where you, especially if you go for a death cap as like a 3rd or 4th item, you're going to just be stupidly fed very, very quickly. And, you know, can he actually make his abilities hit is still a big question. But in terms of matching the scaling and the burst damage in terms of the mid lane, I think Veigar does a good job of that.
Croco looking for a level 4 gank here. Nice flash. Sorry, I took the play-by-play.
Good play-by. That was pretty good. I liked it.
I was gonna toss it, but then the flash happened, so I don't know.
No.
That's all.
It's okay. The wolf by play.
Well, let's
very
see.
Good.
I'll let you do this one if it happens. I don't think it is. Although Event Horizon down.
Yeah, Closer actually baiting this very well, but Canyon is nearby. And so he will just be there. Quite able to land that on the Closer, but that's okay. I remember when I thought that Pillar was the best non-ultimate ability. We have both champions now in the game, one on either side, the Pillar and the Event Horizon.
Yeah.
I think Event Horizon kind of takes the cake.
I think so. In this particular case, if it's only the Trundle Pillar, you know, I think his goes into a top. Oh, well, Gwen E is also pretty, like, you know, the Mist is pretty sick. I don't think that's actually on E, but it's, it's the W. I'm like, oh, well, it's the Event Horizon's on E. My brain's all flustered after that last series. The other thing that we talked about it yesterday on the desk, and we've discussed it a few times, and it's come up, but like, Lava also got insanely ahead in that game with the Veigar. If Showmaker doesn't have the same opportunities, it's going to take him longer to get those stacks, as he is in danger. Not really.
However, Event Horizon lasts for like 4 seconds. So he's totally fine. Ignite was also used by Kyle. And again, you know, they're trying to put on pressure here and trying to force Showmaker to be in a bad spot, but he looks to be pretty much fine, even after the gank.
Yeah, he's going to have a Corrupting Pot charge left here as well, and be just fine. Closer.
Actually, hey, that's a lot of damage. One more auto would have done it, but Canyon's in position, and it turns out to be a bait all in the end, but that was really close. I mean, Showmaker was playing with fire. If that auto went off, he was dead, and thankfully Canyon was right there.
Yeah, I mean, he played that very well, Closer did, and was able to get over the Event Horizon and look for that extra damage there in the center while he's on top of this Veigar, but Canyon being here turns it into first blood for the Xin Zhao. And, you know, Showmaker's just going to be able to sit back here, take this wave. I really like how Croco is denying him the wave, at least temporarily. Will actually force him to back, and he doesn't have teleport, so very frustrating. Holds his wave for his teammate there.
Yeah.
And now the wave is towards the Corki.
And this is going to mean that Live Sandbox, with this opportunity, with the Veigar going back, they can actually push into the bottom lane and take this dragon. As it does look like Canyon wants to get in here. He's still considering it as Kyle is trying to frontline against level 6 Xin Zhao. Canyon is just chunking him down and doing so much work with this Crescent Guard. So Live Sandbox do pick up the dragon, but they have taken a lot of damage. Slow comes in here. Duck Dom looking for the extra kill. He's got a Yumi on his back, and that will be enough. Flash comes in, and another kill into the pocket to Damwon Kia already. I really hope that Ocean Drake was worth it.
Yeah, I mean, you get the Ocean Drake here, which we'll be talking about this in 20 minutes time, right? Like, okay, they had a slight Drake lead. How did they hold on to it? You know, like, how can they slow the game down for this Corki, etc. But pulling this Corki out of lane now twice is going to cost him a ton of gold. And this is a big problem, as Closer handles this so well. Flashes the Event Horizon, looks for the kill, but he just doesn't know Canyon's here. And you're starting to feel the pressure here in this lane. You think you have an opportunity. Then they're able to get this Drake, right? And they're stuck in here. And unfortunately for Ice, Duck Dom's on one of the highest mobility 80 carries ever introduced to the game. So he's also got a Yumi on his back, as you mentioned. And it's just not going to be a good time. And that's also a ton of gold going over to the Zeri, who's supposed to be a little bit slower at this stage of the game. So Damwon Kia just better on the map right now. And it feels like we can just move the draft aside. We don't even have to talk about that part. This is really just Liv Sandbox overextending quite a bit, and it's costing them all sorts of control in this early game.
Yeah, I think they kind of overestimated their spot with the Corki, but it almost looked like Closer was late to the fight too, and he was zoned out as well because Showmaker was barreling down from mid, and also he couldn't deal damage to Xin Zhao, who was level 6 already. So it was like, well, what am I even doing here as Corki? So it just turned into a 3v3, and Kyle is level 4, had to frontline, and he immediately got burst down, and Kenny got so much value out of this early skirmish as the Xin Zhao. Maybe more than he should have.
Canyon's able to find out where Ice is, stop him from rotating over, so this gives an opportunity for Duckdom to push bottom. They're not going to fight for the Rift Herald while package is up. I think this is a good choice here from Damwon Kia. Yes, you do give over 2 objectives to Liv Sandbox, but you already have a pretty nice 3,000 gold lead. Take that red buff away, push Ice away, and now he's really struggling to farm. And Zeri, I mean, I feel like we've talked about it so much. Give her a chance to hit a turret, and she will take plates. You know, it's like the Aphelios with Crescendum. If he gets an opportunity to shoot this turret with a really good play there from Canyon, you've already negated the Herald's gold, and you're ahead 3,000. You took a red buff away. It's all running smoothly here for Damwon Kia.
Yeah, 3,000 gold ahead here at 9.5 minutes as Bertle's just going to go for a little face check. But Dove says, well, I don't quite have the damage to get him down to 0, so I'll take the good trade and back away. As Canyon did go pretty deep, he's going to have Subjugate on top of him. The Event Horizon is used, and he should be fine. As we get a zoom in from Jonas Strong, he knows.
Showmaker used his Predator. It's on cooldown.
Showmaker pressed his E ability.
He did.
Wow.
He certainly did. Right now, you know, 20 CS up nearly here on the Corki. As, sorry, Kyle, it is it's a Zeri on the other side. You had a chance to pick her, but you chose the Corki. Ice, the thing about, you know, I talked about it earlier, how Damwon Kia probably not too worried about the Corki. And this is because the coordination required to run Corki comps and survive through the mid-game is so difficult. And as Damwon Kia has been such a good team at getting early leads this season, and, you know, basically every season that they've successfully taken, they are not worried about this in the slightest. And on the other side of the coin, Ice has had some phenomenal late-game team fights. Like, he is the Aphelios who's going to hit the massive Moonlight Vigil. Like, you can trust this guy's late-game Aphelios. But I feel like you should have maybe put more trust in the Zeri pick. The other problem with that, though, is that if you give Corki over to Showmaker and Damwon Kia delay the game, like, can you ever win that one? It was a really nice play from Damwon Kia to say, which one do you want? Because it's not a great solution either way.
Yeah, I think I still would have taken the Corki. A lot of the games here in the LCK just end up going to a later stage in some way. Like you mentioned, I think very importantly, Damwon is really good at ending games when they need to. And maybe this isn't the team to go for it for, but they were kind of put between a rock and a hard place, as we always say, and they banned the Karma, so they essentially handshook it. They were the ones who said, you know, deal, and then Damwon were like, huh, deal. You know, and we'll see how it works out. I mean, the game isn't over yet, but it's definitely heavily in Damwon's favor at the moment. And we'll see how Liv Sandbox can crawl out of this hole.
Yeah, the Rift Herald here only just getting the 2 plates. Showmaker looked like he might want to come over there and intervene, decided not to. As Bertle might find himself in a bit of trouble here as a result.
He does have the needles, but with the Subjugate down, does he have enough damage and sustain? That is the question. The answer is no. As the hook comes down, the Event Horizon this time not quite going to save Showmaker, as he had already flashed, and so Liv Sandbox able to get a couple of nice victories themselves.
Now, at the same time, Damwon Kia is able to finish off the turret at the bottom side. I think that was the only part of this that wasn't really shown. So Damwon Kia was trying to do, I think, a little bit too much all at once. The Showmaker was trying to trade aggressively mid, is unable to teleport, of course, with the Nautilus there. And then on the top side of the map, you know, there's nothing you could do 1v2 as a Gwen here, and the bot duo was pushing, so they did get punished a little bit, but Damwon Kia's gold lead, as much as it has diminished, they still have a great opportunity to keep pulling out plates here with the Zeri pick that's now heading top.
Canyon once more, and he's going to be knocked back by Dove. Nice little dodge there, as Dove will be fine to walk away. Showmaker picking up a nice little plate before we get a little bit too late, as Canyon is still okay. Duckdom's here. Well, that might be the the end of you, as he'll get the Trundle, but not the Jace. But again, denies the back, and another kill into the pockets of Zeri.
And because Ice was zoned away, he's not going to have any opportunity. Like, he was zoned away on the bottom side. He decides to go up top here to try to relieve some of this pressure, but he has no opportunity whatsoever to get the counter plates on the bottom side. Birdall's already there, walked there, didn't even teleport. So Duckdom gets all bottom plates, is working on plates up here. Doesn't matter if he's on the Aphelios or the Zeri. The guy will absorb plates because he wins lane. He has a great jungler that helps get him ahead. And this was the case when he was on Nongshim as well, right? He had Peanuts setting up for him, Canyon setting up for him, and he's just sucking up all the plate gold that is available. And we can't say the same, unfortunately, for Ice in this game. So notice on the mini-map, on the bottom side of the map, is Canyon is allowing Duckdom to actually get money, and they're trading this for Birdall because they're like, maybe Birdall can actually turn this back because he's Gwen. He's not quite able to, doesn't have a Leeching Leer just yet. And then Showmaker at the same time is also trying to look for an aggressive grab onto Closer. So this is why I said they did a little bit too much at once. But still at the end of the day, as the gold lead diminishes, Damwon Kia didn't just lose out here because they were able to get Duckdom into a position where now he's also rotating fast into the top side.
Seems good, yeah. That's a pretty good ability, too.
It's getting nerfed. It's cooldown. Eventually, we'll see it in like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I don't know if that'll change.
I don't know if
things.
cooldown is enough, because it kind of reminds me of Camille, where her kit is just so busted that you kind of just need to nerf the kit.
Might be another champion in this game that we
or
can talk
you just
about.
need to nerf it into the ground.
Package.
It's just because the kit is just so overpowered, right?
Yeah.
The ability in itself is just too strong. So like even if you make it really bad, it's still a good ability, and the champion has other stuff. But
yeah, package is the other thing I was going to say is another champion like this that's about to get nerfed, but he's it the right way.
yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that.
I don't think it's going to change too much here in the LCK, but I think the counter to Corki and the LCK will eventually be games like this where you can just outdo the enemy team's macro, but if it's a closer matchup, you just can't let the Corki through. But Damwon Kia are so much the better team is basically what they've said in this statement game, where they're like, yeah, we'll take the Zeri and we'll still beat you. And they're controlling this early game so significantly well that it's hard. You know, Corki will eventually scale up. We'll get there in like 10 minutes time, but he has been slowed, let's just say, and did have to build the Hex Drinker that you were talking about, which significantly slows the build. Showmaker just looking for anything he can find here on the map. He's got his Predator boots. He's going to force him out.
Very scary, that Veigar. You can see that Liv Sandbox are looking for something here, at least to clear some vision, stuff like that. Bertle does have teleport, so does Dove. So Dove can just go back down bot and continue matching the wave clear that is down there. But Damwon really want to make sure they take the second Rift Herald and probably throw it into the mid turret just to try to solidify their lead that they've already built up for themselves. The Drake is Cloud, the Cloud Soul. Thanks, Atlas. We love you.
Thumbs up.
But that does mean that Damwon, it might be a little bit harder for them to end this game.
It is really good for Veigar, so there's that. I mean, it's good for Corki as well as Zeri. So it's a really, really important Drake, I think, on either side. But it's going to be quite critical.
Just not as good as the other two options.
Yes, that's true.
Infernal and Hextech. But yeah, I mean, it's still worth getting for sure.
I just like that Cloud Drake is not like useless in some games as it was in the past, where you just feel like, well, I mean, I guess it's okay, but like, it doesn't really matter. Like, it's still very useful compared to what it was before it's been reworked this season. So I'm happy for that.
Yeah, it's not a total meme anymore. Just
Yeah.
a little bit of a meme. It's a small mini meme.
So it's always going to be a meme in the LCK, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Canyon right now is 2-0-3, working towards a very fast Force of Nature, so he's going to be eating those rockets and not really caring too much with the Yuumi on his back. And he's looking for an overextension here with this control ward. However, Liv Sandbox not going to overdo it. So much side laning getting done here for the Gwen. on the bottom side of the map. This is going to allow Dom1Kia to kind of just take this one away for free because Liv Sandbox didn't have any space, any room to breathe in mid. Corki free farms counterwise on the top side is, ooh, would have been cool, but not going to go off.
Uh-oh. That's multiple people caught in this one. I can't believe you've done this. You ran straight into the Veigar as Kyle is going to die. And that's what happens. He caught 2 people, but one of them dies. And it's kind of funny because now with Everfrost, like, he always used to have this ability, but he was never quite this level. He got some buffs, which make his scaling even better. And now he still has that ability, and with Everfrost, people realize, oh, well, I could just lock you down for like 7 seconds.
Yeah, he got buffed, and also he got not only the Everfrost, but another this season great item for survivability in the crown. So, you know, in a game like this where your opponent isn't really going to be able to like assassinate you or blow you up, it's a slower game, right? With poke, you don't need the crown, and we didn't see it last time for Lava either. But just in general, he's a great champion to play in solo queues. This is just handled so well here. The ult from Yuumi is there. Canyon secures the kill, and Veigar feels like an assassin. On, like, it's crazy because he's a mage assassin, right? But he feels like he's one of the fastest assassins you could face when he also has a Yuumi on his team. He also has Predator boots, and soon to be potentially 3 Cloud Drakes into a soul. So, yeah, he's zooming.
That's very true.
This Dead Man's Plate probably, you know, 3rd item. Watch out, he's gonna be fast. He's coming for you.
I saw some of Veigar V2, obviously famous Veigar one trick, talking a little bit about the builds. Said that Dead Man's Plate was an oldie but a goodie. Good old times, not necessarily the best build nowadays, but I kind of like it. I think it's okay for where we're at, especially the team that he was against in that game. There was a lot of attack damage, so gave him a little bit of tankiness as well. It'll be curious to see what he builds if he does finish off Seraphs once again.
Actually went Zonia second here this time, but looks like that will be the 3rd item and then maybe Dead Man's Plate later on. This is, again, not Showmaker dominating the same level that Lava did, so not as much gold to have fun, shall we say. But he's still having fun, I'd say, in regards to how this game is going. Just not as much fun as Lava. As Herald gets dropped, and, I mean, this is an inner turret we're looking for here at 20 minutes. So much control of this game is over to Dom1Kia. Like, they can just walk up and take objectives.
Now Flash is all available. Uh-oh, they caught the Trundle. Down he goes. See ya. That's the end of him. As they also have the final chapter available, so that does get used alongside of the exhaust, just to make sure that they can get that one. Bertle is going to be knocked back here in a little bit of trouble. He's going to have to use those needles as he's actually looking for the kill, but he doesn't throw the last bit of the needles in. Showmaker says, I still have my Q, and he'll flash Q and get that kill. And the rest of his team is looking for the cleanup here. Ice still alive, though, as Damwon are having a lot of fun with this one. Diving underneath the turret, looking for the ace, and they will pick it up at 21 minutes.
21 minutes, 11 kills to 4, 2 inner turrets down off 1 play. And now, as Liv Sandbox, you're not really talking about the Corki clock ticking over to Doomsday, where the 3 items come through and he's a menace, and he's going to chip you out because you're never going to be able to get into a position to do that damage before these fights break out. This is just good decisive play here out of Dom1Kia. You know, you set up the event horizon, you catch the Trundle, you blow him up, you take out a turret with a Rift Herald, and then this is just Gwen's kit. At work here is poor Kyle. He's like, no, I'm gonna help out. Not a good idea. And then Canyon is so giga-fed this game that like he actually just doesn't
turbo-fed.
Care. Turbo-fed.
What's the official term? I don't know. We need Chronicler here for the Zoomer memes.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's giga turbo-fed.
Yeah, something like that.
Just
he's Astro Smurfing, I think. That's one of the words I heard recently.
Oof, because now, yeah.
He kind of just yeeted himself in there under that turret.
Duckdom,
really well done.
Duckdom also quietly 2,700 gold ahead, picks up his Hurricane. And
triple kill in the last fight. So
yeah.
He's enjoying this game as well.
The Veigar here, I definitely want to do a PSA of like, don't try this at home against a comp like this because I think in practice it's still very difficult to pull off. But if you have Canyon on your team, by all means, just do it.
And a Yuumi, I mean. it's good times over there for Dom and Kia. Looks like they're waiting for that Cloud Soul point Drake, and they'll just let Bertle take it down.
This is actually kind of an awkward moment for the Veigar and the Zeri because they both really want this mid farm because Veigar wants it for infinite scaling and Zeri wants it because she clears it. Yeah, I mean, it happens. Scary times.
Communication.
Right now, Zeri has already got 3 items. Like, if I'm Showmaker, I'm like, yo, give me the goods. Like, you already hit your big spike. I'm just going to keep getting bigger and bigger.
Showmaker, I like what he's doing here. I think hopefully he goes for the death cap next and just holds on to the tier. And see what he ends up going with his builds. Seeing another Force of Nature coming in here for Canyon. There's a lot more of that going around. We saw it with the Lee Sin into the Corki as well.
You get so much out of your Null Magic Mantle early, and then you're like, you're so, or not Null Magic Mantle, the other one, the one that goes into this, but you have so much magic resist early while you're building into it, and then you just have it in the mid game, and Corki just dents you, doesn't actually hurt you. Just gotta be careful about going this far forward against the Veigar. They will get out.
He's having so much fun with the Yuumi on his back. There's only one direction for him, and that's forward.
I think that the way this game goes from here for Live Sandbox is you just try to delay, but there's only 3 minutes and 45 seconds until that Cloud Soul happens. And like you said, of the 3 it could have been, like, still the best case scenario for Live Sandbox, but not good. And I think you just have to give that one up and hope that your base doesn't get opened up, because the wave clear and siege that Dom Kia has is pretty insane too with the Zeri and the Veigar, but you should be able to hold on. Not if you go this far up though, not necessarily.
Yeah, they went pretty far, and Damwon just really don't care about engaging. They press all their buttons, and Canyon got so incredibly low, but he will survive. Crescent Guard now down, but he still doesn't care, as now the Yumi's on the Zeri's back, and you're not getting away from that, as now Damwon Kia will push into the mid lane and potentially look to end this game.
Like I said, they have so much siege, and they have a Runin's Hurricane now on to the Zeri, so Duck Dom is like, I can kill everything that's in my path, but with the Aphelios still up and the still fairly relatively low death timers, they decide to back off. As look at how much Croc was able to do in this fight, you know, despite being rooted and then caught. You know, he almost is able to help chomp Canyon down to death. Closer does not hit that rocket though either, unfortunately, and you just went way too far up here, and with no objectives to take. It was a bit of a puzzling move.
Yeah, it's just the Baron's available and they have 0 vision, so it's like, you know, do we just sit back and die, or sit back and give over the Baron, or do we go in and potentially die? And I think they took option 2.
The other, you know, thing is, if you just sit back though and stay, like maybe those pushing Baron minions gives your Corki the last bit of the gold he needs, but I mean, he is 3 items now. We'll upgrade his boots soon. Yeah. That's just a Zeri feature. That's a basic ability she uses to get back to lane.
Yeah, another good one. Some of them are old, some of them are new.
Yep.
But the 3 that we have in this game are
pretty
all
good. Yeah, pretty good. I didn't expect this game to look this one-sided, to be totally frank with you, especially because I thought, you know, with the Corki, it goes pretty slow. The Veigar, you know, can he really snowball? Can he get ahead? Yes, but not quite as well as Lava, but still it's enough for Damwon Kia to really firmly grasp this game and just never let it go. And Closer has been given several opportunities to split push top, and he's actually going to get that bounty gold here, but you're losing your Nexus if you don't come back soon. He will get the bounty and come home, but will it be in time is the question.
Live Sandbox, I mean, they can do nothing without the Corki. And yeah, he's going to go for the back now. But the Baron minions are already pushing in. They have 2 waves. Decent amount of wave clear here on the side of Live Sandbox with the Jace and the Aphelios. But especially with the Event Horizon to just throw down and take a turret, it's on a really short cooldown as well when you do level it up to max. As you can see, they're desperately trying to kill those last cannon minions, but it's not quite working out too well. Nice little engage here, but it's onto the Xin Zhao. And that is not the target that you are looking for. once again, Showmaker can always throw those down. Moonlight Vigil goes totally wide, trying to force this engage. Canyon now with no Crescent Guard here, trying to survive. In goes the Gwen, immediately dies as Dahlon are really trying to force the end of this game. And I think they just might do it through brute force on to this Nexus as, okay, Duck Dom really trying to put an end to the game.
Showmaker doesn't do damage with auto attacks.
Oh, he does. He's getting in there, and it's okay, guys. Really, Canyon? Can you please? No! He's not going to end the game. The Nexus will survive.
The Nexus survives, and now that's a ton of gold given over to an Aphelios here. The Corki didn't pick up very many of those kills somehow, but the package was good. The aggressive all-in from Dom1Kia is thwarted at the end. And, I mean, Veigar, he did a few bits of damage with those auto attacks, but they were able to zone off the Crescent Guard-less Xin Xiao. Yuumi doesn't really do anything in the final moments here. And the damage is real from Live Sandbox's composition. When you run at them, you can see they are going to be able to get this break in the interim. And unfortunately, once Birdall is out of this, you don't really have the front line you need to realistically fight this without Crescent Guard, because as you point out, Crescent Guard was used earlier. I don't blame Dom1Kia for trying because it goes extremely low. And they are still very ahead. Like, let's not be
Veigar chunky auto attacks, so close.
Let's not be you know, facetious and say that like Dom1Kia lost the game here, because they're definitely still in a massive lead, but the money that Live Sandbox picks up from this puts them only at a 3,000 gold deficit. So it's it could have been worse, and it was worse before this.
Yeah. Take a look at the base now. There's a couple of control wards in there just to stop any teleport shenanigans. With
The gold difference over time.
We have gone into the Grand Canyon, and we came out of it. We're fine.
Things have gone from worse to bad.
Yeah. Seems okay. You can see they're still looking for the engages here. Uh-oh, Kyle, he's caught in the event horizon. Lasts for basically forever. And down he will go. Bertle not doing very well in this fight on the right side, though. He will back away from that one. Subjugate down, and Krako now is going to be the one that is caught, but not electing to use his ultimate just yet. Krako relatively tanky with his own force and nature.
Yeah, and just have to catch these waves. Showmaker and crew ready to set up event horizons to siege the Nexus.
Okay, attempt number 2.
Here we go.
I think this time they're going to go for the kills rather than the Nexus. They're just totally ignoring the Nexus and wiping the floor with Live Sandbox. That'll do it. 30 minutes. GG. Dom1Kia will take game number 1.
Really great game from Canyon. Gets both his mid lane ahead, but also his bottom lane. And Dom1Kia knew just how to fight around package. They set up a 3-man for bot, got an entire turret, switched lanes, put Duck Dom into the top side with the Zeri. Got so many plates early, avoided fighting the one place Corki is dangerous in the early game is the package. Got a very, very early lead for Veigar in the matchup there against the Corki. And so all there is to it, I think if it was a stronger team, the Veigar might have gotten punished a little bit. We might have been able to talk about those range things. It might have not been as one-sided of an affair. But at the end of the day, you know, Dom1Kia, they played that early mid-game so well, as they often do. And I think we'll have to see Liv Sandbox consider a few more bans in the early, that first rotation here. They don't want to be giving these over.
No more of those handshakes, as I would imagine they will choose the blue side once again and see where they go from there. Dom1Kia, I think overall things were fine. I think that Showmaker was definitely the one playing a little fast and loose today. Extremely aggressive on the Veigar, got caught a couple of times with his pants down, but that's okay, happens. Still were able to dominate off the backs of good old reliable Canyon. Duck Dom getting insanely fed this game. And Dom1 just essentially making a statement that we are the better team. Like, they did not have to do the thing where they all face plant on the Nexus and just barely not get it. They could have taken their time, as we normally see here in the LCK, but you can tell that they're brimming with confidence today.
As they should be, and we just want to finish this one off as soon as possible. They also aren't showing anything really with this draft. Like, they played Veigar, they won't do this against a stronger team very likely, and so, you know, Dom1Kia get to have some fun, hide some strats, and in game 2, you know, we'll see how this draft changes. Take a look at some of the damage here. Showmaker not quite, again, as prolific as Lava, but still out damages the Corki, which is even with a one-sided game like this, pretty shocking to see.
Yeah. Loser was having some trouble. I think a lot of the team fights, he wasn't really in a position to do too much damage, especially because his front line was just being insta-melted. And that was the fun part about the Veigar into this comp. It's like Trundle and Nautilus did 0. I mean, there were a couple of times where they got good engages, but right after that, that was the end. Like, you get the engage and die, or you do nothing. And that's basically all we saw from those two picks. The power of Veigar once again. We'll have to see if we can maybe get it here in the series. We'd love to see it again, but we'll have to wait and see. But guys, we will go to a quick break and have the analyst chairs up next.
나 그냥 제리 탈게 이제. 나 제리 탈게.
봐봐. 나 두냐로 한 턴 빠질 수 있고. 나 인트야.
옵제이콘 나오고.
레이트 노플이야.
네, 일시 빠졌고.
트란데부터.
제리 힐 줄게.
나 제이스 볼게.
제리 탈진 걸었어.
화염포다.
괜찮아.
다 잡아버리기.
Keep your head warm.
Only 26K!
Patch on some patches.
Patches sold separately. Marketing.
Why do you have like 2 top lanes? Are you you're top lane for both teams?
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts and don't look back, hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst chairs and collaborative rug space. I am Atlas, this is Chronicler, and that was a game of League of Legends that was over extraordinarily quickly, especially in a meta this slow.
You'd think, looking at these drafts, okay, we got Zeri, Yumi in the bot lane. They need some time. Got a Veigar, he wants to stack. Gwen wants to hit one, possibly two items. Corki, self-explanatory, but no. This game felt like it was over, I want to say in the first 10-15 minutes when Damwon found insurmountable leads. And they almost threw it away. but I do think that in terms of what you see here in draft, you'd expect a relatively slow-paced game. It was a long game, but it wasn't close.
No, it wasn't. I mean, 30 minutes in the grand scheme of things, not exactly all that long. I think given the current state of the meta, even Jake Spawn Tiberi would allow me to say that this was a shellacking, and because of that, we have some real content for you. There was another Veigar pick, and there has been some contention on whichever caster desk there has been. So we have drawn up a tier list, just so you guys know. This is not an opinion-based tier list. This is objective facts. Absolute facts. So these are the best skins that you can use and the worst ones. Of course, we need to start at the bottom. Leprechaun Veigar is pay to win. It is boring.
No.
Don't use it. Just because the cage is a little bit more difficult to see, just don't pick it. It's boring.
No, and then at the top, of course, for everyone who's anyone, you know, we know it's Greybeard Veigar. That's
Gandalf Veigar,
clearly
right?
the best one. However, for you hipsters out there, we included curling Veigar in time with the Olympics. You know, I have to give a little bit of a shout out there.
Exactly right. A little bit seriously though, of course, we just saw the Furyhorn cosplay Veigar.
A-tier as well.
Of course, this one's it's very cool looking. I don't think it quite gets there, like the little wizard bouncing around, just because even the Veigar animations are really adorable. I think it's just too good. But Final Boss Veigar as well has some of the coolest animations ever.
Yeah, I really think that Final Boss Veigar is, outside of Greybeard, in my opinion, the best skin that you can have. It just has everything. It really leans into the kind of fantasy that you want to be, the evil lord, evil boss Veigar. Just perfect. Really, really good.
It really is. And all of the other skins are basically irrelevant, but Chronicler decided that he was going to put them on the tier list in
You
some
asked
order.
me as well.
I know, I did. And it was all a cunning ruse just to make sure that we had an entire screen. Let's get back to the video game though, because there were some things that happened. Mainly, it was Canyon obliterating the early game, like the MVP winner of last year that he is. But also, there were some pretty ridiculous team fights, and just the pace of the game that Damwon took against their opposition was amazing. So let's get into the first one. Of course, this one was top side of the map in a turret that it started, and just some classic Viger moves forward and someone dies.
And we can go earlier in this game, but it's honestly just Damwon Kia stomping everyone in every single fight. And then this is a classic Gwen moment, right? Like, oh, she's low, she's overextended. No, she's not. You are overextended. She's immune. She has all the sustain she needs. Yeah, look up like crits there from Ice. You know, that's nice, I guess. But in the grand scheme of things, it means extraordinarily little. As we see what happens when a Yumi comp gets ahead. Doesn't matter what you do, you can dive. And then in the next side, we're going to see that it actually does matter what you do. You're this far ahead with the Yumi comp.
And sometimes, yeah, there's just a little bit of happy gaming that that occurs in Damwon games, and we absolutely love them for it. This is the I put in the chat when I was requesting this highlight, the final fight of the game, and it was one of them, I guess, as it all starts off a little bit messy. Damwon, I think, really wanted to make this one an
They really forgot that, yes, this was the final fight, but in any JRPG, as Veigar I'm sure knows, there's a fight after the final fight.
It's not the final phase.
No, not until the choir comes in. That's when you know that you've hit the real phase. Unfortunately, even into a Nexus that is open, you kind of have to respect all the other champions that are there, as Canyon almost gets the final order, gets curling the way.
Exactly.
by
I think perhaps if Showmaker had taken the curling skin, I don't even know whether you're allowed to, as a pro player, take a skin that is no longer available. Of course, it's a legacy skin. Also, like the Baron von Viger is also legacy, the one where he's wearing a bucket on his head. That one's kind of cute. Bad Santa as well, unfortunately, legacy, and that one's fantastic. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the player of the game, or the Canyon of the game, as he moves ahead to, what is it, 800 points now. He's really starting to stretch that lead.
Yeah, and Canyon, there were moments at the beginning of the split where it looked like Dread had overtaken him as the most well-rounded jungler. I think obviously Owner is the only one that still is in the conversation together with him. But it was just his timings around the map. Was that Showmaker trolling a little bit? Possibly, but it didn't matter because Canyon was there when he needed to be. And then this is exactly what Xin Zhao can do, but we don't see him do in so many others. It's easy to forget that even though the champion has a lot more elements of scaling thanks to his survivability, he is still an early game menace, and Canyon always finds those opportunities, and I think leveraged it so much better than any other play. Was basically engage and tank, and thanks to the Yumi, survived in so many of these fights.
Yeah.
So much longer than was reasonable.
Yep, it's like more damage, more utility, more survivability, just more Xin Zhao than you normally get. And he is definitely the highest tier champion that we have in the jungle at the moment, as Owner literally just told us in his interview after our first series this evening. So 300-point lead over second place, which is tied by a great many people as well. I think there's quite a few at 500 points. I think Doran missing on that list. We are going to see that media got a bit confused, but that's okay.
I like it.
I like the Showmaker vote. Oh, that's my favorite. Gets saved by Canyon. Veigar. Give it to Showmaker. Absolutely fantastic. But ladies and gentlemen, there is a game too. It's coming up right now, and we have Valdez and Wolf alongside to take you through the cuts.
Thank you, Carpenters, for that wonderful breakdown. As from what I could tell, I think Final Boss was on the A tier, should be in the S tier. Other than that, seemed good.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. I feel like media saw like the end of the game graphic, and they're like, I don't know, like let's talk to Veigar. I really want to see what Showmaker has to say about Veigar, so I'm gonna vote for him.
It might have been Resonant Sleepering through that. For the mid game on that one, I would have been like, oh, it's one of those nights. It's hard, you know. The press room is often a very exciting, it can be a very tense place, but it can also be, you know, everybody's just kind of like, everybody's back there like, ooh, this is it's a game of League of Legends, as the desk host is wont to say. It was you for a while, but now Max is getting in on it. I expect to see Live Sandbox, blue side pick, as you pointed out before we closed. they will not handshake some of these picks away, or they will face the same fate as they did in Game 1. On the other side of the rift here, you can tell Damwon Kia is primed, ready to go. You know, they're very excited about that game went. I think it was a lot of fun. It's the type of game you want to win and dominate in as a team that is, I think, like I said before, on the road to going up and up and up, right? Like, they're finally on that upward trajectory. They seem like a team that is getting better every week instead of flopping around with swapping top laners and stuff like that. Is the Diana ban will remain the same.
Yeah, now sometimes teams, they get a little bit stubborn and they say, well, the game didn't play out just like we wanted, so we were okay with our draft, but, you know, mistakes were made. And so I hope that Live Sandbox doesn't fall into that trap. Already a little bit of a change here. Akali's going to be banned first instead of Poppy from the side of Damwon Kia.
I think Live Sandbox, if they want to go for an early AD carry pick here, we can ban the Zeri right now, and then you'll have the opportunity to choose between the Corki or whatever else is left open. But Corki is banned this time around. Korean casters were very excited about that, and I think that it's pretty solid here to see Damwon Kia respond in this way, because things could have gone poorly for them in that game. Live Sandbox's draft was not the problem, it was actually Canyon that was the problem. Canyon is so good, that was the issue. So, see where this one goes. The Zeri is obviously still open.
Yeah, that's the one that stands out to you the most in this draft. The TF getting banned away is kind of funny because obviously you don't want to give that away, but especially not to Showmaker.
Just ban Poppy here. You can give them the Zeri and take the Lee Sin for Canyon. Like that's the Damwon Kia move. Like, I'm thinking one step ahead on this one, going like, I think that's what I'd do. Is it like the best thing to do in this case? Not necessarily, but in this matchup where you're already one ahead, give them the Zeri, take the Lee Sin, try to dominate that bottom side of the map again. Because we have seen a lot of Zeris falter through the early game and struggle to come online. Not to be the case, of course, for Duckdom, where he got a massive lead because of Canyon, but it is pretty normal for that to be the case. Also, Xin Zhao is another great option here still for Damwon Kia.
Yeah, I just feel like, I don't know, Zeri's so strong right now, I'm not sure about taking the risk. Like, obviously, you're going to get some great picks for your team, like Aphelios for Duckdom. Again, like, the guy doesn't lose on Aphelios, really. But it's not like they were going to first pick Poppy or anything like that. You know, if you specifically want to play the Lee Sin, like you're saying, I suppose. Obviously, Xin Zhao is going to feel good with the Poppy down as well, but you could have just taken the Poppy for yourself. We'll see how this goes. If they can mitigate what Zeri can bring to the late game.
Yeah. Kroko will have the opportunity to play as Lee Sin, which is always really fun to watch. One of our better players on it in the jungle here in the LCK. Just one of our better junglers quietly despite his team's 2-5 record.
What if they go Olaf Yumi?
I
feel like that would have been pretty cool.
I like it.
Especially with Kroko, but they're not going to do it.
Nope. We'll get the little Blanc that I really thought we could have seen last game for Damwon Kia, but they wanted to play Veigar and said, all right, are we really just having a for fun series here?
Because pick Veigar again, it's fine.
Well, you say it jokingly.
Katarina, yeah, that's okay too.
I would actually be offended by the Katarina pick. The Vex is a great counter pick. Showmaker, come on.
Rise. Oh.
If they picked Katarina, I would have been like, all right, well, that's just bad sportsmanship. But if they, but the Rise pick here is a different kind of. We have a little bit of a different kind of disdain towards it, but Showmaker is 2-0 on it at the moment. Okay, credit where it's due, and it is going to help shut down Zeri's mobility. It can be good into the LeBlanc, as we've seen. Tryndamere once again taken away. Don't want to give Dove what has been arguably his most successful champion, as well as a little bit more side lane control. Karma taken away. I think it's an easy Yumi ban here, if I'm Damwon Kia. But it looks like they're almost trying to make a statement by leaving it open. This is why we see it picked in third rotation so much over something like a LeBlanc here in the LCK, because it's so good with the Zeri.
Yeah. I suppose there is a world in which they leave it open and pick it for themselves if it doesn't get banned away. They are going to ban away the Gwen. And especially with the lack of bans, you know, there's not a lot of stuff you can deny, especially if you are looking for a support 4th pick.
Lulu is the one that really just screams at you. Right here is the sandbox. So much more rotational power. Great with the Jin Xiao, great with the Aphelios. They banned the Graves instead. They're concerned about how the side lane could go with no Tryndamere, no Gwen, and an early hold breaker for Birdall. Could spell disaster, as we've seen many times. And so now Damwon Kia can just take the, take the Lulu and save counter pick for 5th, but it's like they just want to show their opponents the Camille for some reason early. This draft is still just really like making us giggle over here. Okay, will be the Nautilus, which has been the most common response to the Zeri, despite the Lulu synergy there with the Aphelios and Jin Xiao. Sandbox. Where you headed top side is the real question here.
Yeah, I don't think it's Rammus top. Rammus. Considering Leona.
Good for lane. Not as good as Yuumi for Zeri's mobility, but gonna lock it in. Okay. Man, I almost feel like we're getting down to like some feelings in this draft here for Live Sandbox. Especially if we get the Vayne lock in. I'm like, yeah, we're really feeling things, aren't we? As the Gragas blind here is one of the safest options you can have. You already have really nice engage. You have now follow-up engage. You also have good peel. You can kick people out. You have body slam. You have cast defensively. You can turn fights really well. You lock this one, and I think a lot of the pressure goes to closer in this game. He will have to do very well on the LeBlanc. He will have to get really consistent damage done. His positioning is going to have to be good.
What is he going to pick into the Gragas is the question. Generally, you don't see too many aggressive picks in this. There is the Jace available, the Gnar is available, the Camille was hovered. And okay, they're going to go for it. So heavy focus on the split pushing here, you would have to imagine, with the Ryze Camille combo. It's something we have seen in the past, but Camille has dropped off in terms of viability, and the amount that she's been played here in the LCK has not been a lot.
Her ultimate is so fantastic against Zeri. If you can isolate her, if you can trap her in that ultimate, then the Hextech ultimatum locks her down, and it becomes very difficult for her to escape and actually carry the ensuing team fight. That paired with the Everfrost, of course, that Showmaker's going to build, and the Nautilus, it feels like a choice that's not only good at side laning, but it's going to have a better chance, especially through the mid game, than champions like Jax or Fiora, for example. They're the left available here to actually lock down the Zeri. I think that's part of the reason why we're seeing this and why it was hovered even earlier, because you're thinking not about the top lane matchup so much and not about the side laning power as much as you are like, okay, I want those things, but I need to make sure I can kill Ice in these team fights. I think that's the reason why we're seeing this over some of those other more common answers.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Curious to see how it will work out, as we do see the comp there of Liv Sandbox. Not heavy on the damage, especially early, but as we go later and later, LeBlanc and Zeri can begin to blow people up. Whereas on this side, they have heaps of damage and some really nice skirmishing, especially early on. Got to be curious to see how they can exert that dominance early on in game number 2.
In a game where your opponent blinds a Gragas and you've gotten them down to the last part of the draft, and you can pick this Camille late, you feel like, I think, as Damwon Kia, in these moments where you know that there are ways where things can go wrong in this game, and you can go to late game where Zeri's popping off and stuff, you can now fall back to at least strong side laning with the Ryze Camille. So it's kind of like an emergency win condition, you know? If things go wrong, you're always going to be able to outmatch the Lee Sin later on, and if your positioning is good, you control vision well, like there won't be too many closer surprises, so to speak, on the LeBlanc. I think that's part of it as well, you know, the way that they rounded this draft out. I like this draft a lot more than the previous one in like a vacuum. The way we got there was kind of confusing at first, but I think where we rounded things out, I like it a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see and comment on what kind of build Showmaker does go on this Ryze. We've seen mostly tank Ryze. Sometimes we do see just straight up old, AP damage Ryze. But curious to see which one he does go for here. I wouldn't mind Tank Rise actually in this position, given the team composition and what he is playing with, just to ensure that he's there in the fights and that he can set up plays and be in the front.
I completely agree. We're also seeing a lot more unsealed spellbook here with the Rise, especially against Zeri, because Exhaust, when you do have it, is so incredibly powerful against the Zeri. Against anybody, but Zeri, LeBlanc, Lee Sin in this case, you can really turn things around. And having an Exhaust on this tanky mage that has so much CC feels really painful to play against. See how often he's able to have that summoner spell available in critical fights. But more often than you'd think, actually. You hold on to that one pretty long.
Yeah. He did go Unsealed Spellbook, so he does opt into the Biscuits.
Yep.
Time Warp Tonic, almost definitely. And just a very overall tanky build going for the Resolve second. He is going to be an immovable object, hopefully.
Even got his stopwatch rune going.
Yeah.
He is just making sure that things cannot go wrong with this Croco Lee Sin pick. Because the mid lane is where you're often going to have a lot of problems. This win rate shot up big time. Like, it was one of our trap card picks, so to speak, earlier on. And now it is really, really being so important in these late game team fights. And we've had so many Gragas's picking up POG here too.
Yeah, you know, one of the less obvious, perhaps OPs you could call, just based on win rate. He is very strong, but I wouldn't call him overpowered or anything like that. Compared to something more flashy like a Corki or a Zeri. But yeah, I mean, teams are always using them. As Kellen, he's identified that the bottom lane is not exactly very happening.
Yeah. What's the opposite of a glass cannon? It's like a rock.
It's like a rock wall.
A rock wall, yeah, that's what Gragas is. Weak side Gragas just sits there. He's a great engage later on. There are very few matchups where he gets dominated and killed. The Gnar one is one we've seen somewhat successful. Dom and Kia don't opt into it this time around. And so, very strong pick is, uh-oh.
Yeah, got into the back line there. Duck Dom having to blow his cleanse. A little bit of a trade as Ice actually ends up taking the most damage out of all of them. Still a lot of potions available, and Flash is still here. Heal not used. Good that they got that cleanse, I would say, out of Duck Dom.
Grabbing that one early can be helpful for follow-ups. But unfortunately for Liv Sandbox, they got the Lee Sin this time around. So this is very aggressive.
Kellen got stunned in mid-auto. That would have rooted Kyle, and
he'd be dead for sure.
Yeah, the Ignite was used, and actually with Canyon coming down here once again.
Great ward from Ice. He knows this too. Now they're going to get pushed away from this turret. It all just starts in the early game here every time for Duck Dom and Kellen. It's just over and over and over again. This time it's not, you know, purely Canyon. He did come down and was somewhat involved, and this is why they have to back away, but
Bertle's got an opportunity here. He's chasing him down, looks like, with the drink. Actually, he's flashing away, or hookshotting away, rather. Dove not able to pick up the kill with his own flash, and so it ends up being a good trade for Bertle in the end.
Really fantastic for Bertle. You feel amazing about this because Flash is one of the ways that Gragas can punish the Camille. Not this time.
And Krako's going in here, but Showmaker, again, very tanky overall in terms of the runes he's taken. His ability to survive and sustain is going to be unmatched. So he's totally fine, even with Kyle already up here on the north side of the map at 5.5 minutes alongside of Kellen.
Yeah, he just has to do something. He doesn't want to sit in that lane while his partner is pushed out. And this means Duck Dom is free farming. Kellen is helping set up Showmaker here.
Okay, that's going to be level 6 hit by Closer as Showmaker shows a lot of respect to that. He just immediately backs away. Some trading down here on the bottom side. Looks like Ice is a little bit more tanky with that Ruby Crystal.
Duck Dom has to be careful. As you know, Croco was pathing down there, still is, and actually will be forced away. Rift Herald is up in 2 minutes. There's still a lot of time here for Liv Sandbox to look for a play around this Drake because of that push out of Showmaker mid. So this ends up being very nice for them. You know, a trade of Flash in the mid lane But it's LeBlanc who's already mobile, will have a little bit more kill pressure in the early game, so you don't feel too bad about that loss, but you are going to be able to gain an early Drake. You'll have enough time for a reset here to group up for the Rift Herald. Liv Sandbox should feel very happy with how this has all started. You know, minus losing that flash, of course, here in the top side.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. I mean, Gragas is just going to be up here, and he's just going to hang out, basically, until his flash gets back up. He's going to sustain. That's what he does. Already has the Bomby Cinder. Just chilling. And yeah, the Infernal Drake does go into the hands of Liv Sandbox on the back of that play, so they're going to be set up for the Rift Herald, as you mentioned. They're going to be in a good spot. And even, you know, this bottom lane where Duckdom and Kellen were taking some decent early trades, Duckdom is still 10 CS behind. So Ice is doing a good job here.
Yeah, he really is. And, you know, once again, Kroko has 6 now. This is where he's actually scary. So if you're able to push this through with a Zeri at this time, sometimes you can actually get a dive off. He goes up here and makes sure that Canyon is not here. And now there's no vision whatsoever here for Dom Kia, so Canyon needs his bot duo to come over here if he's going to contest. It's a close call.
Canyon had Smite. Not sure why he didn't just go for it as the flash comes in. No cleanse. Oh, he actually has it back up, but he has to flash away. Kroko not going to land at Sonic Wave, and they're just going to get all of the summoners out of the Dom Kia bottom lane. That's a big win here.
Right before the Herald.
Sandbox,
yeah, right before the Herald. This is the best possible scenario here for taking summoners, and Duckdom will arguably get somewhat of a fast track here to the Herald, but now Liv Sandbox have options because they've got a Zeri in the bottom lane that can push this turret down really nicely and grab those plates there to kind of equalize. And, you know, you've got a jungle pathing mid, you've got a Leona heading over, and you can actually contest this with the prio you have here on the top side. Like, I don't think Canyon actually gets away with this. At least he's going to need a little bit more backup than he's got now. He cannot solo this.
Yeah, he immediately realizes, I think, he's actually going into this as Dalmagia are ready to fight. They do have the rotation and Duckdom nearby, so I think they're having some confidence of that. And the fact that Ice is not here yet, so with Duckdom available, I mean, he's only level 5, but still Liv Sandbox are going to respect that play as no flash here for Dove. You know, it comes back. Not able to get it, but Kroko's got a flash, and Kellen will bite the dust. First blood handed into Closer's hands.
This is really critical right now because right now Liv Sandbox, without getting anything in this fight, no Rift Herald, no kill, if they just rotated over and ended up empty-handed, they would have lost all the power they had on the bottom side. We talked about how Ice was down there. He could probably get some plates. He gave up on it. He pushed the wave and went back and wanted to look for that fight because he also knows if he stays down there too late, they give the Herald over, and then Duckdom is going to get the full plates on top side after getting, you know, a free back there. So I think that's part of why Ice decided, okay, we need to actually go up and fight, because otherwise Aphelios is going to get plates regardless, and we don't win this exchange. But they came over, and they didn't get the Rift Herald. They didn't get a fight, but with the late engage there from Kroko, they are at least able to pick up that 400 First Blood gold, and it goes over to Closer. That's very critical. It was a close call with Dom and Kia just kind of almost getting away with murder here on that first Herald.
Yeah, it's really cool to see the confidence from them, just knowing that they're going to have the advantage in AD carry, essentially. As Kellen's here, he's emoting in their face, right? Like, I don't know, man. I think he got what he deserved after that one, sticking around a little bit too long. And then he got just Lee Sin comboed. Taken out. It's not a huge deal for him that he dies, but it is a big deal for Closer that he gets all that money.
A lot of extra time wasted for Duckdom, I think we should mention, in terms of his farming, because he was forced to go back and did go straight to the Rift Herald team fight, couldn't lane in the top side, so he's actually finding himself against a Zeri, you know, almost 20 CS down, like 16 CS down at the moment, which is pretty significant. And he is a very rare Duckdom Aphelios game where he's picked up a grand total of 0 plates. You know, this is not the usual for him. And he's going to look for some up here, but some resources will be committed, and he's not going to get those off of this push without a Rift Herald. And I like how Liv Sandbox know that this is the MO, right? Okay, Xin Zhao's probably pathing up there. They don't know where he is right now. He actually backed. Liv Sandbox rotating up. Leona's coming up here. Okay, he's not committing. We're all right. But, you know, 1,000 gold lead here for Liv Sandbox very quietly with only First Blood, no Herald, and the first Drake under their control. Things are going very smooth.
Yeah, they're feeling pretty good about their chances, given their composition. I think they're going to like their position as this game does come along. Not to say that Kia doesn't have a lot of scaling of their own right, but with the lead and what they have, they're going to be very comfortable as they're setting up for this Mountain Drake. Just the singular Mountain Drake, but it's going to feel pretty nice when you have Gragas, you've got Leona, even Lee Sin building somewhat tanky nowadays. So they can just pick this up, and more importantly, it's one step closer to the Soul. Just hoping it's not another Cloud Soul, Atlas.
Well, we'll find out in just a few seconds. And
it's a
hey!
Thanks, Atlas.
We are casting the LCK. And Atlas is on the desk again, just like yesterday.
Yep.
Well, you know, a little bit less exciting, but like I said before, it's still much better than last year's. So just have to full this cup right now.
You gotta take your wins when you get them. Really fantastic slam. He's gonna get both Canyon and Showmaker in the trade. Canyon goes down, and now Bertle in a little bit of trouble. He's waiting for that hook shot. He does get it up once again. Over to the Realm Warp, and he will be escorted to safety by Showmaker as Duckdom gonna pick up a cheeky play mid.
Very well handled by Bertle, knowing that Lee Sin's rotating up. Goes into the brush for just a second so that there's no way for Krako to see where he is to hit this. And okay, he got the eye drop.
Man.
Close call on that one. And it's not going to be... I don't think it's going to necessarily get plates here. It's going to take a long time to march. And it's a little bit unfortunate here. Liv Sandbox just really riding this lead so well. 2 kills early on Closer. I mentioned that I felt like he was going to have to be the X factor in this game in a lot of ways for setting up team fights and getting Zeri to a place where she can stably farm in the mid lane. And with those 2 kills he's picked up early, he is really becoming quite a big threat for Liv Sandbox even without a Mythic. And they're going to try to force this Herald in, and there's enough time if it just walks straight down with no interruption. That's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, everybody gathers in the top side, and they just escort it in. Comes in right before the plates, and Liv Sandbox just don't get there on time to really match it or deny those plates from going down. So Liv Sandbox falling a little bit behind in terms of their gold lead of what they had.
But not, any plates going over to Duckdom. And that's the place you want those to be so desperately if you are Dom 1 Kia. It's still good to give them over to a Camille who's going to be great for side laning later. But things could have been a lot better here. I think Liv Sandbox are very happy to say, oh yeah, Camille got 2 plates here, but we got second Drake. We've had great control over this game. This was so well handled by Dove. Body Slam is super easy to set up here with the flash because they're stacked on top of each other. And the rotation over is very fast from everybody else. Closer is already teleporting in. Bertle is actually able to avoid that Q, which could have actually spelled disaster for him. And then ends up being a trade here rather than a kill.
Yeah. And they were highlighting how Canyon just barely was able to get that Rift Herald down. Seems like maybe he should have just thrown it down and then gone for the dive, but time was of the essence. They didn't want to waste any time. They wanted to make sure they could take down Dove. And they did that, although it was a bit messier than I assume they planned. So taking a look at the gold leads here. Big one in the mid lane here for Closer. Definitely has a ton of gold ahead of Showmaker at this point in time. We'll see what he can do in terms of carrying. Of course, Bertle does match a little bit in the top side with that extra kill, some of the extra plates compared to the Gragas.
It's pretty cool to see Azeri, who's able to not only stay ahead of an Aphelios, but against Duckdom's Aphelios, do fine in the laning phase. Showed a lot of respect when that first dive came through. As Dove is always going to be the focal point, it seems like here. Every time a wave crashes, we're like, can Bertle kill him? No.
He might
no flash
here. He's thinking about it, you can see.
No minions.
With Ultimatum, just one more Q if he had it off cooldown. It's very low, there was a chance, but not going to go for it. Still the cask available, so.
Still pretty good trading here because there's no teleport for Dove. Meanwhile, down here on the bottom side, Krako hoping Duckdom goes for the aggressive move, and he does.
And he did, flashing away. In goes Krako, easy kick into the back, and Canyon just says, nope, no thank you. I'd rather not. Even Kellen has to use his flash in the back of that play as
Closer.
And the first chains here, the exhaust has to be used. Very helpful for not only Zeri, but also LeBlanc.
Yep, there's the exhaust value we were talking about. The Aphelios kill here is just so well set up. And DuckDumb loves to make plays like this. Every time he has Gravitum, he's looking for opportunities. You lock down a Zeri, you think, okay, Canyon's also not too far away. We actually end up winning this. But unfortunately, Kroko was closer nearby, and Kellen just close enough in range to actually taxi him into this. As he looks for the root, it's like, okay, have pick potential. And the Canyon's waiting, hiding himself under turret. Gets the root here attempted onto Rise, or onto Ice, excuse me, and then Kroko takes Kellen's opportunity to get behind, go for the kick.
Let's see what he has to say.
야, 앞에 봐봐, 앞에 봐봐, 앞에 봐봐, 앞에 봐봐, 앞에 봐봐.
He's like, get Aphelios, get Aphelios, get Aphelios, get
더블게, 더블게,
Aphelios.
노플, 노플, 노플. 오케이, 끝, 끝, 끝.
No flash, no flash, no
가자,
flash. Good. And the the way he handles it is just so calm. Sees an opportunity, takes it. Canyon's just too far away.
Yeah, pretty excellent there from the side of Live Sandbox. It's definitely a good look from them after the way that game 1 went. And you can see that Damwon, they're not down and out yet, but the Zeri's getting pretty fed. And so is the LeBlanc. So even though the gold leads, you know, it's actually in favor of Damwon Key at this point in time, a lot of plates going their way. The gold is where they want it on the side of Live Sandbox, and let's see how proactive they can get in this game. How aggressive. There's a Gravitum going down onto that LeBlanc, but doesn't look like anything's going to happen there.
Well, not yet. Doesn't force a flash or anything either. LeBlanc's so difficult to lock down, even with a Gravitum. As Dove is just, like, we talked about how he's the opposite of a glass cannon. We said, like, a rock wall. He is holding it down as best as he can, but it's a trade here of turrets. And Live Sandbox, they're the ones ahead. Like you said, they're not being as proactive perhaps as they could be here, trying to collapse onto this Camille Rise, maybe even force a Realm Warp out. Things like that you can do, because right now you're using Zeri's Wave Clear to get a lot of farm mid and try to control that prio, but you're giving up a turret for a turret, and it doesn't feel great here if you're Live Sandbox, because Damwon Kia themselves are kind of taking their time to scale up. Like, we're talking about a 200 gold lead now. It was much bigger before. It's kind of been 1,000 to 600 to 200. You know, that's kind of been the scale of it.
Yeah, Damwon evening it up at this point in time. And yeah, I mean, you're matching the turret for turret, and I think most importantly, like, Damwon get that potential easier road with their heavy split pushing with the Rise Camille to just get onto the inhibitor a little bit easier. Like, we're not going to see Zeri and Lee Sin do that again, you know? That's not going to happen again. They were able to match it once, but I don't think the two of them are going to pair up in the bottom lane or anything like that. So would have to agree. I think it slightly favors Damwon Key here, but still a very even game. And we're still going to get this Cloud Soul probably into the hands of Live Sandbox, unless Damwon Kia make a big stand for it over the next Drake.
This does force a teleport out of Birdall. Closer actually looking for this.
Closer went back in, and now he doesn't have Distortion for quite a while. That's a lot of damage coming in. Not sure about that teleport from Showmaker.
2 teleports for this, and he doesn't even have to flash or stopwatch because he's LeBlanc. So respect, actually. I think the expectation was that Kroko was very close by, and that's why we did see that commitment there, but got a little bit fooled, unfortunately, Showmaker, but you know, he's running unsealed. He's got some other values. Oh, he's holding a barrier. He's all right.
Tankerize.
But yeah, he's building towards it, you know, slowly but steadily. And Drake's coming up in 2 minutes, right? Live Sandbox have Soul Point. It's really up to Damwon to try to turn things here. And I think they absolutely can team fight this. But setting up with side lanes, with both of your side laners down teleport, does hurt, right? The fact that they won't be able to push a Camille really, really far forward to the Rise on the other side, that both of them being able to join after the team is looking to set up 3v5, or then pull Live Sandbox away and then 5v3, those who answer. These things hurt, you know, those 2 teleports being down is quite significant because this next streak is so important, this one timing.
Yeah, it is over the Cloud Soul. To see how much Damwon value that, especially with their current position. I think especially with DuckDumb not really, you know, he's still kind of waddling about. He hasn't really stood up on 2 feet to start actually doing some damage. And looks like maybe even a Collector coming in here.
Yeah.
We'll have to see how that does. I mean, maybe if he can hit the squishy targets, he'll be fine with it, but even the plated steel caps here for the Zeri.
Yeah, Cleaver coming up for some of that movement speed here for Ice. will be probably what I mean, considering the Rise, the Camille, and the Xin Zhao, like I think he's probably thinking about it. Hurricane is so valuable here, but you don't have a way to really. I think winning the longer fight and getting the big value off of the Hurricane later on is going to be so much harder to pull off because of the Aphelios on the other side and their consistent damage and their scaling and the tank Rise. But we'll see what he builds. Because he didn't opt for the Yuumi either, right? Like he doesn't have as much assistance in terms of how much he can move around on the map. I'm curious to see what he does go for here. Is 30 seconds until the Drake. Dove wants to control this choke point. This is a very difficult fight for Damwon right now, especially because Closer could just take pot shots non-stop on Luden's cooldown here. Yeah,
it's a pretty nice spike here as well for Closer. He picked up the Zhonya's, which maybe he could have just held on to the stopwatch, but this makes it so that if he gets isolated by the Camille, he's going to be pretty much totally fine. And then he can get his distortion back up. He can, do all that fun stuff that the LeBlanc does to survive. And, sometimes you see the LeBlancs go for only damage, but he opts into this just to make sure he can survive against the comp of Damwon Kia.
Yeah, I do respect it quite a bit. Damwon Kia closing in here. Look at the flank from Birdall. Watch where he goes. Ice is the biggest target. Realm Warp's in.
Now they're thinking about it. Absolutely, they're going to go in for this one. They root him down, but the kick onto Birdall. Do they have the damage for Ice? Yes, they do. And the comp works out. They isolate the Zeri and take him down immediately. But can they clean up the rest of the fight? Closer's still alive here, and they will finally take him down. Even Duckdom survives. Damwon Kia, you just can't best them in team fights.
You really just can't. This team is not going to lose. Down 3 Drakes. Even in gold, they're going to take that 4th one. They're going to put their foot down right here. And this is what we were talking about, or what I was really harping on about the Camille pick, is Camille can get on top of this Zeri. Realm Warp here is good. The root comes through, and there's enough damage with the follow-up here. The Hextech Ultimatum comes through, and she's just a sitting duck. She's chain CC'd, unable to do real damage. And unfortunately for Liv Sandbox here, Closer didn't do enough poke before the fight started to hope that maybe he could carry that one without her, because those are your really only 2 sources of damage. The kick was good, but this is a Baron follow-up.
Yeah, they even got the Baron. Teleports will come in, the flash, and they might just leave Showmaker to die, as he does not have his flash here, but teleports now. On the top side, dodges the chains, but there is the cask, and Birdall says, "Get away from my friend! I will take you down! Don't touch him!" As you can see, they're desperately trying to fight, but they're just so tanky here on the side of Damwon Kia after that last fight, and they'll just get a couple of bonus kills and a teleport. Man.
Bonus kills, teleport, tank Rise, baby. It's working out here. Deadman's Plate done for Canyon. And this is a really, really late fight here for Liv Sandbox, but you're desperate. And you think, okay, Duckdom is low. Maybe we've got an opportunity here. Look at how quickly Closer tries to close this gap. But Birdall comes through. Hextech Ultimatum or no, massive sweep here. Slows everybody. There's no chase. And Showmaker just walks out. And then now you're trapped. You can't get out of here, unfortunately, against Damwon Kia's comp. So 2 kills, plus a Baron, plus the teleports, plus a pause, apparently. Yeah.
Stop the tape.
Anticlimactic. So now you're probably wondering how I got here.
Yeah, I don't know what the issue is, but we'll figure it out as soon as possible. Krako has an audio issue. Maybe, it's like that moment in the PC Bong where you've been on a 7-game losing streak, nothing is going right for you, and you're not that type of guy, but you just slam down the headphones and then they stop working. Not saying that's what he did, but...
But you are saying that you and I have both been in PC bunks where we have seen this happen
yes.
to a raging solo queue player who is not us, but maybe somebody behind us or a few seats over.
Yes, please respect the equipment.
Yes, don't do that to the PC bong equipment. And also don't scream in the PC bong. Just don't do that. There are sometimes, not during the pandemic, but there's sometimes upwards of 50 other people in there or more.
Yeah.
It's not your personal screaming space. Yes, you did get solo killed by that guy. Ping instead. On top of your dead body. No, on top of your dead body. Not on your jungler, but that's the respectful way to ping when you die and you thought you were going to win the fight and the other guy walks away with 2 health and you ping that. Don't throw your headset. Come on. Krako, what are you doing? Krako did not throw his headset. I'm sure this will be resolved soon.
Yeah. Seems like, what what I can tell, the referees aren't really... Well, there's one ref over there trying to solve things.
I love all of our refs. I respect them all. They all do good work. They respond very quickly.
Oh, yeah.
This is actually like one of our... Like,
They run a tight ship.
Yeah,
Okay.
of all the esports I've done, like, we fix things fast here.
Yeah. Kronko. I came to watch Kronko. Hashtag live sandbox.
One guy asked if Khan was watching and came during his break.
You have to win, Canyon.
Yeah.
You have to win. You can do it.
You can do it.
Go for
Showmaker,
it.
Big Sis came. Nuna Wata. Big Sis is here. Yeah.
Also, she drew herself.
Yeah?
She's like, yeah, that's me, you see?
Maybe she'll add the peace sign after this camera shot.
Yeah.
Well,
This is Showmaker. He's very disappointed that we had a pause because he just wanted to go home early.
he certainly did.
There are probably some people out there who don't know the meme, but Showmaker was on an interview one time, I think it was last year, maybe a couple of years ago, but he basically, they asked him a question, and he's like, yeah, I'm happy we got the 2-0 because I get to go home early. Just like really deadpan, and the interviewer was kind of caught off guard. It was very funny. But ever since then, it's been a thing where Showmaker's just like, yeah, I just destroy my opponents because I just want to go home early.
just wants to go home early, you know?
Just wants to go home, play some League of Legends.
Closer fan here. It's been, you know, you and I have had a lot of pauses across a lot of esports together, and we had a lot last year, but, like, it's been a pretty pause-free spring season so far. Like, I feel like we might be, at least for me, like, of the now 3 seasons I've done, like, this is the greatest start I've had to the season. We haven't had that many pauses at all. Oh, man, the nostril flare.
Is
the
that
nostril
Armut?
flare.
Is that Armut?
He tried.
He's not quite as good, but I like how he's chewing gum.
He's
I
doing
think
a
that adds.
deft impression. Yo, Pikachu going on.
Gives us a little wave. He's a lot more friendly than Armut. I'll say that.
Well, I mean,
At least in his stare.
yeah, I was going to say.
I'm sure he's a very friendly guy. I've never met him.
Like, don't you disarm it like that. He seems pretty
No,
chill.
I'm sure
like-
he's a great person. Just saying in terms of his staring style, let's say.
He's also been like pretty respectful on social media compared to some of our other non-Korean players. You know, like
True.
I'm actually kind of a low-key Armut fan myself. Yeah.
Yeah, good guy. 2,000 assists here for Canyon. Congratulations.
Yeah. Cloud Templar fan. A lot of people want the killing voice meme that's going around is because some of our teams are doing some content with a basically Noribang type show where people are karaokeing is the fastest and easiest way to explain it. But I'd love to see Cloud Templar singing on some contents. Maybe it'll happen. He probably doesn't want to do it, but sometimes we do things we don't want to do for contents, for the likes.
The reason why Hosu, which is Showmaker, is so perfect is because he has no Shirsu, which is mistake. So it's, again, a play on words.
It's very cute.
And, I mean, I saw some mistakes in the game number 1, maybe calculated. All part of Vagar's evil plan.
I think I jinxed it when I said that we were about to go back in earlier and that we'd get
Yeah.
fixed, but here we are.
I don't know why you and Chronicler keep doing this, but you guys are cursing it all the time.
I anti-cursed it, though. See, all I had to say was
There
like,
you go.
oh, there you go.
Thanks for starting up the game again, Wolf.
You
We
know.
all know that the casters have the start button, so thank you, Wolf, for starting it again.
Yeah, get your bodies ready for the rest of this best of 3 chat. Your typing fingers. As Damwon and Kia are just going straight back into taking turrets off the map.
Yeah, that graph says a lot, especially when you look at the numbers, because they basically swung it about 6,000 gold into their favor with 1 series of plays. It helps that they got an ace and then a Baron and then 2 extra bonus kills. Like, that's not normally supposed to happen here in the LCK, at least.
Better check the in-game deficit.
Yeah. It was crazy, too, that last fight. Like, Bertle was in there in the back, but he also, like, missed his stun, got kicked away, had to flash in, and then eventually locked Ice down, and it was still good.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many ways for them to get on top of the Zeri that, like, if the first 3 don't work, eventually he will get the Hextech ultimatum off.
Yeah. I know it's Damwon versus Live Sandbox in this one, even though Live Sandbox are playing better nowadays, and Damwon have had their struggles, but I don't know, after this game, I kind of feel like I can see some of the value in the Rise. Maybe I'm coming around on it. Just a little.
Cleanse.
Yeah.
And Korean casters, I think, shouted, "What are you doing to Kale for going out that far?" But, I mean, it's a Solar Flare for a cleanse, I guess, not the worst possible scenario, but looked like for a second he might not walk away with his life, but he does.
Yeah.
And the Rise, I mean, the Rise is so good for tempo plays, it's so good for peeling, and in a situation like this where his kit just is so sticky on top of champions like the Zeri, I do like it, and we could have had, like, we got the fun game, we got the Veigar game, and it's just kind of karma that Showmaker has to pick the boring Rise to get his 3-0 so he can further prove.
No, karma was banned, actually. It was second phase, maybe missed it. But
It's just one of those weeks of League of Legends. I feel like it's not even just like one of those games, one of those best threes. It's one of those weeks.
Yeah. It happens.
Anyway, it's tough for Live Sandbox now, but I think, again, one good engage with the Gragas or Closer gets a backline pick, you know, when there's no flash, there's no cleanse up on Duck Dom right now. You can win one team fight and get some objectives, get that Cloud Soul, for example. If you win this fight, you do swing it back a little bit. And this is still a Zeri that is only 2 items. And so there's definitely a way back into this one as Live Sandbox. It's just going to be very difficult because you have no vision, you have no angle, unfortunately, for this Lee Sin. Like, ooh, don't walk into this one.
Fnatic brush. And they're not going to. They're smarter than that. And I almost feel like Damwon should have just let them take the Cloud Soul so that they're like, okay, well, now we just get Elder in like a couple minutes.
I thought about that angle earlier. I was like, well, you got 2 side laners. You just side lane and give it, but they got to keep that Drake percentage up for our team stats page.
True, yeah. They don't lose too many Drakes.
They can put this one up to, I don't think we see an Elder if they win this game, but we could put it up to 50 here as Damwon. You could go 3 for 3. Like, we're getting closer to 50 now. So you're saving the stats a little bit.
I like that. I like that. They did. They missed out on the first Dragon stat. Damwon not able to pick that one up.
Yeah, nope, you can't turn that one around. That's irreversible.
Too late. Unlucky.
Hurricane done for Ice. We'll build that one instead of the Cleaver. We've seen a few different variations here. And it's just going to be, I think at this point, you know, the movement speed I was talking about earlier, not as important as just the raw damage. You're so desperate to win a dominant fight where the split damage here is going to be so much better for you. As Birdall is 3 levels up on Dove.
Wow.
Yeah. 2 now, but for a brief moment was 3. Still 2 is quite a feat.
Yeah. He did go for a very survivable build. Kind of feels like more of a team fight Camille, if you will.
Yeah.
You know, he went for the Death Stance second and then Guardian Angel third, so it makes it so that even if they focus him down as he dives into a backline as Live Sandbox get more and more items, he can kind of survive, and even if he dies, like, he'll be there to provide some kind of utility.
Yeah, like, you know, if we're going for the Tom and Jerry kind of meme, like, he's if Tom actually caught Jerry for once. Like, if he actually got away with it in the TV show and it wasn't just Jerry getting away every single time and making some sort of goofy face as he goes into his mouse hole. Because Ice, he got killed once, right? He only has 1 death, but he's not able to team fight because he has so much pressure on him. He's not able to do a consistent amount of damage. And unless this game goes for another 10 minutes, which doesn't seem likely at this point, his damage number is going to be fairly small as well. Even though he had a great laning phase, he just has no room to breathe against Damwon's comp. This is the kind of play I'm talking about with Closer. Like, you make a few plays like this, and then suddenly you got the health bar advantage. Zeri can go in there and get some kills. Like, this is the angle for Live Sandbox. It's all on Closer. I mentioned it in the draft, and since he's the one with 3 kills and is looking for a 4th item here in the death cap, or maybe Shadow Flame, either way, you're really putting all your hopes in the LeBlanc basket right now if you live Sandbox.
Yeah, and I think he would really need to get a kill. You see that Canyon here is back to full health. Like, he does really good poke. He almost even killed the Damakia jungler, as we did just see. But as long as Canyon survives, he can smite up a camp, he can get back to full health. And Live Sandbox are far enough behind they can't exactly rush the Baron, but it's good for, you know, getting position on the map. You can clear out some of the vision so that you're not totally blind around the objective, as you can see they're doing right now. And it's kind of the Closer and Krako show, it seems, the two of them going in together.
Yeah. I mean, somebody walks in here blind, Duck Dom's looking for a red buff by himself or something like that. You can, you know, get a nice amount of value out of this. And the near kill on Canyon is why they are finally allowed to even group up like this. The problem is the split push duo you talked about a lot, and is finally really starting to get to the stage of the game where they can be a menace. And Live Sandbox can't start a Baron. They can clear vision on it, they can group up here, but they cannot start it. So Damo and Kia have no fear about that, and we'll just group up mid and then have this Camille pushing bottom. Showmaker is clearing this jungle out and getting some extra vision. At least that's the idea here. Doesn't have any more control wards in his inventory at the moment. He's a bit full up. But, you know, if Birdall gets jumped on here, Showmaker backs him up. And he can also Realm Worm him out of here. There's so many things Showmaker can do right now. He's got Ghost.
That means a lot of the guys on the side of Live Sandbox, they have to hover around the bottom lane. They can't exactly be wandering around the river up at the Baron, which means that Damo and Kia are going to take over some of that vision around that objective. Kind of keep it dark for now. The Live Sandbox are making their way in.
Really risky to start this one up with the back timings here and the vision that they're trying to remove. And maybe the risk that Live Sandbox is willing to take. Ice down here going to take this red buff, but killing Birdall is out of the question. He has flash.
They want to kill him here, and they don't have full vision of where Showmaker is. So they're like, ooh, you know, Showmaker could be right there. We have to be careful, because if they opt into the 2v2 and they get caught, then they lose.
Exactly, but they don't know where Showmaker is, like you said, and there's a few wards they've now planted, so they now have a little bit more vision if anyone's coming down there to side lane. But they couldn't start the Baron because they had Zeri over there. I don't think they would have realistically been able to start it anyways. Birdall has Unleashed Teleport. However, I mean, as Damo and Kia here, you know, you're not getting any permanent damage done. When the game goes on, like Live Sandbox can now group up. If they lose this Drake, it's not the end of the world. And we are getting to a point where we're getting to the extreme late game where a flip may be the decider, as we often do right now in this meta. And as Live Sandbox, I think you feel pretty good about that, actually. 4,000 gold down with a Zeri comp, with a LeBlanc that can blow somebody up. The more volatile this game gets with your composition, with a Lee Sin who can blow somebody up if they get a good kick, one mistake from Damo and Kia becomes more and more lethal for Live Sandbox every minute that ticks by. They give up the Drake for free.
Closer just got Rabadon's death cap, so he is incredibly strong right now, especially against targets that have some sort of MR, and a lot of guys on the other side do, right? He has opted into the Void Staff instead of going for something like Shadow Flame at this point in time. There are a lot of guys that have some resistances on the enemy side, so don't mind it here. As you can see, I mean, even Birdall, he's got to be careful.
And, you know, you talked about how you need a kill. I think sometimes, though, around moments like this, especially on something like a Camille, she has to back. She has GA, but, you know, you don't. If your GA pops, you are definitely dead in a situation like this. So she has to back. She has teleport. Live Sandbox just going to control this choke and try to bait a fight. They're not actually going to start Baron. They just want to remove the vision around it. And unfortunately for them, without Dove here, if Damo and Kia spilled through, they wouldn't be in a great spot either way. They're not being very decisive. They're really just trying to set traps, and I think that's okay. Like I said before, the volatility level is going up and up and up. Closer as we get to 40 minutes, 45.
They just don't really have the damage for the Baron. Like, they have Zeri, but it's pretty much only Zeri. Like, LeBlanc can do some stuff, but she's not like the consistent control mage damage that you're used to out of something like a Ryze or a Victor or an Azir. Like, there's so many better picks. Mid lane for Baron damage, so they're very hesitant to start it up because, you know, teleport available on Birdall. They really need to knock someone out like a Duck Dom, you know?
Yeah.
If they're not going to get a kill, just like chunk Duck Dom down to 20% and then say, okay, we're doing it. Yeah, dare you to fight us.
That's the only way. I mean, Duck Dom obviously doesn't have he doesn't have teleport, so if he has to back, like, that's all you need. If you kill him, it's obviously amazing too, but yeah, the other problem with LeBlanc starting a Baron is, I'll hold my tongue on this one, they're looking for potentially Showmaker, but he's so tanky. Like, Showmaker's not the target you want. You'd rather catch a Camille, you'd rather catch a Nautilus, anybody but Showmaker, basically.
It's true.
Even Canyon is a better target with the magic resist he's building. He's difficult to kill, but it is theoretically possible. He's got a Void Staff and the Death Cap.
Yeah, LeBlanc is one of the champions that actually is pretty good at killing the Xin Zhao. There are a lot of champions that are not.
Yeah.
But because she can often get inside the Crescent Guard and be very slippery, sometimes she can get the job done.
Again, they clear this. They can't realistically start it, though. LeBlanc's damage, you mentioned it too, is like very slow. It's not damage throughput, but also doing her damage puts her at risk. She loses her mobility. She loses her ability to threaten. So I like this setup where you do it slowly and then have the LeBlanc on a flank angle where no one can see where she is.
Okay, they get the vision now. Kellen able to proc that as the kick goes in and hits 4 of them. Krako lines it up perfectly. Can they win the fight is the question, though. Closer is so low, and down will go Krako as well. At this point, Damwon just a little bit too strong. Too many threats on their side, and they weren't even able to kill Duck Dom as a triple kill now goes over to the Camille, and that will be the second ace of the game.
They tried to use a really fantastic kick to set up for a front-to-back team fight basically around this Zeri. That CC alone isn't enough. You have to delete the AD carry at this stage because his damage is too high. 4 items here. Showmaker unkillable on this tanky Rise, and they can lock down Ice. Damwon Kia. Double win here, back-to-back. Second game a little bit longer. As some shenanigans.
Oh, Bertle saved his life. That was cute. GG, Damwon pick up the 2-0 tonight. As you could have expected, you know, based on what we have seen on paper, Bertle actually picking up a ton of kills there at the end. Thought he had a very nice performance on the Camille.
Yeah, and, you know, this was a very, I feel like recently we're not seeing a lot of these, I don't want to call it a rare, but much less common this week in particular, one-sided affair from a strong team versus a weaker team, because we've seen a few of these series go very, very long and still be decided by elders and flips like in this very slow scaling meta, even when one team is massively the favorite. But I think a lot of that has also been due to COVID substitutions and stuff like that. Damwon just kind of coming out and saying, I am the better team. In Game 1, making a statement with the draft. In Game 2, playing it a little bit more slow and standard. And now, Rise 3-0 for Showmaker here, making him the most successful Rise player in the LCK. And it's no shock.
For this split.
For now, yeah, for now. For this.
Yeah, still counts. It's the best at something in some category. And certainly he has been the best in many categories. But yeah, Damwon you know, pretty straightforward. They were able to throw out some fun with the Veigar pick there in game number 1. We'll see how many more pros are going to bring out that Veigar and just how strong do they think it is.
Yeah, I think this was definitely a bit of a showmanship type game. I think there were a lot of other picks he could have gone for. It would have been safer, but, you know, Canyon empowered him. And in Liv Sandbox's case, you know, I think Game 2 is a loss you'll take. Game 1 hurts a lot. You know, it's a stinging loss where you feel almost a little bit humiliated by Damwon. You prepared a lot for this series, but you handshake away into that quirky matchup. And then you give Canyon the Xin Zhao, and things go very wrong. I gotta say, like, for all the things that we thought Liv Sandbox could be, most people's anticipations for them in this season were pretty low. Like, most people had low expectations for this squad going in because of the role swap for top, and Closer hadn't proven himself just yet, and the bot duo was a big question mark for a lot of people. We didn't even know who was going to be playing, and at the time, Ice wasn't even on anybody's minds, but they have kind of lived up to it, unfortunately, here. And this is a series where we do remind the fans, I think, that there are certain tiers of LCK right now, and Damwon is just 1 or 2 cusps above.
Yeah, I would say that overall, I think the LCK has improved. But yeah, Damwon, you know, it's Damwon, right? This fight in particular, it just shows you how good they are. Like, finding all the angles. Unfortunately for Liv Sandbox, they had no vision above them, and so Bertle got the freest flank, and Showmaker just essentially able to realm warp into the back, immediate flash so that he couldn't be locked down, and Ice just didn't get to play the game. Like, that started at the draft, and it ended with the execution of Damwon Kia.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it so many times about how Zeri's mobility makes her so powerful, but when you have this amount of lockdown, Damwon Kia drafted, and they didn't run the Yuumi because they wanted to have Liliana for a little bit more peel instead for the hard engage, which I can respect. It's a different approach to the same problem. You really do struggle, and this is not Ice having a bad game, which is Damwon Kia really shutting it down.
That was a really sick kick. Even knocked up the two of them, but like look at the back line of Liv Sandbox. Closer nearly dies. Ice is totally zoned.
Yeah, he autos Showmaker 4, 5, 6 times.
Yeah,
That's
Showmaker
it.
with frozen heart. Good luck, buddy.
That's all he's able to do, sadly, in this team fight.
It was like who's flanking who in that scenario. Like Croco looked really cool with the kick, but just wasn't enough with this team in the position that it was.
Really low damage on the Zeri, even in a nearly 40-minute game, just because she's so unable to find any of those angles. Bertle had the game of his life. And this is why I'm saying Damwon Kia is on this upward trajectory, because the one weak point was the top side of the map. They've now got a clear choice for who that top player is, and he's looking better and better as each passing game goes by.
Absolutely. I think that Bertle is slowly getting more and more experience under his belt. He's understanding how to handle some matchups, and yeah, definitely looks good, especially against some of the easier matchups, some of the easier teams, and that's what you need to build up your confidence as well. So, guys, we do have the Analyst Carpet Space ready to go, so I'll hand it over to Atlas and Chronicler to bring us that.
Thank you very much, Valdez. This is a rug. We've been over this, but that's okay. Thank you very much for the cast on the day, and congratulations to Damwon Kia. Man, that was just pretty clinical in game number 2.
It was a very different paced game from game number 1. That was from start to finish, just Damwon completely running them over. In terms of draft here, a lot of decisions being made that I think generally would be kind of questionable. Aphelios over Zeri, letting the Zeri go through to blue side, picking up the Rise into what is an incredibly strong mid and jungle 2v2. But overall, Damwon Kia, they clearly showed that they made it work. And I also saw, even though they didn't come together, Liv Sandbox actually utilizing in the early to mid game a lot of the elements of this comp. So overall, honestly, pretty decent game. Not fast, but there were a lot of elements that I'd like to see with a draft like this.
Yeah, and I actually felt like it was almost like too comfort zone for Damwon, because it's of course Bertle on Camille that he's extraordinarily comfortable on. Xin Zhao and Canyon need no introduction. The dang tank Rise makes his way back in again. Doc Dams Aphelios. Like, it is just the most stock standard picks here, and they identify that they don't necessarily win in early skirmishes like you were talking about. Lee Sin LeBlanc so incredibly powerful in the mid game, and so they just wait. They gave away 3 Drakes, then they bought their stopwatches, did their stuff, won a team fight, and it was like they just knew. Like, the whole thing was planned out in front of them. Oh, we'll win this team fight, and then we will win the subsequent fight, and then we will destroy the Nexus and go home.
And that's what they did. From what felt like a pretty even game, you saw just how well, and I think Damwon Kia, even when they've looked a little bit weaker, they might be the best team within the LCK at taking a game that looks relatively even and just breaking it open. I think that T1 is way better at just stomping from start to finish. That used to be Damwon, but not as much anymore. When it comes to these like 100-0 moments, beautiful examples in most of the fights tonight.
No, I agree. And we want to highlight sort of that item break point, that moment that Damwon had, as well as we can pause it right here. And you can see that stopwatches bought by both of the solo lanes. That Fimbulwinter just came in. We were just a few gold away from the collector to make the perfect scenario, but it was just all of the right things hit at the right time.
Everything from Damwon was also signaling, because they really went in heavily on all these. And they know that Bertle is on the top side. They don't know where he is specifically, but this is something that I think is somewhat inexperience coming through from Liv Sandbox specifically, because once they get into the back line, you're screwed, right? Like, yes, you have a Gragas cast, but outside of that, you don't really have a way of then getting away. Leona provides really good engagement or disengage, and Lee LeBlanc excels when they can pick off one target. When it's a 5v5, when they're actually on top of you, this early in the game, the Rise bounce damage is still very relevant. Showmaker found his axes, and with Birdle hitting an ultimate and nothing really there to stop him, that was immediately the end of it. And I think a better team in the sandbox might have been like, we know he's coming somewhere on top side, throw down a couple of wards, maybe we can interrupt it.
Yeah.
But once the ultimatum comes down, end the story.
Yeah, and we actually saw him make that flank around as well. It wasn't like it was going to be a surprise. It's just that
he was spotted.
Damwon walked in at the same time. Like, the coordination was just there. And this is something that we talk about, right? Taking initiative, using the tempo that you've created for yourself to put the enemy in a position that they couldn't handle in Live Sandbox, where unfortunately they bore the brunt of it and it didn't quite work out for them. I really like it when a team identifies where their win conditions are, what they are, and then executes the journey towards them.
Just does it.
This beautifully. Like, it's that's why we love games like this. That's why the analyst desk is a great place to be, even if the desk is invisible. Let's go into the final fight though and see how Damwon closed out the game.
And it is a really nice play by Croco, honestly. You feel like I get the feels like we win the fight, right? Unfortunately for him, there's a problem named Birdle, who, you see Close's health bar? That was Birdle. And you see Ice, the other damage dealer, also Birdle. And Showmaker, actually, who, as much as it pains me to say it, we all know this, does a really good job on the tank rise. Actually plays the champion, finds the consistent flanks. It reminds me a lot of how he plays the TF as well. I think Showmaker is probably the best TF that we have within the LCK. And like, he does the same thing on Rise, where he always is right where he needs to be, but Birdle, that late into the game, he had his Ravenous finish just before that fight, and
yeah, we had the conversation about this. We were like, when that Ravenous Hydra's finished, it's like, yeah, that was the Monk W that we did together simultaneously while it came in. And let's see whether he manages to pick up player of the game as well. And just, oh no, it'll actually go to Showmaker. We're giving it to the man who just knows how to win on Tank Rise.
And I think a lot of his setups were instrumental. The flanks that he found were, I'd personally say, in conjunction with Birdle, but he also had a perfect game, 100% kill participation at 15 minutes. And again, these are the type of angles that I don't see a lot of other Rise makes consistently.
Yep.
And it's one of the reasons why I think the pick is starting legitimately to feel, I've made this comparison before, more and more like type of an AP Renekton. It gets tankier in late, but it really is about finding the angles, finding the flanks. And then in the late game, you're more of a facilitator. Hits the Everfrost there to make sure that Closer is as low as he is. Tanks a lot of the damage from Ice, who can't really ever ramp up in this fight. And I personally hope to see a split vote, but when you're the only one who keeps winning on Rise consistently, the POG vote should also not be so.
Yeah, and I actually really love the fact that yesterday we got the Fred Brion victory on the Rise as well, as we do have a split vote evenly pretty much down the middle for both of them, 6 for one and 7 for the other. So Showmaker picks it up, but Birdle gets his nod like we wanted. But what I was going to say is that Lava demonstrated that that is how you win games on this Tank Rise as well, following in the footsteps of this man right here. So maybe more will do so, as we'll be able to hear from the man himself alongside Canyon in the interview right now. So take it away, Jisun.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the POG interview translation, joined by Showmaker and Canyon from Tom and Kia. Congratulations. It was so quick for you guys to get back on the 3rd place. How do you feel, Canyon? I'm happy that we won, and I'm happy that we won 2-0. Twice better. What about you, Showmaker? Yeah, today we got another 2-0, so it feels great. Canyon, I mean, you are winning POG every single day. You are now sitting on 800 POG points so far. You've won POG in every other matches for Tom and Kia, and also you got your 2000th assists in the LCK. How does those records mean to you? Well, 2,000 assists, I guess, yeah, it's been pretty long since I played in the LCK. But I'm looking forward to getting 2,000 kills in the LCK, which means I have to work even harder. And you are the sole #1 of the POG standings in the LCK, so what do you feel about that as well? Well, I think I've won the player of the split in 2019, so I'm not really too greedy about it. I hope our team keeps winning. I guess the utmost goal for Kenyan is 2,000 kills in the LCK. In game number 1, you guys let Corky through. A very high win rate champion currently. Corky definitely has some strong points, but he also has some weaknesses. So we just wanted to, play against it. Kenyan, how does Taman Kia rate Zeri Yumi comp right now? I mean, it's really hard and tricky to play against, but once you know how to play against it, it's not like an OP that cannot be touched, So there are some ways to play against it and kind of counter strategies. Game number 1, you decided to play Veigar, a very risky pick, into a poke comp. Could you walk us through that pick? Veigar got some buffs, and also this champion has been getting buffs for 4 patches in a row as far as I know. So I tried it out a lot on solo queue as well, and it was really fun to play. So I wanted to give it a shot. Is that something you prepared for a long term? Not really, I wasn't playing that in order to really try that on stage, but today, what's the right angle, and the coaches gave me the go, so I was able to try it out. In Kenyan, as soon as you hit level 6, you actually rotated towards Drake, not the top lane. I knew that I was the only level 6 jungler, and also prior to that, the opponent junglers was trying to play around the Drake, so I had the confidence to kind of outplay around the Drake with the level advantage. But you guys were 1 auto away from breaking down the Nexus, and the opponents were able to ace out the Tamakia players. So what happened exactly? I mean, I think we made a lot of mistakes under the Nexus turrets. So still, but we are having a great lead, so we kept the presence of mind, and we wanted to try one more time, and we were able to close out the game. The Showmaker in game 2, you decided to play around Camille against a very strong LeBlanc Lee Sin comp. And we could see on camera Danny giving a lot of advices to Birtle. Could you tell us about that draft? Camille is a very, difficult champion, and it requires a lot of confidence. So he really needs to, have all the info about how to play Camille. So I guess Danny was giving him those details. Taman Kia was able to turn the entire fight around, the game around with 1 fight around this Cloud Drake. So we just kind of, because we were behind, we wanted to do something or we're gonna lose. So I wanted to round warp over together with Sinjao in order to 100-0 that Zeri, and it kind of worked out well. Who was the main shot caller at that moment? I said, Kenyan, let's go downwards with my ult. And he was like, yeah, sounds like a good idea. So we wanted to try that out. But did you think that you'll be able to just win that team fight so hard? Because I had 2 items at that point, I was pretty sure that we'll be able to kind of win team fights after on. While I was watching that, I was so surprised because you were 2-0 on Rise, one of the most, unbelievable stat here in the LCK. So what do you think of Rise future here in the LCK? I know he's sitting on a very low win rate, and also a lot of people say once you lock in Rise, it's automatically losing the game. But as long as you can play that well, it's not that bad. I hope other players can also boost the win rate of Rise. You are the best Rise player for sure right now. So do you think that the opponents will use a ban card to remove that Rise? If that day comes, I'm gonna be so happy.
자, 그리고 1라운드 마지막
And your
상대는
next
현재 주가도
opponent and the last opponent of the first round robin will be DRX, another team on a very good momentum. So what does it take for you guys to beat DRX? DRX is on a very good winning streak, and also their fundamentals look very solid. So I think as long as we can perform as hard as we can, we'll be still able to get the victory. First off, TRX, they are having new lineup, but especially Zeka, his laning phase is on point. So I think I have to play out the lane very well. And this is the interview from Showmaker Kenyon from Taman Kia, and I'm gonna pass it back to Atlas and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, G-Sun, as per usual, for the exemplary translation of the interview. Great to hear from both Kenyon and Showmaker. It feels like it's Kenyon and Showmaker almost every time.
Shocker.
Yeah.
Who would have thought, right? Looking at that team. I would have loved to see Birdle, but like Showmaker being like, hey Ken, you want to go on a buddy trip together? And Kenyon's like, okay.
It is really
perfect.
cute. It is absolutely cute. But let's bring up the standings and see what has actually happened after this particular series. As Damwon Kia do retain their position, I believe, yes, in third place. As even scoreline with DRX, that is going to be their next matchup. Absolutely awesome that is going to be the last one. And of course, next week we are going to be saying goodbye to the first round robin here as well. I cannot believe that we're already halfway through spring. It's actually insane.
It's crazy. And Liv Sandbox joining Fred Brian and Hanwha Life as the teams that are pretty good, but can't actually close out that much. I think that today was a bit of a weaker showing, but even then, for those teams, it's more about the journey that they can show throughout the split. I don't think reasonably you can expect to win against Damwon here. There's just too many outmatchings.
Yeah.
But individually, still some nice moments from Crocco in particular.
Yeah, and we do still have, of course, one more day of the LCK for this week. Kwangdong Freaks and Nongshim Red Force will be our first match, and then Fred Brion up against KT Rolster. That last match, honestly, it feels like anything could happen.
No idea. I'd say KT is favored, but that's not the call you want to make, ever.
Nope. So we're going to say that Fred Brion is favored, so hopefully we get a close series. But that will do it for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me